Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Meteorologist James Zahara here. If you've been outside, you know you're hearing the sirens taking place. It is mainly because we do have some warnings out in some of our hometowns. So let's get right to it. And the reason why the sirens are going off in the immediate Quad Cities is because of this box that we see here. That's a severe thunderstorm warning from now until about 3 p.m. Possibly seeing quarter-size hail, but also some strong winds, maybe reaching around 60 miles an hour. What's interesting about this storm that we see here, which is right now around the Mercer County area, there's Aledo that we see in cluster of storms. This particular storm itself is moving as fast as 65 miles an hour. So combine that with some of the winds that may be coming down from this storm, and you're talking about those winds potentially being a little bit stronger than that. So that's why the sirens are going off, because that means that any winds 60 or higher can actually cause some damage. So quickly advancing his way off toward the north and northeast. And let's go ahead and put a tracker on this. I want to let everyone know that I got senior meteorologist Andrew Stuskey here. And just in a little bit of time here, Morgan Strackbine is also going to be making her way in the Beast and also doing some chasing as well with these storms that will be making its way across our viewing area going throughout the rest of the afternoon and the early evening. Here is the latest track on this storm, and you can see some of the towns that we have here listed right across the area. Just over half an hour or so, it should be impacting the Quad Cities with some of that lightning that may be taking place. It's pretty much clustered too. That could be a potential too of maybe some minor power outages as a possibility with that. And then making his way around Muscatine in about 25 minutes, just close to 40 minutes around Pleasant Valley. Right now, the closest in just about over 5 minutes or so will be impacting the Matherville area. So once again, severe thunderstorm warning when it comes to this cell, moving very quickly around 65 miles an hour, and that's going to have a good amount of wind with it, so be on guard with that. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning located off to our southwest as well. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But the big threat with this is not just the winds, but we have to be concerned about some hail, as we just mentioned, possibly maybe quarter-size hail. So you can see with the probability of seeing that type of size, it's pretty high. When you get to that light blue and even a little purple that we see just outside of the town of Aledo, that's where we could be seeing some quarter-size hail taking place. Once again, the system moving very quickly from southwest to northeast. As far as the hail size is concerned, kind of showing the light orange. It did show me a brief bit, it's in yellow there, but that orange that we see right now is indicating maybe nickel-sized hail from that. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. It's still developing very quickly as it continues to swiftly make its way from southwest to northeast. So once again, this warning that now covers much of Mercer County and extending right near the Quad Cities itself, it's taking place until about 3 p.m. You can see that the Quad Cities is right on the edge. So being this warning until 3 p.m., that's when we're expecting the storm itself, the core of that, to be hitting the Quad Cities itself. We do have another warning just out to the west, and let's see, Andrew, let's go to the other side of that warning if we can. Well, we can do this one right here. Severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15 p.m., and that covers parts of Knox County. Right now, we're indicating the possibility of hail, maybe a size close to golf ball size, may be indicated with these cells that we see here, especially this one that we see just south and east of Macomb. We're getting some decent lightning out of this, kind of the core right around Avon itself. So this that we see right here could be the area where we may be potentially seeing some hail with that particular storm. It is radar indicated for the time being. We don't have any eyes out there as of yet, but nonetheless, and that fits in very nicely to what we just mentioned, this is where we possibly are seeing some of that hail beginning to drop just outside of the town of Avon. If you're watching us in London Mills and Mequon, I would say you make sure that you stay indoors. It's just not the hail that we're dealing with here. It's probably some good rush of wind coming down from these thunderstorms as well. So things are starting to pop, and this is, folks, only the first wave of storms that we expect to see as we go through the next several hours or so. But this is the warning that we have right now. Here's the other one that is just west of the Quad Cities. This is actually in Louisa County, making its way more into in southeastern Iowa, right near Minneapolis, seeing this wave that we see here, producing some pretty good rain. Keep in mind, these are all moving very quickly. So we're not going to get dumped maybe like an inch or two here. I think we're talking about maybe a quick quarter of an inch of rain from these storms as they continue to make their way off to the north and east. But a good brief downpour nonetheless. As you see with our rainfall rate here, we're getting some purples and even some whites. That's extreme. That's almost like blinding rain that is taking place. And the reason why we're seeing some of these high signatures here is because we've got dew points actually right around that 60-degree mark. And that is so rare to see that much humidity, that much moisture in the air given the time in late March. Okay, so that's why we're seeing some of those heavy rain rates taking place in some of these storms that are popping up just to the south and west. So here's the Quad Cities here. There's Geneseo. There is Galesburg. You can see how most of the activity is popping up, especially just to the south of us. Actually, a tornado warning has now popped up, but not in our viewing area yet, but for areas around just south and west of Peoria. Morgan and I actually were kind of monitoring this about an hour ago. It was kind of located just south and east of Industry, and we had a nice little cluster of some lightning. That's where like a lot of dynamics are taking place. A lot of lift is going on, and that usually could be a sign of maybe some good shearing, good rotation going on, and sure enough, it has kind of blossomed into that, given this tornado warning that we see that is just south and west of Peoria. Let's kind of expand out a little bit more if we can, Andrew. And yeah, you can see some of that activity mainly confined to our south and west. This is really the first wave. If we expand it out even more, the second wave, that's the one, folks, that we are really concerned about. Right now, it's taking place around Des Moines and then points southward. And that's all part of that cold front associated with this tightly wrapped area of low pressure to our west that's going to be advancing its way from west to east. Okay, and you can see how much dry area is ahead of all this. So it will allow this atmosphere here to really destabilize even more so, allowing to grow these discrete supercell rotating thunderstorms just off to our south and west. And we're still expecting that line to be arriving sometime, I would say, by 5, now possibly around 6 o'clock, at least getting ready to cross over the river. Here's our next 3 hours, and as we stop the clock right around 5:30 or so, okay, you see, what we're noticing that's different from early this morning is that this is slowing down just a little bit compared to what we had earlier on. So I'm talking about maybe 6 o'clock will be kind of a better suit for the immediate Quad Cities, and then possibly 7 to 8 as you get on the Illinois side. But that's the line that we're going to have to really keep an eye on, because we are under this very high risk of seeing some tornado-producing thunderstorms within this particular line as it makes its way off to the north and east. And even if you don't see any type of tornadoes take place, you're talking about a lot of wind coming down as well, okay? Because within that line, we're only talking about a couple of tornadoes popping up along it. It's the severe wind gusts that we're really concerned about that could be topping maybe over 70 miles an hour, maybe 75. As well. So not surprised that we're seeing this, but damaging storms very likely. This was upgraded this morning, scale 5 out of 5. That is extremely rare that we are seeing that high of a scale within our area. It has been a long time since, I think we were talking about since I think 2004, 2013. That we actually have been seeing this kind of a scale around here, okay? Possibility of tornadoes. A couple of these tornadoes could be an EF2 or stronger. When we talk about EF2 tornadoes, we're talking about wind speeds spinning from 111 to maybe 136 miles an hour. And also, given the way the atmosphere is set up, these tornadoes could be long trackers as well. So that is going to be the big concern. So breaking it down, as far as the threats that we expect to see, really high on the, as far as the severe wind gusts, okay? That is off the scale right now. Hail, I think, will be more isolated to widely scattered. Still could be seeing hail as size as golf balls out of these storms. And then the possibility of seeing some tornadoes where we could be seeing a couple of few tornadoes make the way across our viewing area, with the main focus being right near the I-80 corridor and points southward. And of course, here's our future track kind of showing that, making its way about 5 p.m. You can see the activity still well off to the west. It actually may be delayed even a little bit more, possibly going into about 6 o'clock just before it crosses the river itself, okay? So that's the prime time that we are looking at for this development to be taking place. We're not quite out of the woods, even with these warnings that are going on across the area. In fact, let's go back to our radar if we can and show you, if you're just joining us right now, of the at least a couple of warnings that are going on across our viewing area. This is the first one that we see here, which is impacting parts of Mercer going into Rock Island County. You can see the outer edge, the edge of that warning right now bisecting the Quad Cities itself. So we're assuming that that will be arriving around 3 p.m. if all this holds itself together. Right now, most of the cluster of activity going on is just outside of the Aledo area, where we're very likely maybe dealing with some hail, maybe as high as a quarter size that's taking place. And then, of course, the heavy rain that is associated with it. But keep in mind, movement is about 65, 70 miles an hour just from this storm alone. Okay, so that's why we expect this to be moving very quickly and only maybe dumping about a good quarter of an inch of rain as it makes its way from southwest to northeast. And then if we can get quickly, Andrew, go to the warning that's just west of that, which is covering parts of Louisa County, looks like Muscatine, as well as very small part of western Rock Island and Mercer County. That's until 3 p.m. as well. And that, or excuse me, this is, I think, that's also 3:15? I'm not sure. We probably have to move that over. But this has had, this is also producing some pretty good wind, also some quarter-size hail at least, as that moves its way off to the north and east. Not much lightning. Doesn't mean that, even though it's not showing a lot of lightning, it's not considered severe, but it's producing some hail. And you can see with a probability of hail, when you get in that light blue, that's indicating you are going to see some hail fall from here. And it could be as high as quarter size, which can cause some damage, especially if you have the car parked outside, given this storm that's making its way through. So outside of Oakville, New Boston, and then making its way off to the north and east, just west of the preemption area. High scale, as far as, hail size tracker that we have, not too much going on. That is a good sign. But nonetheless, it's the same storm, has a history of producing quarter size hail. So that's a good sign. Maybe the size is dropping down just a little bit, but nonetheless, it can actually recycle itself as it makes its way from southwest to northeast. Of course, like I said, we have meteorologist Morgan Strackbein. She's going to be making her way in the Beast very shortly. We're very likely going to position Morgan somewhere south of the Quad Cities, especially with that second wave that will be coming through. And of course, we have senior meteorologist Andrew Stutsky. I think his microphone is on. The man has had a very long day doing Good Morning Quad Cities, got a 2-mile walk in with his dog, had a little nap, and here he is. I don't know how he does it. But Andrew, everything is pretty much coming into fruition as far as the severe weather that we've been dealing with across the area.
Yeah, exactly. We're starting to see these storms take advantage of what little sunshine we had today, a couple of breaks in those clouds. But today it hasn't been about how much storm energy we can get. It's the winds that are just insane. And I want to show you why that's the case here. So I showed this morning as I break this down really quickly, and then we'll get back to tracking that. So I want to show you the wind speed at ground level and then aloft as we go to so many feet into the atmosphere. So as these storms are coming through, this is what we're looking at 5 o'clock this evening. This is as the main line approaches us here in the Quad Cities. So notice at the ground level, yeah, there's not a lot of wind there, but you only have to go up about 10,000 feet or so to start seeing wind speeds approaching 100 miles per hour. And then it does get past 100 miles per hour as you go even higher. A reminder, these storms are reaching up to 50 to 60,000 feet into the atmosphere today. And if they're severe enough, they can actually latch on to that wind speed, that 96 to 115 miles per hour, and try to bring that down to the surface. Now, I'm not saying our winds are going to be that strong, but I want to show you just what some of these storms are going to have available in terms of those wind speeds and wind energy to work with. So that's why when we showed you the threat scale earlier, the wind was just off the charts, and that's our main concern there. But still can't rule out tornadoes. We've got an area, especially just southwest of the Quad Cities and directly west of us, that is showing what we call a little bit of the backing of the wind, where that is turning a little bit more southeasterly again. And these storms that are moving through Wapello, Aledo, and just south of Burlington and the Quad Cities right now, they're heading for that environment.
That's right. I mean, basically, this is just a preview of what we're expected to see as we head into the evening hours. And once again, this is just the first wave. The second wave is still located off to our south and west around the Des Moines area and points southward right along Interstate 35. So given the timing that we see, and you can see how Andrew is able to expand this out. Look at all the numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are taking place right there. Because it's kind of showing some type of delay, we're likely going to be seeing this line itself, as long as it holds together, and we're pretty sure it's going to, maybe not until about around 6 o'clock or 6:30. And I'm talking about it crossing the river, the Mississippi River by then, okay? So that's really the only change. Maybe a delay of about an hour and a half or so from that second wave that is taking place. We just got to get through this first wave. And something to keep in mind too, that might be some people who've been, avid weather watchers when it comes to severe weather, kind of getting an idea of watching us, that you think that with this first wave coming through, wow, that will stabilize the atmosphere and everything out to the west shouldn't be a big concern. You got to remember, what we've been talking about for the past several days is that this is a dynamically driven storm, okay? Which means it doesn't need a lot of sun, okay, to help really destabilize the air, okay? So that's the reason why, even with this first wave, we still have to be really concerned about that second wave. Here's the latest shear, and you can see, and no surprise here, it's not all too bad around here, but it's really starting to pick up just off to our south and west, because that second line is actually where the cold front is located, okay? So that's where a lot of the twisting of the air from the surface aloft is going to be taking place. And that is what we'll have to keep an eye on, because the conditions are just ripe for allowing that air to twist and turn into a potential supercell rotating thunderstorm, which could eventually drop a tornado. And that's why the atmosphere is just ripe for that to be taking place around here. This is the radar and the shear itself. And Andrew, I'm going to let you kind of handle this right here, since you're in control of the radar here.
Sure. So yeah, what we're showing here are the different wind directions. We're showing at 10,000 feet above the ground in orange, those lines that you're seeing racing across the screen. And then we're showing it what it looks like on the ground in terms of wind direction. Where your greatest threat for some of that twisting motion is going to be is where you see the biggest difference between the two. And that's what you're seeing kind of lining up right along Interstate 80, actually on both sides of the river, where you're getting that southeastward component to the wind. So it's going to look a little complicated here for a second, but it makes sense when you think about it. So notice the wind here in the Quad Cities aloft is right out of the southwest. But as you get closer to the metro, our surface wind here is more out of the southeast. And that's the shear, the twisting motion, those backed winds that we were talking about. Hey, Morgan, that we were talking about working through the region that have us concerned for that threat for tornadoes. And certainly, as James pointed out earlier, we've got tons of shear. So we have that working through with us right now. There you see the tornado potential. We also showed this morning on GMQC with Future Track. You see that it really starts building, especially Interstate 80 to the south as we go through time. So that's going to be our main concern. In fact, James, I was kind of watching the radar loop, and the one storm that's not in our area right now, but is churning out here to the southwest, that would be near Centerville. That's probably got my biggest concern, if that thing can hold its own and stay separated from the main line as it works off to the north and east, because that has a lot of supercell characteristics if you just look at the reflectivity, the returns here on the radar, and the fact that it hasn't merged with any line. It's holding its own, and it's going to be working its way into that ripe environment, which could eventually lead to an increased risk here, probably about 90 minutes from now, the way these things are moving, closer to 2 hours as we get towards the, I would say a little bit later here. What are we at, 2:45 now? So probably looking at 3:30, 3:45, somewhere in there when that gets into our region. So something to watch, just something that's really kind of stuck out at me. But in the meantime, you've got the two warnings here, Wapello through Muscatine, Aledo, and then just south of the Quad Cities. And the lightning, we're certainly hearing the thunder blasting pretty good here.
I believe in my meteorology days, and it goes on today, what is it called, a QLC? QLS?
QLCS?
QLCS,
Yep.
Yes. I think it's, basically it's a squall line that we're seeing out to the west of us. So that's something we're definitely keeping an eye on. Once again, we're hearing the rumbles of thunder outside, a lot of lightning taking place going on with this particular small cluster of thunderstorm activity that continues to race its way from northern Mercer County into Rock Island County as well, right now making its way in the immediate Quad Cities. A lot of lightning coming in through this storm itself, and even maybe some hail as well. This storm, once again, moving so quickly. It is absolutely rare to see these kind of storms moving 40 miles an hour, let even higher here. And these storms that we're seeing here, these two right here, are actually going as high as 65 miles an hour. 65 miles an hour. So you're not going to get a lot of heavy rain out of this, but you will get some blinding rain out of this. Maybe a quick quarter of an inch of rain in a very, very short period of time. So it's not the lightning we're concerned about, even hail. It's not just that. It's the fact that the blinding rain from this is going to be a concern if you're actually driving within this particular sector. So a couple of warnings that we have going on here. One thing we really haven't mentioned too is the fact the entire viewing area is under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. The entire area. No surprise, given that the good shear, the decent shear that we have around the area, and the high concentration of instability and dynamics that we have around the area, it's all meshing in to a very active atmosphere here, especially locally in our viewing area alone. This is the velocity mode that we have going on here, and we're out into portions of Knox County. This is Mequon right there. There's Millbrook right here. Of course, northern Knox County, that is Rover country that we see. Galesburg, as we see right there. And this particular storm, fortunately, will miss the Galesburg area. That is some good news. For now, at least when it comes to this wave, all right? But you can see we're getting some nice rain out of this, some thunderstorm activity, maybe even a little hail as well. It is indicating the potential of maybe 1-inch size or quarter-size hail from this, just like, looks like just south, right near St. Augustine to even around Avon. And you can see it's kind of increasing a little bit more, tracking its way off to the north and east. So if it continues with the same pace, Mequon, you'll be seeing that part of the storm itself within about 15 minutes or so, less than 10 minutes over in DeLong as it continues to make its way off to the north and east. And likely this particular storm itself is very likely moving at around 60 miles an hour. So a very dangerous storm that we see here as it makes its way off to the north and east. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until about 3:15 this afternoon. 3:15. So clock right now is what, 2:45. So at least another half an hour ago with this particular cell as it makes its way off to the north and east. So a very volatile situation taking place around the area as we're now seeing the atmosphere begin to really churn and produce some of these showers and thunderstorms, some of course that have become severe. Now the good news is they've already canceled this warning out to the west. That's some fairly good news. It's really going to be about this cell that we're going to keep an eye on as it will be grazing the immediate Quad Cities itself. We'll also keep an eye on this cell that we see crossing over the river from the Weiser going into Mercer County, just west of Aledo. Looks like just around the Joy area, I believe. We can actually try and zoom in even more if we can. One of the things that we always like to do is kind of zoom in and give you even more street level if we possibly can. So there is Joy itself, right there in Illinois 17, and there's New Boston itself. So you can see the core of this particular part of the storm itself is right on top of New Boston itself, producing some pretty good rain, maybe even some hail as well. And you can see some of that hail actually just outside of town, just north of New Boston. That purple shading in there you see there, that's near the extreme side of things. So the probability of seeing that quarter-size hail is now taking place just north of the Boston area. And you can see that hail size, even for now, is showing a ½ an inch. But like I said, from the National Weather Service, they're the ones that issue these warnings. It has had a history of producing some 1-inch hail from their part. So gotta go with what they're saying here. And no surprise, it kind of meshes in that we're seeing some type of hail going on with this particular storm as it makes its way off to the north and east. Andrew, what else you got there for me?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that increase, that's for sure. Another interesting area to watch is south here. As you go south of Guaqua and southwest of Monmouth, you see this storm near Lomex kind of gaining some intensity. Has been for a little while. It's not warned right now, but certainly looks like it's holding its own down there further to the south. Like you said, we were able to expire that warning earlier. That was just a little further east of the, west of the Quad Cities. That was under Wapello and Muscatine, so that's done. We still got this one going until 3 o'clock. Now, earlier when the National Weather Service had put this one on, they've labeled it tornado possible. We've been watching the velocity scans, and I haven't seen anything too exciting out of this, but we also have to remember that it's a little bit farther away from the radar. It's kind of a little harder to see inside that storm, but that one will continue to track away from Galesburg, which is good, but heads up, like we said earlier, for Mequon, and also as you get towards 150 there, looks like it's in the direct line and direct path of that. Other storms trying to fire up well west of the Quad Cities here. This is towards Columbus Junction. Nothing severe with that right now. But again, we showed you earlier this main line still sitting out here. And at last check, I don't know if production can take PC1. There's actually some sunshine right now. I believe at the University of Iowa. So you've got clearing to the west there.
Yes.
And remember, we're going on almost 3 o'clock. This is the peak heating time of the day when we get the best energy from the sun. So the fact that we're destabilizing things to the west of us, that is certainly telling the tale that these storms are going to have a lot of this right here, that storm energy. There is plenty of that building. Notice we haven't even gotten the highest energy yet here in the Quad Cities. It's still sitting to the west of us. So those storms just out there east of Des Moines, those have a lot of dynamics, a lot of juice, if you will, a lot of storm energy that they're going to work with as they continue to move off to the east. So we got a number of hours to go with this yet.
Oh, yes. I mean, we're going to be here, folks, until the threat is over. I'm going to repeat that again. We are not leaving the air until the threat is over across our area, okay? And that's going to take us possibly until maybe 7 or even 8 o'clock tonight. Things are delaying a little bit, especially when it comes to that second wave. So that is why we're going to keep we're going to stay on this here until everything is all said and done. So that is the promise we're going to give you here. Right now, we're getting a track on that particular storm that's still under that severe thunderstorm warning. Can quickly make it its way from southwest to northeast, around 65 miles an hour. It's about a half an hour away from the Quad Cities itself, at least when it comes to the hail part of it, now located just around New Boston itself. And like I said, quickly advancing his way off to the north and east. This is the first wave of some clusters of thunderstorms. No surprise that we're seeing a couple of these severe thunderstorm warnings going on with these storms. But it's really going to be that second one. That's the one we're going to be keeping an eye on as we make our way through the next few hours or so. And you can see numerous severe thunderstorm warnings taking place within this. Nothing as far as any rotation taking place to produce the potential for tornadoes. But I think, as Andrew just mentioned, as we start building in some more of that incredible humidity, that's going to allow that instability to just skyrocket and allow for that rotation to take place even more with these supercellular storms, and thus potential of producing maybe a couple of tornadoes within that as well. This is the potential energy, or what we like to call the storm energy, and anywhere you see that yellow, that's a sure sign that you've got some good energy to work with that's going to feed into those storms, especially the ones that are located just off to the south and west of us. So the Quad City is located here. There is Galesburg going up to Tipton. I think, and this is kind of interesting because we've been looking at our radars and monitoring the storm chasers, where they're kind of merging, and most of them are actually making their way right around the Galesburg area, at least as of last check. If I'm wrong, someone can check that out for me. But that is possibly where the better chance of those later day, early evening storms that could produce tornadoes are going to be taking place. So this is the area of concern right now. You can see right now Peoria, that's the only tornado warning that we have at least close by, not in our viewing area. But look at the lightning that is taking place with this. You can actually see maybe a little bit of some spin, not just there, but maybe even around the Pekin area as well. So all that continues to make its way from southwest to northeast. It could be right here for areas just south and west of Peoria, potentially seeing a tornado coming out of there and making its way through the community of Peoria. In fact, we kind of get an idea. It still looks like maybe right around Pekin, and this kind of looks a little broad right now for the time being, but that's probably what they're focusing on when it comes to that particular storm. Only tornado warning from this, and likely is going to extend. It took the words right out of my mouth. It looks like they have extended it, and that's sure enough what they did here. So right now, everything's in play in areas just south of our viewing area, south and east, with just that one warning going on in our particular area. That's the only warning that's going on right now in our viewing area that is at least on a warned scale for the time being, with the potential of seeing some quarter-size hail and even a good burst of wind that may be coming out of that as well. But we don't see that contrast in colors, the brightness of the reds and greens. That's indicating the raindrops moving toward and away from the radar site. So far, so good what we're seeing here on our velocity mode. But it's really right now the hail that is kind of making the news for the time being. And no surprise with this wave, we thought that with this wave, the real highest impact would be in the form of maybe some large hail. And right now you can see that now kind of building even more. And I think we're just north of Joy or north of New Boston. And sure enough, that is the case that we see right here with that probability of hail slowly increasing in parts of western Mercer County, just north and west of Aledo. This is, of course, right here. This is 67 right here. So that is continuing its movement off to the north and east. And if we can do this once again, let's move it down a little bit and then do a track around this. Quad City is located here. The airport just south of that. Of course, Andalusia. And you can see if that does hold together in less than a half an hour, we may be talking about seeing some of that hail around here. We haven't heard about any reports about, with all the lightning that's been taking place, as far as any power outages. That is some good news. Things have been pretty quiet on that. If we do hear anything outside of when it comes to, I should say, comes to, power outages, John Diaz is with us, Shelby Kluber is with us, and they're going to give us some input on that eventually once that does come about. So we're going to eventually do that. What we can actually toss to you guys if you have any new information for us.
Yeah, absolutely, James. Yeah, we are tracking those numbers, and we have all the different companies kind of up right now, watching those numbers. Nothing really significant in our area. Just these are one-offs, so we don't even really know if they're weather related. We're also watching the path of the storm and seeing if there's any outages being left kind of in the wake of some of these activity that you're talking about. So that's the good news. But also want to give you an idea of kind of what we're seeing out there. Obviously, we talked about having Morgan out there in just a little bit, but we do have reporters out there. This is some video. I think this is from Galesburg. Burlington, I'm so sorry. That Cesar Sanchez took for us. And you can see, the rain's coming down, but nothing really extreme out there. And
that was from about an hour ago, around 1:45 this afternoon. And we also have another video. News 8's Josh Lamberty shot this video outside the News 8 studios around 2:30, so just a few minutes ago. You can hear there the storm sirens going off. Now we do want to get back to those power outages. The latest power outages in the Quad City area, again, are really low at this time. ComEd has about 37, Ameren 637, Alliant 11, and MidAmerican has 1 power outage at this time. And again, we just showed some photos and videos. If you have any photos and videos from your area, please send them in to WQAD. You can either email it to us, you can send them in through the News 8 app, you can find any of us on Facebook or the WQAD Facebook page. Plenty of ways to reach us. You could see your video on the air right now. We're going to take a live look at the old Capitol building in Iowa City. You can see, once we pull up this video, the flags, they were blowing to the north, which means warm, moist air is flooding in from the south. So again, today is the day you want to be ready for any emergency situation. This area could be hit by strong, severe storms. Now again, we haven't seen any more updates on the power outages. We're still waiting for photos and videos. Guys.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I say, guys, can we toss it back to you?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. We appreciate that. I mean, I think power outages are going to be something that we are going to definitely be highlighting a lot as we get into the late afternoon, but more importantly, going the early evening. And from Iowa City, all is quiet. If you might have heard what Andrew mentioned about, 15 minutes ago or so, all is quiet. They actually are seeing some breaks of sunshine over at the University of Iowa campus. So that sun, that break that we see here, that's going to certainly enhance that instability located out to the west and really enhance those storms that we're noticing well west of us, kind of bisecting the Hawkeye site. That's the line that we're going to be concerned about. New severe thunderstorm warning has now popped up. Once again, no surprise given what the storm has already produced and continues to produce, and not just the heavy rain and the lightning, but the potential here for seeing some quarter-size hail. And we noticed that some of that hail, you can see still, it's really starting to expand even more just north of the Quad Cities, north of Joy, Illinois, I should say. Here's Edgington right here. There is Reynolds. And you can see that area of some hail that's going to be falling right here. Extreme high probability that you're going to see some quarter-size hail from this. Hopefully nothing larger. And we're noticing even our orange color is starting to build as well. There is a yellow signifying at least some quarter-size hail. Quarter-size hail can do some damage if you have that car outside on that hood. So just keep that in mind. If it continues that track, it will be really close to Reynolds itself. There's Edgington, there's Andalusia, there's Coyne Center, and of course, here's the Quad Cities right here. So if it continues on that path, As you can see here, Edgington, maybe in less than 10 minutes or so, are seeing some of that hail across the area. And for our friends in Milan, maybe around 20 minutes. This particular storm is moving pretty quickly. I think the last count on that wind speed was 60 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour with these storms. That is absolutely incredible. And you can see the swath of it now that we put the reflectivity mode into action here. Where that hail is, of course, right here in relationship to where Joy is. So that's very likely why they put the warning out with this system, this disturbance that continues to make its way off to the north and east. So it looks like the old warning will be taken away, and this is the new warning that you can see expands now past the Quad Cities and even now as far north and east as around Hampton, just you can see just south of Cordova itself. So just outside the Interstate 80 expressway right here. This is 88 right here that we see. So keep this in mind. That storm is going to hold itself together as it continues to make its way off to the northeast. So if you're watching us in Cordova, possibly just west of Prophetstown, Clinton, Fulton, you're going to eventually be impacted by that storm if it does hold together. And I think it's going to do so as it continues to make its way off to the north and east. In fact, if it does, and Andrew is just reading my mind. Boy, that's scary. You can read my mind, Andrew. You can see that if it does get to places like around Comanche, for example, you're talking less than an hour for that to take place. So even though it may be pretty quiet in your neck of the woods, Morrison as well, Milledgeville, things will get rocking and rolling here with that wave, that disturbance, that storm system as it continues to make its way off to the north and east. Andrew?
We have got a brand new tornado warning now, and that is as we get down here into, this is of course going to be Henderson and Warren County, and that goes until 3:45. National Weather Service saying very strongly rotating storm down in this region. So let's see if we can actually pick something up on the velocity worth noting. Looks like a little bit there, just in Stronghurst.
What was at the outer edge of that warning box? Was it bisecting Stronghurst, or was that? Okay, it's just south of, I think, because Lomax, because we saw about maybe 15 minutes ago some possible rotation going on around that. There's Lomax right now.
Lomax.
Now it's just to the, so yeah, I thought likely we're talking about, my goodness, I think that's 1500 east right there going into Stronghurst itself. So we may be talking about, what are you saying? I think it's kind of right here, I would say.
Yeah.
We're possibly seeing some of this possible rotation. You want to put the velocity back on again here and see what we got? Yeah, I think the rotation is probably taking place right on top of Stronghurst itself. Maybe actually seeing a nice little wall cloud taking place there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on this. So tornado warning out for places around the Stronghurst area and points north and east. Let's put that warning back on. Let's go and put a tracker on this as well if we can. So all this that we're seeing right here, that's some rain, probably some hail right here, and you can see the concentration of that lightning just north of that possible circulation. So there's the track that we see here. Monmouth, you got 20 minutes to get to your destination, get to your safe place. Kirkwood, you're talking about over 10 minutes. Get to that safe place right now. You are hearing the sirens. Don't try and go out and try and look for it, because this particular storm is likely moving around 60 miles an hour like we've been seeing on average with the other storms that have been taking place just to the north of east. So please need to get your safe place right away. Hopefully you have your electronics all charged up, because in case you lose power, that's a good tool to have so you know exactly what's going on within your general area, especially if you're within this track. For any more possible updates that may be taking place. But there is some rotation now taking place just off of Illinois 94 there, right outside of Stronghurst. I think we're starting to get a better picture. What do you think, Andrew? I think right here,
Yep.
I think that's where we're looking at as far as the rotation between Stronghurst and Media. That's where we're possibly seeing some of that rotation going on across this particular part of the storm. So that is something to keep an eye on. So if you're watching us in Media, get into your safe place right away. And then, of course, making its way off to the northeast. This could very likely be even producing a little hail right on this part of the shelf. And sure enough, that is the case. Already we're in the extreme probability of seeing some large hail, maybe even quarter size. And if we go with the hail size tracker itself, it's already reaching around around an inch as we speak, just outside of Stronghurst itself. I'm pretty sure that this has already moved just north of town itself and will very likely continue to make its way off to the north and east. So we're definitely dealing with a very dangerous situation when it comes to this particular storm as it makes its way off to the north and east. That's the only tornado warning we have right now. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning taking place just off to the north and west of us, or excuse me, north of us, which does include the immediate Quad Cities stretching into Andalusia, Milan, even around Edgington, just north of the Aledo area. But you can see this is where we're dealing with some hail, likely quarter size, still noticing quarter size. The brightness is starting to really get it more extreme as far as the probability of seeing this quarter size just now south and west of Edgington. Seeing some of this hail now beginning to drop just outside of town and could very likely increase too in size as well. We didn't see much color before with this system, but now we're starting to see that hail begin to slowly increase. But given what we're noticing with the probability and the slow increase in intensity from this storm, we're likely going to see some good quarter size hail from this, and possibly, if it holds together, maybe even the Quad Cities as well. We haven't seen much blue actually taking place around the Quad Cities itself, noticing the probability of hail, but now we're kind of seeing some of that, and it's indicating that that particular part of this storm is slowly increasing. There's the track that we see. We're talking over 15 minutes for the Quad Cities itself. If that holds together, we're talking about even Pleasant Valley in less than a half an hour for the potential of seeing some of that quarter-size hail making its way in your neck of the woods. Keep in mind, this is really the first wave of these showers and thunderstorms that are going on around the area with the potential of being severe. It's that second wave that we're really concerned about. Already we're getting numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with this, and also too we're getting a warning from that second line, which is now located from Centerville and also extending its way into Ottumwa. And with that particular cell right there, there's a nice little cut into that that we're seeing right here. Nice little couplet. So the tornado likely from this is located right here, and it's getting a nice little spin out of that, that's for sure. So people in Ottumwa I know are going to be definitely taking cover for that particular storm. So that's the second wave. That is still expected to arrive around here, but it's being delayed a little bit and likely won't get here until sometime about maybe 6 or 6:30. And I say, when I mention about the time, I'm kind of talking about along the Mississippi River itself. Okay, so by looking at this, it's showing around 5:30. How do we get out of the way here, Andrew? Because you got the clock.
There we go.
So yeah, if it holds together, we're talking about a system getting here at least as early as 6 p.m. now. 6 p.m. Okay. So if you watched Andrew early this morning, we were talking about 5 p.m. Well, now we're getting a little bit of a delay, and a lot of it has to do with this first wave that's going on across the area. That has slowed down a little bit, and that's why we're seeing some of this activity. But out to the west, right here, we have been getting reports of sun popping up, and that's going to really increase the instability. It's going to increase the energy. It's going to allow for even more shear to build in just west of that river as we go through the next few hours or so. So that's where we see the yellow. That's indicating some extreme storm energy that's going on around the area. And let's go even pop up the shear if we can. Because when we pop up the shear, we're starting to see more of that orange kind of feeding into those storms that we're seeing here, but we're also starting to see more of that orange begin to pop up. You can see those darker colors popping up. That's indicating of some strong shear. And the focus for maybe seeing some of those stronger tornadoes, at least the potential is there for areas more to our south. And that's why we're seeing, or noticing on one of our apps here, a lot of chasers kind of focusing right in this particular area, heading to about 5 or even 6 o'clock come this evening. And you can see from our tornado parameter, no surprise here. So you can see why everyone's kind of heading in this general area, right along the Highway 34 corridor, okay? So that is all setting up. That's all setting up for about 6 o'clock, 6:30, around our local area for that potential to see that risk of some tornadoes around the area. And these could be not just strong, but some long trackers as well. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. Let's go and update everyone about the warnings that are going on in our general area. Here's the warning that goes until 3:45, and that does include the immediate Quad Cities. Biggest threat right now, quarter-size hail. The storm itself moving 60 miles an hour, and it does have winds of 60 miles an hour as well. Okay, so we're pretty much talking about damaging hail and also damaging hail and even some strong wind gusts to go with it as well, as the storm itself is moving as fast as 65 miles an hour. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. We can hear the rain just pouring down outside of our station here. Got some good lightning with it, but it also has some hail. That's right now the main threat with this storm that's taking place. Getting some decent-sized hail being registered on our system here, just out around Andalusia and just points southward, right around around the Edgington area there, right around Edgington itself. So that continues to make its way off to the northeast. We're starting to see another part of the storm itself starting to build up a little bit more hail as well. That, once again, get to that purple area, that's a sign of that hail getting a little bit larger and more like, I wouldn't say getting larger, but likelihood of seeing some of that hail. So this is Interstate 74. Of course, the bridge is located right here, and you can see that's where we're seeing. Let's zoom in one more time there, Andrew. Very good, thank you. And that is actually, if I'm not mistaken here, there's and we're like right here. Okay.
Yep.
We're like right about here. So I didn't hear anything about any hail outside our station. I'm just outside the door over here. So we may be getting maybe some even pea-sized hail out of that as it makes its way off to the northeast. But the better chance of seeing some hail is that one right there between Andalusia and Edgington as it makes its way off to the north and east. And you can see the hail size tracker kind of indicating that the hail, at least aloft, is about 1/2 inch, and it could be getting even larger still. Andrew?
Yeah, that storm is definitely holding its own, it looks like, here, that we've
Can you
seen
hear
the
that
last.
rain, by the way?
Yeah, that rain is pouring. Wow. That rain is just absolutely pouring. If you look at the rainfall rate,
wow.
yeah, it's very high. I mean, you're talking in the order of about 1 inch per hour. We can take you actually live to our Bridgepoint camera, and you can see kind of what's left of the I-74 bridge as it disappears into that very heavy rain. There is likely some hail that is also embedded with this too. Again, could be up to quarter size. Is what the National Weather Service is advising. So some good ponding of the water on the roadway there. It looks like traffic is slowing down just a little bit. I can also see a little bit of horizontal movement to those rain bands as it moves across the camera as well. So we're likely getting some good wind out of that too. Here we got another shot here. This is from the Beast, which is out. Our own meteorologist Morgan Strackbein and Josh Lamberty are both in the Beast, helping us track these storms as they arrive. It's all about getting that ground truth, making sure we can give you a live view of what these storms are doing so you can take shelter appropriately. You're seeing some good water on the roadway there. They've got the wiper on, so rain definitely coming down. Doesn't look too heavy in their specific location, but certainly the storms have arrived here in the Quad Cities. That lightning has been fairly wicked at times too. We've had some good cloud-to-ground bolts that we've heard just outside of the station. So heavy rain, low visibility, also some lightning included with this too. Could also be some hail. We continue to watch the hail tracker. It's actually gone down just a little bit since the last scan, so that's some good news there. But we still have a ways to go. We've still got all that storm energy sitting off to the west, and it's going to be between that 5-6 o'clock hour that we'll really be watching some of those storms out west to be moving in. Now, the one nice thing about this time of year, say, then compared to a month ago, if this were to happen, we've got more daylight. That really helps us to see what's going on with these storms. We don't want these things coming in after dark. You can't see anything after dark, including tornadoes. So the fact that we're getting these now while we still have daylight, that is a reassuring thing. It'll allow us to more easily detain what is going on with these specific storms. But yeah, the view from the Beast right now certainly looks really wet. Some good raindrops coming down there, a good amount of moisture.
All right, thank you, Andrew. In fact, I just got a message from my wife, and she just picked up my daughter over at ORA, and they reported actually some hail outside of the building right there when she picked her up. So thank you, honey, for doing that for us. Really appreciate that. You know, it's great because that's the thing is because when it comes to, oh boy, that rain's really coming down from our Bridgepoint camera. And I was going to say, and you can see actually how it's being wind driven too. Look at that, my goodness. And you can see some of the cars on the bridge itself. You can't even see the arch. They really are slowing down. My point was that fact that, there's only so much. When I go and talk to schools, there's only so much that we can see on the radar. So having these cameras out, having our chasers out is so, it's a great resource to have when you're dealing with this type of situation. And not only do we have the beast out, but we have some local storm chasers that eventually we're going to be hearing from a little bit later on this afternoon. And they're going to give us certainly their version of what they are seeing. But look at that rain come down, and you can almost see some. It's like it's bouncing off the radar itself. That's the hail.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you look
See
closely, that's bouncing right off the top of the building, or that camera tripod, if you will. In fact, the National Weather Service just got a report of pea-sized hail in downtown Moline just moments ago.
Okay.
So that storm is definitely producing some hail. And I'm watching the velocity scan too. There is a fair, like you say, a good rush of wind just sitting to the west of Rock Island along the Mississippi River, where it kind of curves there,
Right.
west to east. That's actually moving in as we speak right now. So we may see the wind start to pick up here very shortly, probably about 5-10 minutes from now, if not less. Right now, Doppler radar estimating between 50 and 60 miles an hour coming in west of town.
Wow, wow. Of course, this is our, that was just the beast that we just saw with Morgan Strackbine. Josh Lamberty actually is with them as well. So they're going to certainly make their way to the south and kind of hold its position there when especially that second wave make its way across the area. Let's do this right now. We're going to go to John Diaz and Shelby Kluber giving us an update on any potential power outages that may be taking place or other news that you can share with us.
Yeah, James, a little while ago we told you there weren't, too many power outages, but that number really has significantly increased, somewhat significantly. There's 30 plus in the Quad City customers out now. That number was 2 just moments ago, and that's kind of northeast of Bettendorf. So we're beginning to see some potential impacts from this storm, and obviously there's a lot of that activity is happening in that area. You were also tracking what's happening at the airport.
Yes, we're keeping a close eye on the flights coming in and out of the airport here in Moline. As of just minutes ago, there is 1 cancellation and 3 delayed arriving planes, but only 2 delays as far as departing planes. So it looks like it's pretty clear still at the airport. They still have a lot of flights on time for later this evening.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of, you guys report what you're seeing. We very much appreciate that. There's a lot of photos going around on social media as well of some of the hail that we've just been talking about. One thing we do want to remind everyone of, we do appreciate those pictures. Please send them in if you have them. But most importantly, do not put yourself at risk to take any of these photographs. That is the most important thing. So if you happen to have something that you were able to snap from a safe position, please send that to us. The app is the best way. You can also text it to us, 309-304-0888. But yeah, we do need the eyes kind of on the ground because, as James just talked about, radar shows us one thing, but we do want to see what's happening.
Mm-hmm. And we do have several crews out and about throughout the area tonight, so we will hopefully be bringing you some live coverage and some photos and some videos from around our WQAD viewing area as well.
Yeah, James, Andrew?
Yeah, let's go right to that tornado warning again, and we're getting update here that a brief tornado might have taken place in Kirkwood, Illinois. So let's kind of make our way right around here. This tornado warning the box is shrinking a little bit, but is out until about 3:45 with this particular area. Kirkwood going into about Monmouth as well. And it's really around the Kirkwood area that we're getting reports of maybe some rotation taking place. And I would say by looking at any type of little couplet that may be going on, it's hard to say here, but it could be maybe just south of Monmouth itself, I would say, Andrew. Would you say right there?
Yeah, I think right just south of town on Monmouth there.
Okay.
As you head due south, I think that's where we've got a little bit of that rotation. Let's see if I can get a better view. There we go. If you switch to a different radar, it's a little bit closer. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation there. It is a favorable environment that this storm is in to potentially produce one of those. And it had a fairly good, what we call that hook echo, that kidney bean shape, if you will, just moments ago. Still, what I would say a little notchy, because you're seeing some of those spikes in front of the storm. So this may actually have a couple of areas of rotation, and that is certainly heading in for Monmouth itself. In fact, we'll go back to the velocity one more time, and yeah, I would say just east of 67 is where you've got some of that rotation. Now you have to remember, the farther away from radar you are, the harder it is to get the velocity reading because, of course, Earth being curved, that radar beam, it just shoots kind of into the upper level of the storm. So it's hard to see what's going on in the lower level, and that's why it's so important that we have not only the beast, but we have our storm chasing network as well that we utilize so we can see and get that ground truth as to what is going on. So it is still considered a very dangerous storm. We'll see if they update that with a confirmed tag. Right now it does not have that. We're still calling this radar indicated, but let's go ahead and put the track on this here as it continues to move off to the north and to the east. A reminder what I said this morning. Today it's all about making sure you're taking action because we do have the potential for strong tornadoes of EF2 greater or intensity and long tracked tornadoes, meaning they are on the ground for a considerable amount of time. So very dangerous situation. You don't want to be caught in a mobile home. Hopefully you were able to take that action earlier, staying with a friend or a relative. But if you are still in the mobile home and you have no other way out, get in the interior room, cover yourself with as many layers as you can, blankets, pillows, a mattress if you can. Even if you can get yourself in the bathtub as a last resort, that's better than nothing. Absolutely better than nothing. So folks that are in the path of this, it does include, of course, Monmouth as well. And eventually, if this thing continues to hold itself together, we could be talking about this eventually getting into Henderson and starting to approach the Interstate 74 corridor, including potentially near Woodhull, just north of Henderson, and of course Oneida too. So we'll see what happens with this. As you can see, it's fairly separated from the main band. In order to get these supercells to keep sustaining themselves and intensifying, we don't want to see them interact with other storms, and that's what's happening here. It's on its own, and it's not really converging or merging with any other storm systems. So that's why we think this is still going to have the potential to do something as it goes further off to the north and east. So again, if you're under that warning, make sure you're taking shelter and taking that very seriously. Let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warning, which does include the Quad Cities. This has 1-inch diameter hail. Just getting a report, pea-size hail now in Bettendorf just moments ago. Certainly some very heavy rainfall with this. Let's go back to the hail probability and see where that is now. Looks like it's moving into the immediate Quad Cities. We could see potentially some hail here at any moment at the station. That spike in the hail probability is fairly darn close to us when you're looking at the street view there, just north of the interstate. So it looks like we are going to get another round of hail here in the Quad Cities. There's the one that just came through. It's in Pleasant Valley now, but here comes yet another stronger potential for some hail. Let's see the hail size tracker. It's estimating probably anywhere from nickel size on down, but certainly it looks like that potential is growing here in the Quad Cities. There's Bridge. So this is our camera here on top of the studio here in downtown Moline. Just whiteout conditions, very heavy rain. That is impressive. That is very impressive. So yeah, hail threat increasing. It's in Bettendorf right now, just north of Moline. I would say north of the TaxSlayer Center. That's going to be heading for Riverdale, eventually Pleasant Valley. Remember, all of this today is moving off to the east-northeast. We put a tracker on that. You can see exactly where it's going to go. If you have a vehicle outside, you can get it inside. Not a bad idea. There you see Pleasant Valley in about 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes to LeClaire, and eventually 15 minutes until we can get that to Port Byron. So hail, also a strong rush of wind is a possibility. Kind of been watching that on velocity. As we get closer to the radar, things get a little messy, but it looks like some wind gusts up to 40, 50 miles an hour also possible with that storm too.
I got a message from Corey Marshall, one of our infamous local storm chasers in town, based out of Galesburg, and he actually has been looking southwest toward Monmouth. He's actually seeing a wall cloud taking place around there. So let's kind of go back to our tornado warning down here if we can, and noticing that wall cloud that's located, like I said, he's just southwest of town, it's just southwest. So I'm pretty sure we're talking right here. For that circulation that is taking place. So there is a wall cloud going on. Hopefully you are in your basements, in your safe place. A very dangerous situation right here as we're dealing with like nice little spin, nice little couplet that we see here, kind of that air kind of filtering in like so. Nothing is blocking it. We'll have to monitor this as this continues to make its way off to the north and east. Not too much that we're seeing here. Let's see, I would say that's really hard. It's kind of really broad here as far as seeing that type of rotation, but we could very likely be dealing with just off of 67 here, just south of town itself, as it makes its way off to the north and east. So right now, tornado warning continues for this particular area for at least a half an hour or so. Right now it's about 3:45. Actually, we got just over about 20 minutes or so for this tornado warning as it continues to make its way off to the northeast. Getting some blinding rain out of this as well. Might either very likely get a quick quarter of an inch, maybe half an inch out of this, but it's blinding rain. You're talking about the rainfall rate extremely high here, especially just north of town. Rain is really coming down off of 67 here as it continues to make its way off to the northeast. Look at the rate that we see, close to 2 inches per hour. Okay, so breaking that down, given the speed that we're dealing with, easily you're getting maybe a quick quarter of an inch in a very, very short period of time. And that certainly make it very difficult to travel, especially along 67 or even parts around the Monmouth area. A 3-hour rainfall, maybe this will give us a better idea here too. And you can see when we get in that green color right here, possibly about a half an inch at least. The dark is actually maybe indicating close to an inch of rain there. Now, this is where, let's see, who do we got here?
We have Morgan and the Beast.
Okay, okay. Is Morgan mic'd up by chance? Okay. She's not mic'd up yet, but she looks like she's still traveling south on Interstate 74, I believe. And I'm just trying to guess. Hopefully we'll get some information on where she actually is. We're going to try and eventually mic her up. She should be traveling on 74, making her way down to Galesburg and maybe even potentially intercepting that one storm that has a wall cloud with it just outside of Monmouth itself. I think if we're going to see, when it comes to reflectivity, sometimes we get a much better indication as to where that couplet actually is located. And I think this is the couplet right here. When we talk about couplets, we're talking about this is where likely the rotation of the storm is taking place. So
Morgan's by Orion, I-74.
she's where, Orion? Oh, okay, on 74. Okay, that's good. That's good. So she's making her way down, probably toward the Galesburg area, and we'll have to keep an eye on that because here's Galesburg right here, and we'll have to watch that storm as it makes its way off to the north and east. I have a feeling, Andrew, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that this may be a storm that may be in a developing stage that's going to be tracking even more, that's going to hold its position. We'll see how that all turns out. But right now, Andrew's putting the tracker on, and once again, if it holds together even outside of the warning box itself, we're talking about places just outside of Galesburg within about 10 minutes or so. Watauga, Henderson, that's over, making its way into northern Knox County. That's Rover country as it makes its way off to the north and east. I understand Morgan has her mic all ready to go. Just want to confirm. Morgan, give us your location once again, confirm that with us, and tell us what you are seeing right now.
Yeah, hey James and Andrew, we are on I-74 just passing through Orion, so we're on I-74 heading towards Woodhull. We'll probably pause a little bit in Woodhull again as we are going to be watching that storm that is tornado warned kind of making its way through Monmouth. So we're going to go through Woodhull, plan to make our way to Galesburg. But again, I believe I do have eyes kind of on that storm that you guys are watching right now that is currently tornado warned. So we'll continue to keep an eye out on it here over the next couple of minutes. But again, we're getting very close to Woodhull, likely going to take a little bit of a pause there as we get this storm to kind of advance a little bit more.
It's very low.
Okay, Morgan, thank you very much on that. Keep us abreast. If there's anything, any changes that you see, please let us know. We even got a photograph from Roy Marshall, and hopefully we can get that. I'll try and get that sent to you guys so we can get that on the air. But definitely a wall cloud that we're seeing just outside the Monmouth area. So that's a big concern. That's the warning that we see right here with that storm. So definitely have to keep an eye on it. This could potentially actually extend a bit more off to the north and east as we head into this next hour or so. So that's the warning that we have until around 3:45. Of course, keeping an eye on the potential, too, of some quarter-size hail that may be taking place as well with that system as it makes its way off to the north and east. Let's make our way back farther northward if we can. And once again, focusing on this warning, and that has extended. And one of the things that Andrew and I were talking about, that don't be surprised if that extends its way farther north and east. And sure enough, that is the case. The storm is still holding itself together, producing some pretty strong winds, maybe around 60 miles an hour, blinding rain that's taking place, and even some hail. We certainly had that in the immediate Quad Cities itself. Fortunately, it kind of looked like, at least for now, nothing official, but at least we had some pea-size or even nickel-size hail that might have taken place in the Quad Cities. Let's kind of drag this a little bit more, because this is something I'm a little bit concerned about. Is you can see how the lightning is really being confined in one area. So this is where the dynamics are really blossoming within this particular storm. The good news here, we haven't seen any type of rotation going on with this storm. So the really big concern that we're dealing with here is the blinding rain and the potential hail that is coming with it as well. The storm itself is moving around 65 miles an hour, and certainly that will produce some good wind gusts from this storm as well. Taking a look at the probability of hail, not as great as what it was earlier, but certainly trying to expand a little bit. Given what we just saw in the immediate Quad Cities and the colors that we're seeing here with the probability, we're likely talking about maybe some pea-sized hail. That's some good news. Keeping it under the whole time, keeping it under that 1-inch category is good. And then with that storm passing by, look at that visibility has really improved. Is there any way we can actually pan that camera just a little bit to the east? Because, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but if that, I think that's kind of like nice little hail shaft that actually may be falling there. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you're seeing is that hail shaft, the really bright white color on the right-hand side of your screen. The direction would make sense based on what we're seeing on radar right now, that it would be in that location, just to the northeast of the river itself. So I think that's exactly what you got. Nice presentation there.
Pretty incredible view from that.
Yeah.
That is for sure. And yeah, amazing. Just, 15 minutes ago, you could not even see the bridge. You could not even see anything off the camera except a whole lot of rain and even the hail that was bouncing off the tower itself. Kind of making our way with the camera a little bit more off to the west. Yeah, things kind of, for the time being, calming down. But just remember, folks, this is just the first wave that we're seeing here making its way across the area. The second wave still on track to be arriving sometime around 6 or 7. Looks like some steady rain taking place. Looks like just north of town, north of Davenport, I would say, from just that angle alone right there. That wave, but at least for the time being, for the immediate Quad Cities itself, things are improving nicely. But we still have, by the clock itself, we have at least got good 4 hours worth of broadcasting here with the event of some severe weather that may be taking place. As far as the rotation is concerned, yeah, you can see we're able to put a whole lot of parameters on here when it comes to our radar. This one's called rotation tracks, or rotation tracker, I guess you want to call it. And right now, the rotation going on with that wall cloud that our storm chaser, Corey Marshall, has been keeping an eye on, it is showing that the rotation, at least for the time being, is weak. Okay, that's good. We certainly don't want this to get any stronger. Like we see, if we see any red or even some yellow that pops up, that will be a big concern. But right now, the rotation that we're seeing is fairly weak. Here's another observation of that as well. So that is some fairly good news. If anything does drop, it will probably be very brief at that we see. But right now, that possible weak rotation is now just east of the Monmouth area. There's a Highway 34 that we see, and then of course this is Galesburg right here. So if that continues its course, it should be just north and west of the Galesburg area. We just don't want to see that intensify even more. But as far as the warning is concerned, all warnings come out from the National Weather Service. So if they feel like that this type of structure is going to hold together, then they're going to very likely go ahead and extend it. And of course, we will very likely see that as well, and possibly even let other people know as well. But if you're in the path of this particular storm, even though you're not in the warning, be advised that continues to be a big concern right now. The rotation that we're seeing is right here. Ahead of that, you got the heavy rain. You're likely dealing with some of the hail going on here and some of the lightning that is taking place. So time is out for areas around Henderson in less than 15 minutes of potentially seeing the storm moving very quickly. So I want to advise you, if we start seeing this extend even more, then the sirens are going to go off. Don't try and look for it. The sirens are out for a reason. And that means to take cover right away, okay? Get to your safe place right away. That's the reason we have the sirens. It's just not for tornadoes, okay? Because sirens usually go off if the potential is there for any damage to take place. Property, maybe life as well. And that's why we have those sirens that go off, not just for tornadoes. As far as taking a look at the velocity, able to give us an idea of any type of couplets that may be going on. Not too much that we see here. That's some good news, but within the warning itself, it's probably right here, just around 140th Street and just northwest of 180th Avenue, just east of Monmouth. So that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on right there. Fortunately, for the time being, it is on the weak side. Let's go and expand this picture out a little bit more if we can here and show you what's been taking place. Of course, we've got this first wave here, still making its way across our area, especially along and east of the river. A nice break, had reports of even some sunshine begin to pop up in between these two waves. And of course, that second wave that we are definitely keeping an eye on. And already there's still plenty of warnings taking place there. Severe thunderstorm, tornado warnings. Right now they have around Ottumwa, that's where we're seeing that tornado warning. Help me out here, Andrew, the hail size, 2.75.
Baseball.
That's close to baseball. Yeah, it's taking place there. Pretty impressive that we're seeing that that type of size, and certainly the tremendous amount of shear that is going on as well. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and toss it to John and Shelby. Give us the update as far as maybe the potential power outages that may be going on, or any other news they can share with us, guys.
Yeah, so we actually have some photos and videos coming in from viewers across the Quad City area. We want to be able to show you some of these right now.
Yeah, if you guys can take my PC here, I can show you kind of what we're seeing a little bit. A lot of it has to do with hail that is coming down that folks have taken. I don't know if we can pop that up by chance. Okay, doesn't look like we're able to, but if we can hopefully get into the system. What we're seeing, as you just talked about, guys, hail that is larger than a quarter, and people are holding this in their hands.
That would be around the Ames area, Ames, Iowa. We're also seeing some flooding. We have pictures coming in from flooding from Bettendorf as well as from Milan as well. I believe it is from 1st and 4th Streets in Milan that we're seeing some of these flooding, as well as the middle of Bettendorf. We have some photos coming in from viewers. Again, if you want to send those in, you can always text them. The number is 309-304-0888. You can email them to WQAD. You can check out our Facebook. Any of us, Andrew, James, anyone that's here, you can always send your photos and videos that way. Do we have any updates on the power outages?
Yeah, those numbers continue to increase. The number of outages, at least from Mid-American, on the Iowa side of the Quad Cities, that's kind of holding steady, but we're now seeing more outages on the Illinois side. So presumably, and it's kind of all in the path of this storm and these cells that we're kind of watching. Yeah, be very careful. Know that this this is affecting things, and also obviously this is maybe not the time to go out, but just also know that a lot of businesses, government offices are beginning to close their doors if they haven't already. So double check if you're going out, because maybe it looks fine outside for you right now. We are getting reports that some folks are seeing sunshine, they're seeing nothing but calm where they happen to be, but that doesn't mean that perhaps businesses and other places that you might want to go are making some decisions based on the possibilities of these storms.
And we are seeing some more delays coming in from the airport in Moline. We're seeing another flight delayed. There's still only one flight that's supposed to leave later tonight at 7 o'clock. That one is still on time. Everything else is delayed right now. A lot of arrivals are still delayed. We only have one cancellation at this time right now. But again, please be safe. It might look calm right now, but like James and Andrew said, there's a lot more still coming to our area. Guys?
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. Keep us up to date. Of course, this is our Bridgepoint camera that we see, which is located in downtown Moline. We can go right to the radar once again, because I think people want to see what's going on that radar. And yeah, still very active. Still got some warnings that are going on as well. And you can see from just north and east of the Quad City. Of course, everything calming down for the time being in the Quad Cities right there. Still got some flashes of lightning still taking place. But this storm is now advancing so quickly off to the north and east. Got the warning out here now until 4:15. Which covers Clinton, Morrison, Erie, Prophetstown, and just outside of the Sterling Rock Falls area right here. This has had a history of producing some quarter-size hail, some very blinding rain that has been taking place, and of course a lot of lightning to go with it as well. We put the tracker on this, and you can see the towns that are going to be impacted here in just under a minute now. Comanche, but Clinton, you're talking about 10 minutes when it gets to your location. Around Sterling, just over half an hour, as well as over in Milledgeville, if it holds, of course, its present course. But certainly don't want to be driving in this kind of weather, especially with the fact that the rain has been really coming down. It's been quite blinding around the area as well. So right now, that is the warning that we have, at least impacting areas right near the Quad Cities and points off to the north and east. Let's expand this out a little bit more if we can. And let's do this first. I mean, let's go ahead and put a little velocity on here because we really haven't. We always want to verify on that. And you can actually see from this standpoint right here that we talked about that this is a storm that's also trying to produce a little bit of wind coming down from the storm, and we're likely kind of seeing that right here. This could be a good rush of wind coming down from the storm itself that continues to make its way off to the northeast. So a grab bag of extreme weather going on here with the blinding rain, hail, and a good rush of wind as well. The storm's moving around 60 miles an hour as of last check. So any wind that may be coming down from this storm could up it just a little bit more, and that has the potential of maybe doing some damage. But you can see actually producing its own little front with it as it makes its way off to the north and east. The only concern that we have with this, we don't want to see any type of twist along that boundary to help produce a little couplet on the radar, which would signify some type of spin. Because keep in mind, the atmosphere is ripe for some decent shear to take place. And we talked about the word shear. We're talking about a change in speed with height. That's speed shear. We also have directional shear, a change in direction of wind from surface to loft as well. Okay, so that's what we have to keep an eye on. But that's really the warning that we have here. New warning we have here as well, going into the Bureau County area. And I'm not sure how long this warning has been up. Taking a look at the clock here, I think it just came up, didn't it, Andrew?
Yep, just got that out.
4:15 this afternoon. Hail size, certainly bigger than quarter size, dollar size, I believe. So with that particular storm, wind speed around 60 miles an hour. All this is radar indicated. So kind of like we saw with the storm that came through the immediate Quad Cities, you're talking about some hail, you're talking about some blinding rain, and you're talking about those winds maybe gusting around 30 miles an hour. And wow, look at that, around Stark County. That's Bradford right there. That is some hail that is taking place. As far as the size is concerned, bright green that we see here, that's close to 2 inches. That's a golf ball size that we're seeing outside of Bradford. And it's amazing too, because we just scanned this area, Andrew, just not too long ago. Yep. And that's an indication to us that these storms are quickly erupting in a very, very short period of time from that activity that we've been seeing recently. So that has some good hail with it outside of Bradford. You can see now just getting ready to make its way into Bureau County. There's Tuscarawas, there's Princeton. So we put a tracker on this. And sure enough, there we go. If it I'm pretty sure this is going to hold together too. Around Depew, about just over 20 minutes from now. Tuscarawas. Oh, love the town of Tuscarawas. Love the people in Tuscarawas. Just over 10 minutes expected for you guys. So do take shelter. Hopefully you got that car in the garage. We certainly don't want any damage on your hood. But wow, that thing continues to expand even more, Andrew, making its way toward Tuscarawas. Hopefully it stays just outside of the Princeton area going in the next 15 minutes. So that is a big concern with that storm as it makes its way off to the north and east. John, I believe you have some info for us. Shelby?
Yeah, I just wanted to show you this picture, James, and you had already seen it. This is from Corey Marshall, but we just wanted to show viewers what they're seeing over there in Monmouth. But we also have just a variety of other things, some of these hail pictures that you're sending in, which is fantastic. It's just remarkable to see the size of these from various areas. This is from Peoria. Oof. And this is kind of some of the flooding. This was in Milan. This was in Ames. Let's see if we can play this video. Just to give you an idea of how much it's coming down. You can see it's kind of covering everything there.
That was about an hour ago in Ames, in central Iowa. I believe you also have some pictures of flooding in Bettendorf as well. Is that right?
I think we do. Which one is that one? Is that this one? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, got some flash flooding there.
Yeah. So, obviously, if you're caught in the middle of that, sometimes it feels like you don't have an option, but always safer not to drive through that situation if you can avoid it, since you never know what's underneath kind of that flooded area as well.
We also have a photo, if you want to pull it up. It's from Jacob Huff. This is looking northeast. It's just south of I-64, I believe.
Right there, yeah.
You can see some massive clouds there.
And James, what is that we're seeing in the photograph?
It's hard to tell, but I think Andrew would agree with me on this. It looks like some type of shelf cloud that may be taking place here. It's really hard to really tell, but I think that's probably, where was this located, by the way? In the town of what?
This is south of 164
Cameron Blacktop.
Okay.
looking northeast.
Okay, that's pretty far south. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that looks like a shelf cloud, and it's usually associated with a strong thunderstorm lift that's taking place. Strong thunderstorm that's taking place. So impressive. We can't think enough. I mean, all these people are sending us photos. Thank you so much. Once again, keep sending in the pictures, video as well. That certainly helps some of the viewers that may be in the path of these particular storms. So we really appreciate that as well. But of course, keep in mind, we're still not out of the woods yet. As we go back to the radar itself, we still have a lot of unsettled weather going on around the Princeton area with this particular warning. Of course, we've got the one around Stark County, which eventually is going to expire itself. But this is the warning that we see here in parts of Bureau County with a severe thunderstorm warning with the quarter-size hail. But by looks of it, we may be talking baseball size that will be approaching Tuscarawas here. And look at the colors that we see here. This is indicating the probability of hail itself. But when we focus in on the size of it, we're getting some dark greens. And you put dark green in here, yeah, you're talking about between 1 inch and 2 inches. You're talking quarter size to golf ball size, okay, from here. So it continues to make its way off to the northeast and may be impacting parts of Tuscarawas, possibly around Bureau Junction within the next, I would say, half an hour to 20 minutes or so. The sword storm is advancing quickly off to the north and east. Hopefully we keep that hail shield shaft, I should say, just outside of the Princeton area as it makes its way off to the north and east. But Depew definitely going to certainly be impacted by that if it holds its course in just over 20 minutes or so. Let's go to the radar itself, if we can. And once again, these are the warnings that are going on. Let's kind of make our way off to the west because we still have some warnings going on, especially to our north, that we see just north and east of the Quad Cities. This is the wave that produced some blinding rain, some street flooding in some of our some areas around the Quad Cities. Still a good amount of lightning, and keep in mind some hail that has been falling from this particular storm. We've had a history of it producing maybe some quarter-size hail, and let's kind of expand it out even more because it looks like most of the activity from this first wave, just the first wave alone, is quickly advancing his way off to the north and east, but not too far behind. That's the wave that we've been stressing for the past number of days. That's the wave that we're very concerned about as we head into the evening hours because we are now at the point where we're reaching the peak heating of the day. There has been some breaks of sun here, increasing that level of instability around the area. There is a tremendous amount of potential, or what we like to call storm energy with this. And anytime you see those yellows that you see, especially ahead of that line, that's just going to feed into that system and strengthen it even more. The shearing that will be going along with it will also be playing a big role as far as the rotation with these individual discrete cells that will be making its way from southwest to northeast. And when we start seeing the yellow and even some of the orange here, that's what we're currently seeing as far as the shear is concerned. The future track, when it comes to this particular shear, continues to advance eastward, and it kind of sees it more concentrated right near the I-80 corridor and points southward. We've been noticing a lot of storm chasers from out of town have kind of merged within this part of our viewing area for that potential for seeing some of those some tornadic activity. So that is what we're expected to see with that particular line as it makes its way from west to east. But nonetheless, a pretty dangerous situation going on. First really good widespread outbreak of severe weather that we've seen here in quite a while. We're just a little concerned about that second wave that can really up the ante as well in producing some that tornadic activity. Andrew?
Yeah, and we can put a future track into motion here and time out when that second wave is going to arrive. And we're still thinking somewhere between 5 and 6 p.m. for getting that here in the Quad Cities. So it is now just about less than 2 hours away at this point, and then it will quickly work its way off to the north and to the east. That's going to have both a damaging wind threat and a tornadic threat with it. You can get those quick spin-up tornadoes right on the front end of that, so we're going to be watching that. Already, that storm has produced baseball-size hail just to the west of us. So it's definitely been very strong with some of that storm energy, and I think we got something here.
Wow, what do we
brewing
have here? This is from
Des Moines.
NOAA?
Looks like it's from those storms west of us, just east of Des Moines,
Oh, right around
possibly.
the Ottumwa area.
Yeah.
And you can see some of that rotation from that. And it looks like a fairly weak tornado that we see from that. It looks like outside of Des Moines from that particular storm as well. Really appreciate you guys sending us some pictures, even if you're not even in our viewing area. We really appreciate you guys helping us out here, kind of give us a forewarning of what we could be anticipating heading into about the early evening hours. And we're talking like around 6 o'clock or so, or 6 o'clock, 6:30 for this broken line to eventually make its way across the area. Right now it's about 3:48. You know, and maybe actually even picking up a little bit of speed there too, Andrew, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing too. If you put the estimated time of arrival, it's right after that 5:30, between 5:30 and 6, getting it in the Quad Cities. Kind of a similar timing as you head to the north too. I know we got one of our storm chasers, Corey. He's in the field. I believe he is on the phone right now. And we may be able to talk to Corey.
That would be nice. Corey, are you on the phone with us?
Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
We'll eventually get Corey. Corey,
Okay.
we're going to keep trying to get Corey here. Corey Marshall, I've known Corey for so many years, and he's a diehard. I mean, he's definitely a weather nerd, a severe weather nerd. Let's put it that way. But he just knows where to go when it comes to chasing storms. And when he senses it, he definitely kind of lets us know on that. And he's showed me some incredible pictures of some of his chasing moments. So hats off to Corey for at least sending us that picture that we saw that possible wall cloud just outside of Monmouth. And I know he's going to continue to chase going into the evening hours as well. We do have some other chasers out there that we'll be recognizing as well as we head in the early evening. What do you got here, Andrew, as far as the velocity just outside of Rover Country?
Yeah, so we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That little triangle there, notice it's got the tag tornado possible. I've just been watching the velocity in the last couple of scans here, and it's really ramping up the rotation just to the north of Oneida, heading for, looks like just southwest of Galva. Heading up in that direction to the northeast. Now, there's no tornado warning. Again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but notice they've got the tag on there that says tornado possible. That's radar indicated. So we're going to watch that very carefully. I would treat that as if it were a tornado warning because we've got that tag there. So you can see where the rotation is. It's right here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer, and you can see south of Woodhull there, just to the west of Altona, I believe.
Yes.
There we go. Just west, that's where your rotation's at, and that's heading northeast.
Okay, so the Beast actually has this on camera if we can go right to it. And let's see here. Can we get Morgan on? Morgan, can you hear us? Okay, we're going to get her in just a little bit so we kind of get a breakdown.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
Tell us what is your direction, where is your location, and tell us what you're seeing here.
Yeah, right now we are just north of Galesburg, I believe, on 150. So we went through Woodhull towards Alpha and then south on 150. We've been kind of watching this storm. I've been trying to get us kind of around it, keep us in that safe place. Don't want to put us in anything that, any of that large hail, and been watching even some of the rotation too. But here's kind of a outside look of it. So we are now positioned, what I like to say, really the safest area in respect to the storm. So we are on the southwest side of the storm, and this is pointing to the north and east. So we are going to continue to kind of follow this thing for a little bit, especially because it does look like it has had quite significant rainfall, I believe, in this. And again, some of the rotation I have seen so far also looks a little bit concerning. So we're definitely going to keep our eye on this for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think that road that you're taking a left right now, I think that's pretty good because I believe right in front of you is possibly where we're seeing this rotation taking place. And once again, for anyone who's just joining us, we're talking about just outside of Oneida. Is that correct, Andrew?
That's right, yeah. This would be just north of town. It would be north of 34, it looks like, north and west of 34. In fact, the National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for a good chunk of Henry County with the tag tornado possible. That just came out. It includes Bishop Hill, Galva, Kewaunee, Anawan, Atkinson, and Cambridge. And that is going to go until 4:30. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust radar indicated rotation could produce a tornado with some of that rotation that we're seeing right now on Doppler radar. So she's in a good position.
Yeah,
she's in a good spot right now.
If they can just continue that northward course, I think they may be able to intercept that.
It's going to be close.
That looks pretty impressive right there, especially just that brush that you can see to the left. And you kind of look in that general area. That's what I'm definitely kind of keeping an eye on there. Yeah, that could be something I keep an eye on. So they're actually heading into that part of the storm itself.
Yeah, and it's still getting fairly organized. Each scan is showing a little bit and a little bit more intensification just north of Oneida, west of Altona. So moving northeast. Makes sense why you've got the warning now for Bishop Hill and Galva. Now, if you kind of translate that track, it looks like it's going to be heading right for Bishop Hill. This may just go to the northwest of Galva, where we're seeing the tightest rotation right now. So this is an early heads up for Bishop Hill. If you live between Bishop Hill and Galva, this rotation is heading right for you. And if this holds together, we're eventually talking Kewaunee. Getting in there as well.
Yeah.
So we can continue to watch that on Doppler. And of course, yeah, we definitely want to keep on this stream as well.
Let's go right to that radar too. And
yeah.
you know, guys, if anyone's listening us in the booth right there, if actually there's some way to do like a dual box here, showing the radar as well as what they're seeing from the beast itself, that would be very helpful. But first, let's take a look at that radar, because this thing, you're right, it is really beginning to tighten up just west of Altona. And very likely we're going to kind of get a tornado warning out of this for places like around Bishop Hill, Galva, and possibly even around Kewaunee. Wouldn't be surprised that we actually get that. But very impressive that we're seeing here from the beast itself. It's just, you know, trying to see where that potential rotation may be taking place. With that. Could we actually show, let's see, can we actually get to the radar too? And I apologize for the guys in the back. I know you're kind of punching buttons left and right. Okay, so let's go, you can see where that rotation is actually taking place there. It doesn't do justice as far as what we're seeing on one radar, actually from our app here, but I would say it's got to be right here.
Yep.
It's got to be right here. Where we're seeing some of that rotation. And keep in mind, the beam is actually coming from the airport at Mount Joy, so we may be just seeing that radar kind of going through the middle of this rotation that we see here, but this is likely right here where we're seeing some very tight rotation going on just near the Altona area. In fact, let's go ahead and kind of slide this. Let's put a tracker on this as well, because very likely, and I'm just going back and forth here, with the other radar sites that we see here.
Yeah, right between Galva, Bishop Hill there.
Yep. Yeah, that's looking really impressive. So Altona, Galva, you're talking about definitely less than 10 minutes or so with that particular part of the storm that is creating some type of rotation. There's Kewaunee here. So just kind of keeping an eye on that, but very impressive rotation that is slowly developing here as it makes its way off to the north and east. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are going on across the area. All of them actually are now, for the time being, are located just to the east of the Mississippi River. Noticing these thunderstorm warnings in parts of Whiteside County, of course in Bureau County around Princeton, and of course this one that we're keeping an eye on that covers the southeastern half of Henry County in Illinois, where we are seeing the possibility of some very tight rotation that is trying to get itself together between Altona and just southwest of the Galva area. So that's something we're keeping an eye on. If you're not hearing the sirens, I would say, I would go to your safe place right now, because we could very likely get a warning out of that. And of course, some chasers are indicating that same thing, that they are seeing some type of rotation, kind of a wall cloud that may be developing within that area. So be advised about that. Here's the severe thunderstorm warning that, of course, this is the same storm that made its way through the immediate Quad Cities, producing some of that blinding rain that we just talked about, even some hail as well. A lot of lightning now being confined areas just south of the around Erie and Prophetstown. We'll keep an eye on this area that we see here. Not much as far as blocking the air going into this part of the storm itself. So we'll have to keep an eye on maybe possibility of maybe some rotation that could be possibly trying to develop just like I said in southern Whiteside County, just west of Illinois 78. The storm continuing to make its way off to the north and east. Like I said, all the warnings that we're noticing here, the several warnings that are going on mainly east of the river itself. This warning goes on until about 4:15. Hail could be approaching dollar size to even golf ball size. You can see the brightness at here. This is actually indicating the probability that hail is falling and likely producing maybe that potential size. At least there's a history that we've been noticing some dollar size hail that may be falling. The green there, the dark green that we see here, already over that quarter size. So we're kind of in between that, that quarter size and golf ball size from that. 1.3, at least from the algorithms that we have on our system going into the system, able to at least give us a rough estimate as far as the size of that hail is concerned. Just right, you can see, right, kind of hugging right along Interstate 88 from Prophetstown, Linden, and just outside of Fenton. If it holds itself together here, then we're going to be seeing some of that hail begin to fall right around Linden and even around Denrock as well. That's located just south of the Colita area and just west of Nelson in around Sterling Rock Falls itself. So a very active scene that we've been noticing here. Very typical severe thunderstorms that have been going on across the area as well. Of course, this is that first wave that we're keeping an eye on here with this particular cell that we're noticing just around Henry County. Possibility of tornadoes, okay? The algorithms that we're showing from our radar system here, from our graphics system here, is indicating that we could potentially see some type of tornado pop up just outside of the Galva area. That's why you can see where the warnings that we see here, the boxes, the polygons that we see here, the colors of it totally different from this, only because of the fact that there is a pretty good potential of seeing maybe some type of rotation coming out of this particular storm. And you can see how all the lightning is kind of confined where that rotation, that possible raw cloud is actually taking place. And that continues to make its way off to the north and east. Some very heavy rain going on outside of Kewaunee. We're going to see that in Anawan. Cambridge looks like you're going to be in the clear, at least when it comes to this particular storm, as it will actually be racing its way kind of between you and even around Kewaunee, making that northeast course. And keep in mind, these storms have been averaging speed-wise around 60 miles an hour. That is extremely rare that we've seen here when it comes to our severe weather days around here. We rarely see those storms move that quickly, but 60 miles an hour and producing all that rain in a very short period of time is really a big concern. This is blinding rain that is going on in parts of extreme northern Rover country and making its way into parts of Henry County. Andrew?
I think we got Corey now, I believe, is with us. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Oh, hi, Corey. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Well, good here. I'm curious. We appreciate that one picture you sent us outside of Monmouth. Give us your location right now, and are you actually making your way toward that tight rotation that's going on just north of Oneida?
Yeah, actually, I am. I can't really see anything right now because of all that heavy rain. But yeah, I've noticed the rotation on the radar and the velocity scan.
What road are you on right now?
I am on 34 heading northeast.
And are you still in? So I'm assuming you're still in Knox County, right there around Watauga or Oneida, or
Closer to Altona right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he's not that far away.
No, it's not.
He's right there, yeah. And you're on 34, so there's 34 just left of where the arrows are spinning there. What have you been able to see so far? Obviously, you're getting a lot of heavy rain right now. Anything else that you've seen?
Yes, about a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago, you can see a well-defined wall cloud and some very weak inflow as it approached the north side of Galesburg. But since then, the heavy rain has taken over, and you can't visually see anything inside that HB rotational area.
Yeah, the heavy rain, it's a challenge today. And typically when we see storms this early in the season, we don't have to worry about the heavy rain threat. It's hard to get this amount of moisture up here that we've got up here today, but this storm system has been able to do that, and strong enough so that we're seeing these heavy rainfall rates, and that proves to be another challenge in trying to see these storms. But yeah, there you can see where Corey is. There's 34, so he's heading northward along 34 to kind of try and catch up to this storm. It's got kind of a funky appearance to it. It looks a little disorganized on the southwestern flank, but that doesn't mean it may not produce something. It could get its act together here as it gets a little bit closer to Bishop Hill. It's certainly got some rotation at times that we're seeing on the radar there. Also, a good rush of wind is likely coming with that too. But you can see, yeah, as you go from those reds to greens from Bishop Hill to Galva, I think he's going to be heading for the right spot here to maybe catch something if this keeps developing.
Corey, are you still there, by the way?
Yes, I am.
Okay. We've been getting a chance to chat like earlier on in the day, and of course, this first wave that we're seeing, no surprise to you. Of course, we've been kind of chatting more about that second wave off to the south and west, and certainly this is kind of a storm chaser's dream, given that a lot of this activity that we see now kind of making its way east of Des Moines, right around Williamsburg, down around Ottumwa. That's really the line that we all have to be concerned about. And being a chaser, this can get quite volatile for you guys, right?
Yeah, certainly. You always want to be paying attention to what's going on. Other storms, could easily sneak up behind you on the southwest side.
Okay, I'm not sure, did we just lose Corey on that? I think we just did. All right. Okay, that's okay. Getting in the open area like that could be probably a concern. So
Spotty service.
We'll get with Corey. I mean, he's not leaving us quite yet. Okay, he's going to be continuing to do some more of this chasing, especially when it comes to that second wave in just a little bit. But once again, this severe thunderstorm warning going on for another half hour or so. Cities included on this is Anawan, Galva, Kewaunee, and Sheffield. We're talking about hail size over a quarter size, maybe close to dollar size, and the winds around 16 miles an hour. There's the hail shaft that we're seeing here now just outside of Bishop Hill and Kewaunee. Cambridge, you're out of the woods on this one. That is some good news. And like I said, kind of in the open fields right we're seeing here, dark green kind of indicating that hail size between 1 and 2 inches making its way off to the north and east. 1.5 inch size right now. So that's at least, I think, Andrew, that's what, dollar size that we're noticing.
Yeah, dollar size hail. You've also got some hail potential too. It looks like still with that storm north of Prophetstown near Linden, right along Interstate 88. Yep. So if you're just east of town there on 88, you've got some real hail potential with that too, it looks like. And should that hold together, that's on a direct path for Sterling Rock Falls.
You want to call your mom and dad?
Might want to get the vehicle inside, guys.
Get in the garage. That's right.
There's definitely
Listen
something
to your
coming.
son. Your son here. Well, let's go ahead and put a tracker on that, and we're talking about just over 20 minutes or so to impact the Sterling Rock Falls area, so be advised about that. Of course, it's not just the hail from this particular storm that we're getting, it's not just the lightning that we're getting, but the blinding rain that has been associated with this storm as it continues to make its way into parts of Whiteside County. So keep this in mind. This is still part of that first wave that is going on across the area. And of course, this is all, it's just setting the tone. It's like a preview of what we could potentially see as we head into this evening. So this is the warning that goes on until about 4:15 or so. Let's kind of wind the picture out even more if we can. There are the warnings that we just addressed over in Kewaunee. Once again, we haven't got a chance to do this, but we apologize for our friends out in Bureau County, our friends in Princeton, Depew, going up to Lamoille. This is a severe thunderstorm warning taking place actually just outside of the Princeton area. Of going until about 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. So we're talking just less than an hour or so. This has had a history of producing some hail, as you can see right here, just outside of Princeton, between Dover and Ladd. There's Cherry, Illinois. There's Arlington. So we're likely definitely getting some hail here, possibly right around that quarter size. Just getting an estimate, a very rough estimate, little green there, and that's indicating that we're right there on that quarter size hail. And that does cause damage to those hoods if you don't have that car in the garage itself. So just keep that in mind as this storm makes its way off to the north and east.
Yeah, you can actually we'll put a tracker on that.
Let's do that.
Since we're moving in that direction here. So let's go ahead and we'll put that on there. And we'll take this to the north and east. So there's your time of arrival. As James just said, just moments away from Depew. We've got Ladd there in about 12 minutes heading to Troy Grove and then eventually Mendota. Notice again, this is not tagged with tornado possible. So our main concern with this is going to be the large hail and also the potential for some non-severe wind gusts. We're talking about the order of 50 miles an hour or so with that storm that's coming through. So I want to kind of go back and recap. I'm going to pull the radar off for a moment so you guys can see who's under what in terms of warnings. That tornado warning earlier, that was for parts of areas north of Galesburg and southwest of Galesburg. That's gone. You're in the clear now. We're in the clear here in the Quad Cities for now. But again, we're watching all of this. I mean, look at the number of tornado warnings that are out to the west. And when you see that hot pink color, that is where we're seeing confirmed tornadoes by ground spotters, by storm chasers. And notice how many of those hot pink icons there are sitting to our west across parts of I-80. You've also got the dark pink radar indicated there too. But oh my goodness, we still have some storms to go. We're not done yet. So we're momentarily getting a little quieter here in the immediate Quad Cities. We've still got this severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Whiteside County until 4:15. That's just moments away from expiring. We'll see if they extend that a little further to the north and west, but that's moments away from going away. You've got this warning down here still in parts of Henry County, parts of Bureau County. That will be expiring in about 20 minutes, and then we'll be calling the all clear for that. Still under that warning, we just tracked for you Bureau County for parts of Princeton for some large hail and also some gusty winds, but that's concerning, James, the number of hot pink polygons to the west indicating those are indeed confirmed tornadoes on the ground.
And a very short period of time too. For these to be popping up as well, just west of the Iowa City area. That's really, really impressive that is going on with that broken line. Remember, this is the line that we're slowly keeping an eye on. There's the break that we see across the area. So, you know, it's something that we have to keep an eye on, especially with these storms that could very likely be impacting parts of Cedar. This is Jones County here, and there's Jackson as well, okay? So we'll have to keep an eye. This is all part of a cold front that's associated with this intense, deepening, spiraling area of low pressure that is just off our screen off to the north and west. So once that cold front comes on through, and we think the cold front is located right here, everything has been delayed, I would say a good hour and a half or so from seeing this second line. But it's all beginning to swing its way off to the north and east. You can see how these cells are really beginning to flare. These are some discrete cells. And when you see these discrete individual cells, it's kind of acting like its own little storm machine. And these are the kind of cells that can track at a very long distance. Given the ingredients that we have, the cross-section of the atmosphere here, when we're seeing some really good shear, when we're seeing a good amount of potential or storm energy, that is a concern when we start seeing these storms. Within this break, we're probably going to see some more individual storms begin to pop up and create more of a broken line of these very strong to even severe thunderstorms that could very likely, and as we're noticing out to the west, become tornadic, okay? So there's that first wave that has been taking a slow go and getting out of our viewing area with some of the warnings going on. These have been mainly some hail producers with some of that blinding rain making its way off to the northeast. So there's a time that we see from that second line, and it's getting a little bit later and later. You may remember earlier on today, and even yesterday, we were kind of focusing on the timeline around 5 p.m. And you can see now, given the information that we have, it may not be until sometime after 6 or 6:30 when we start seeing that line. The biggest worry we always have is the time itself, okay? Sunset doesn't take place until, I believe about 7:15 or 7:30. I'm just rolling a guess here. I think it's about 7:15 or 7:30 or so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't want to be in a situation where it's totally dark, and if you're out and about trying to drive, that is just not a very good idea. So that's why we're kind of continue to monitor this, and as long as we have enough daylight here, we can get those eyes out there, not just what we see from the Beast, but even some of our local storm chasers as well, to give us a real good sense, because there's only so much that we can actually see on the radar here. And we appreciate some of the people have been giving us an idea of what they've been seeing as far as the blinding rain, the hail that has been going on as well, and even some of these wall clouds that we've been noticing that we saw just outside of Monmouth, outside of Oneida, in the past hour or two. So that is kind of what we always appreciate when it comes to these situations. But still several thunderstorm warnings going on, especially just east of the river itself, especially this one in particular, as it has still that weak rotation going on right between places like around Bishop Hill and Kewaunee. It's very likely right around this particular area where we have been noticing some of that very weak rotation. It hasn't gotten any stronger, thank goodness on that. Hopefully we keep it in that kind of pace as it makes its way into parts of Bureau County, making its way toward, looks like around Walnut and I believe Ohio, Illinois, located here as well. Certainly don't want to be in that situation where I believe it was back in 1995. I remember the days with Neil Castor and myself, and things were just flying all over the place as far as rotating storms and even some tornadoes. We actually had a picture, I believe, outside of Ohio, Illinois, of seeing these two tornadoes, one major tornado and a satellite tornado, which is rotating around the big tornado that took place. Amazing pictures. So they certainly don't want to see a return of something like that around town. But nonetheless, it's a storm that is warned, given the fact that it has been producing some hail and even some good wind gusts to go with it as well. Of course, here's the tracking of those storms as they continue to make their way off to the north and east. I want to go and toss it to John and Shelby. Of course, we've been seeing a lot of lightning going on with these storms. We certainly had a lot of reports of some power outages as well. So Ken, let's go and get the latest on that, as well as any other news that you can share with us.
Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about these power outages, and we are seeing those numbers increase really in the wake of some of these cells as they pass through our communities. Now, not all of this is in the immediate Quad City area or the viewing area, but ComEd, for example, up to 40 customers, Ameren up to nearly 1,000 customers now without a power, Alliant 400, and Mid-American about 45. And so, you know, we've been tracking these numbers. They are going up. And Shelby, you've also been getting actually a lot of photos from viewers, a lot of hail, a lot of rain.
Yes, and a lot of flooding too. I don't know if we can pull up some of these videos and pictures right here, but we're getting a lot of stuff from all across the viewing area, a lot of big clouds shown. We also have what looks like confirmed touchdowns in places more closer to central Iowa.
Once we can Hendrick there?
That's Hendrick.
That you're looking at?
We'll try to get it pulled up on the screen right now. But otherwise, we're seeing hail as far as Princeton, flooding in Erie, Milan, Bettendorf. We do have crews out in Bettendorf right now trying to get sound and video for you. This is the photo that we are getting in. This is from Hendrick, Iowa. I believe we have another one from Hendrick as well that we can show.
This one here.
Yep.
A little bit closer, it seems like there.
A little bit more rainy. We also have some videos if you want to scroll through.
Yeah, let me grab some of those videos.
This is in media. You can see that line of clouds. That's right after the storm passed through. That's right after it all cleared up over there.
And then which one is this one? Marble size. Oh yeah. And this is kind of what we're seeing from a lot of different places. The hail, the rain, the flooding, which in many ways can be good news, and hopefully there isn't more significant damage. Certainly if you're experiencing that, your first priority is not to send us a photograph of it. We understand, but nonetheless, if this is the extent of it, at least for now, it's good because obviously there's been a lot of activity so far.
And we have heard from a bunch of city leaders, including Moline Mayor Sangeetha Rayapati, who's been posting about all of the first responders across the Quad City area that are standing by, that are ready to respond for whatever comes through, either now or later this evening as well.
Yeah.
And we are hearing back from Corey. I think he's back with us. Guys, if you want to talk to him.
Yeah, let's see. Corey, can you hear me? Okay, we're going to
Okay, so we are unable to hear Corey right now. I think he might be coming through at this moment. Corey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, tell us where you're at right now and what you're seeing.
Well, right now I backed off that current storm. I'm heading back to the southwest, waiting for the second round to develop out of northeast Missouri.
All right, and sorry to cut you off. What does it look like where you're at right now?
Right now, it's just cloudy. The air is still humid. You can still feel the humidity from the rain that previously fell. I think the main event's going to happen when this cold front starts moving east, air about 5 or 6.
And Corey, what are the things that you're looking out for? Just kind of physical signs around you that tells you something may happen or you may need to go in a different direction.
You said, what are some of the things that I noticed?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I know if I'm parked in a bad spot and I see the rotation coming at me, instead of left to right, I know that I'm in immediate danger because I'm in a bad spot with that storm, relative to that storm. So usually you want to head south of where you're at, if that's the case, south and east, or south and west.
Gotcha. Okay.
And James, I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, there's a break. There's a break. I can actually see the sun trying to come back out the further west you look, back towards Monmouth.
Yeah, we're actually showing right now the visible satellite here, and you can see that nice break not only around Monmouth, but Roseville, extending just near Keokuk as well. But wow, you can start seeing just from the visible satellite alone, just a lot of blossoming going on with these clouds. Just where that cold front is, from just west of Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and also making its way just west of Mount Pleasant. You can see in Memphis, Missouri, look at that plume actually starting to bloom. So we're going to start seeing a big explosion of some storms here, at least some major cloud growth coming up in just a little bit. And within that break that we're seeing, looking at all that storm energy that's going to be available. Cold front is actually located here, so that cold front is going to just take all that energy and help blossom these storms just off to the west of us as it makes its way eastward. So that is something that we've been talking about for a number of days, as far as all this kind of merging together to produce as a broken line as some severe weather. Keep in mind that areas from the I-80 corridor and points southward are under the highest risk possible when it comes to seeing tornadoes, just because the atmosphere is just so ripe for us to see that potential. In fact, this came out right around lunchtime or so, and it really hasn't changed all too much, but you're at the top of the scale, and we haven't seen this in a long time here in the Quad Cities, with the possibility of seeing damaging winds. I mean, we're not just talking ice, we're talking a widespread coverage, and this is all focused going into the early evening hours. It's right now around 4:20. And we're expecting this area to really blossom in some of this possible rotating event going into about 6:30 or so. So that's why we have that potential, not just seeing some tornadoes, but the strength of the tornadoes as well. We're already seeing some of that, some of those pictures alone, some very strong tornadoes out there, and we could potentially see within this shaded area that we see here, maybe a couple of those as well that could be around EF2 or higher. Anytime we talk about an EF2 tornado, we're talking about winds ranging between 116 to maybe 136 miles an hour. That's really impressive. And that's just a spinning kind. And if you don't see that, that part of the storm that could produce a tornado, you have to deal with the severe wind gusts that are going to be coming from this as well. And just about the entire area is under that potential of seeing those winds maybe exceeding over 70 miles an hour, okay? So once we start getting into the heart of this, this level of high instability, that's where things are going to be kind of rocking and rolling around here. So this is the damaging wind probability, and anytime you see that pink right there, that is really significant with those gusts expected to be that high. Andrew, let's go ahead and take it back to you.
It's a story, especially on this graphic here. It tells you that they are expecting those supercells to the west of us to kind of congeal into a line and then race through the region. So I want to kind of review what's going on with those supercells to the west for just a moment. I know we've had a number of questions, folks asking, okay, what's next for the Quad Cities? Because we're quieting down here in the metro. You notice the radar is clear. The only warnings we have left are that severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Whiteside County, including Sterling Rock Falls here going until 4:45. I'm going to see if we can get a view from the Whiteside County Airport coming up in a moment. We've also got that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Henry and Bureau County until 4:30. There is a possibility of a tornado. Again, we're keeping a very close eye on that. Nothing too exciting right now. But what's out here to the west? This is what's going to be next for the Quad Cities. This is our next stop in this severe weather threat for today. I'm going to peel off some of the layers because there is a lot going on. But the biggest thing that we've noticed is there have been a number of tornado warnings that have been that hot pink color, which tells us these have been confirmed tornadoes, that storm spotters have seen these tornadoes. Now, as this line continues to move to the east, this is going to most likely congeal into a more of a damaging wind threat, but we're not done with the tornado threat either, because you can get those spin-ups right on the front end of these oftentimes. So when do we expect this second round to move into the Quad Cities? Let's put the distance tool on here. And we're still calling for about between 5 and 6, though it looks like we're pushing the timing back a little bit further. As we were talking about earlier, it looks like it's closer to 6 o'clock for getting that line here into the Quad Cities. You notice it's filled with severe thunderstorm warnings. So that tells you the damaging wind threat is certainly there. I've seen numerous reports of wind damage coming in from Ottumwa all the way just to the west of Fairfield, and that's why they have those warnings there. So that's the next round for us here in the Quad Cities. We're going to catch a little bit of a break. In fact, we may be able to squeeze in a little bit of News 8 at 5 in the beginning. We'll see how far into it we can get before this line moves in. But we may be catching a break before we get ready for round 2, because it looks like the warnings we're tracking right now on the Illinois side, most of those are going to be wrapping up by 4:45 or somewhere close to that.
Right. I think the only one that we probably have to be concerned about here is that way making its way into Bureau County, because there's still a little bit of some weak rotation going on with that as it makes its way off to the northeast. But yeah, Andrew is right. I think what's going to happen is the warnings, other warnings that we're currently seeing, those will very likely begin to expire. I want to go back to around Iowa City if we can, because families here, parents here have students out in at the University of Iowa. Of course, they're all kind of getting themselves together for that big basketball game that's going to be going on this evening. But here's Iowa City right here. There is Williamsburg, and there's Kelowna. I thought I saw a report, too, out of right around the Kelowna area as well. Yeah, spotter reported a tornado on the ground heading to Kelowna. No power around Wellman. I'm not sure where that Wellman is. There's a picture of Iowa City right there. We have no control of adjusting the camera itself. But certainly Iowa City definitely under the gun, seeing this potential tornado-producing thunderstorm that will be making its way possibly near the campus itself. Here's Iowa City right here, and you can see that storm is continuing to make its way off to the northeast. All the lightning kind of confined on the tail end of that particular storm. And if we go ahead and put a velocity on this, and Andrew, I'll let you take control of this. You can see that.
Oh, there's Wellman,
yeah,
we were just talking
right
about.
There. And they, like I said, they reported that the power is out in Wellman. So that's where the rotation is taking place. And let's go and even put a tracker, if we can, from where we're seeing that rotation to Iowa City itself. So want to make sure that parents know that we're keeping an eye on this particular storm as it makes its way off to the thing as well. But that is a storm that has confirmed a confirmed tornado on the ground and continues to make its way off to the northeast around, looks like 45 miles an hour or so.
We have a brand new warning, and I'm just refreshing my communication with the National Weather Service. So, James, you might have to check for me, but it looks like we have possibly a tornado warning for Henry County now.
We do. Tornado warning is out. Capable of producing a tornado near Neponset. That is about 8 miles northeast of Kewaunee, and it's moving awfully quickly northeast around 55 miles an hour. So, yeah, that's the one that has been producing some very weak rotation all the way down to the just outside of Monmouth. It's been kind of holding its own, but now this is now being verified that there is a potential tornado that may be taking place within this particular storm just near Neponset itself, and that's just in DeBureau County. So keep advised about that.
Yeah, it looks like you've got Sheffield in this, Wyandotte, Princeton, Dover, Ohio, Walnut, you're in this, and it's just on the edge of New Bedford. All of you that we just named there, you're under that tornado warning, so you need to be taking shelter right now. Basement's going to be your best bet with this. Again, we have the potential for not just tornadoes, but strong, long track tornadoes. And if you look at the velocity here, it's kind of a mess when you get this far away from the radar. But we can certainly see there is some rotation near Neponset and also Sheffield. There you see it right there.
Right there that we're seeing that rotation taking place.
Yep, and that's not far away from 80. So we're likely going to see that cross over the interstate.
So yeah, Sheffield, Wyandotte, let's keep that in mind. Kind of moving in that kind of direction as you just mentioned. So getting in that open field, that will be some good. Now keep in mind, farmers, we're thinking about you too, okay? So hopefully it's not going to hit any barns or anything like that that you're associated with. So this is what we're seeing. Moving off to the north and east, time once again about 20, just under 25 minutes to possibly impact the Walnut area. I know Ohio, Illinois is located pretty close to there as well. So if it holds its own, you'll definitely be impacted by this rotating storm as it makes its way off to the north and east. The storm is not only producing some of that rotation, but we've been noticing with the history of the storm, it is producing some hail. The probability is off the roof. It's definitely seeing some hail. The size of it, still at least from my algorithms with our graphic system, showing about a quarter size hail that is actually reaching the ground. But given what we're seeing and the lift that we're getting from this, I think we're very likely seeing maybe these quarter size getting even a little bit bigger as well. So be on guard. It's just not the rotation. It's also the hail that continues to make its way off to the north and east. So right now, when it comes to our viewing area, this is the most potent storm that is going on for the time being. Make sure that you're in your safe place. Don't go out and try and chase this. That's the worst thing that you can do in this situation. Let the professionals take care of it as far as what they're seeing from this particular storm, and especially when it comes to the rotation. If we are eventually seeing maybe a drop down taking place with that rotation that's going on just near the Neponset area, making its way off to the north and east.
Yeah, and I want to kind of continue we're going to watch that for sure. Just a quick update on what else is going on warning-wise. Looks like the threat is quickly diminishing for those of you in Sterling Rock Falls. The hail potential is now north of town. That's going to be heading for Ogle and Lee County. East of Sterling Rock Falls. I'm trying to get a look there right now from the camera, so give us a second here because this may start out in black, but it will load here in a second because there's kind of some ominous looking clouds at the airport itself. This is south of Rock Falls, right along Illinois Route 40. So if we give it a second, we're going to see that frame pop up because remember, we're pulling this feed all the way from Sterling Rock Falls.
Yeah, that's true.
It's got a little ways to travel, but there you see some of those ominous looking clouds. This is looking directly west. Southwest, you can see we've got a good breeze going. Actually, based on the direction where that flag is pointing, it almost looks like winds are a little more southeasterly as opposed to south. So that's one of the ingredients we've been watching. I'm going to pan this just a little bit over so we can get kind of a better view of what's coming in there cloud-wise too. And yeah, it looks like a good shelf cloud perhaps getting ready to move through. Probably not much of a view to the south of that because this kind of blocks things out. But yeah, kind of some ominous looking clouds. But again, we've been watching the radar. I don't see anything too alarming.
Is that looking to the west there?
So that's looking south-southeast.
South-southeast, okay.
Yep. And if we go to the radar, you can take a quick peek at what we're seeing exactly there. Just a little bit of a hook, if you will, but looking at the velocity, I still haven't seen anything too crazy. I'm looking at our other high-resolution products here, too, that are off-air to monitor that, and I don't see anything too concerning right now. So well, the one that's got our attention, as we were just kind of calling out, is what's sitting in Bureau County right now. Not only
let's make our way actually out there again.
Yeah, to see what we've got going there.
And let's kind of, zoom in even more as we get to around Sheffield and Buda. Yeah, we're noticing Buda, just south and west of Wyanett. Trying to see some type of rotation with that. Still looks a little bit disorganized right there, but there have been a lot of reports are that we are getting some type of rotation there, though very weak in nature. And this has got to have been, Andrew, the same scenario we've been noticing ever since we saw this weak rotation take place just east of Monmouth.
Yeah, exactly. It could be that storm is cycling itself again. It's still in a very favorable environment. You've got these fast-moving winds, all of that wind shear, the change in wind speed and direction with height. But on the rotation tracker, it's still measuring weak, which is good. But certainly, we're going to keep an eye on that velocity signature. Again, it's a little tricky. We're talking about the radar beam getting a little bit further away from its location right now here, but still concerning. So let's go ahead and put the track back on there. Certainly have that little kidney bean shape, that hook shape here right over top of Sheffield. That's where the rotation is right now, a little loosely organized. So that's why we've got this radar indicated. Certainly keeping an eye on the folks with the National Weather Service too, see if anything gets confirmed eventually. But let's throw the track on this because it is just about ready to pass over Interstate 80. And then take itself off to the north and to the east. So we're going to start at Sheffield. We'll go ahead and move our way northward. Eventually, it's going to get to Ohio as well, but there you see we're getting towards the Hennepin Canal, if you will, the parkway, the state park there, just moments away from that. And then eventually, we're going to get this a little bit closer to Wyanett and Ohio next up on the list, likely in the next 15 minutes or so. A lot of lightning with that. So indicating we've got some good hail production going on with that storm and still intense as well.
Yeah, no question about it, given the hail that we're seeing. At least this is the probability of hail, but this has been giving us a history of at least quarter-inch size hail that has been taking place from this particular storm. You can see it's been a bullseye right around the Sheffield area, so I'll be very curious as to see if sure enough we are seeing some at least quarter-size hail going on with this particular storm as it makes its way off to the north and east. We're kind of in a situation right now, and for Andrew and I, almost showing it's a little bit frustrating because we're still waiting on that second wave just off to the west of us. We actually are dealing with a gap, but look at what we're seeing out here, okay? And this is something that we've been warning everyone for these past few days or so. That we're going to be seeing this one particular line make its way across the area by the early evening and produce just a grab bag of extreme weather. And sure enough, it's certainly playing the part out to our west. This is our future track going in the next few hours or so. And I'm not sure if you can actually stop it once we get around the Quad Cities or just go give a slow, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. We get to about 5:30, still off to our west, but starting to see some development off ahead of it. And then as we get towards 6 o'clock, and this is something that that's the biggest change we've noticed since this morning as far as the timing with this second wave. It's really around 6 o'clock then we start seeing things really begin to shake and bake in the atmosphere going to about that time period. And this is where we're talking about hail, we're talking about lightning, blinding rain, and also a few tornadoes maybe within this broken line as well. So that will be the big concern. We get to about 6:30 and we start seeing most of the activity mainly east of the river. And then as we extend this even more, going to about maybe 7 o'clock, 7:30, the tail end of this will very likely be making its way right around Bureau County itself, right near Princeton. And then things begin to calm down after that. Because behind this line, this system, you got some cold air that's going to be rushing on in. You're talking about 40-mile-an-hour winds that are going to be rushing in, plunging those temperatures likely down to 30s by dawn tomorrow, with wind chills likely by dawn tomorrow, maybe in the low to mid-20s. So a big change that we see from this once the second wave moves on through. And now, of course, that will promise a pretty cool day for our Saturday, but then warming up nicely as we get into the end of the weekend on Sunday, as we'll go from 40s for highs to possibly near 70 as we get to about Sunday or so. But you can see all the action now taking place, allowing for this break going on to provide the instability going on ahead of it, and that's why we're seeing all that action kind of running in to that type of instability across the area. And we're talking still right around 6 or just after that if this line continues to hold together when it comes to its speed as well as its direction. And you can see all the warnings that are going on indicating those strong wind gusts that may be topping over 70 miles an hour. We've got, look at all the numerous warnings that are going on, tornado warnings in areas off to our west, especially right around around Iowa City or just west of that, and those continue to make its way off to the northeast. I think this is even a new tornado warning that popped up that will eventually maybe it's already got a small little section of northern Louisa County around Conesville, just north of Columbus. That warning is out until about 5 p.m. and we'll very likely see that warning extend its way into parts of Muscatine right here, and that's Cedar County to the north. There's Interstate 80. So that's what we'll very likely be seeing as we get to about between 5 and 5:30 for that line. If it holds together, look at how many of our towns are going to be impacted by this alone. So very impressive here. Of course, for the immediate Quad Cities itself, got a long way to go if it does hold together, but we're talking about maybe an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and a half before we actually see this line make its way across the area. But that's the thing that we've been concerned about, and we're hoping and praying that this is going to be a line that will produce minimal impact. And I say that I'm talking about when it comes to power outages and when it comes to damage as well. We want to definitely make sure that stays on the low side once this moves on by. Because once it moves on by, then we're looking pretty quiet as we make our way into the weekend, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we get ourselves ready for next week, which I didn't even want to talk about today because we got to get ourselves through this first. But
yeah,
level 3 out of 5 for next Tuesday already for the severe weather risk.
Yeah, once again, that we're still talking about Tuesday.
Tuesday,
yes.
Yep.
Tuesday, later Tuesday. Yeah, that's a good possibility. I mean, they could very likely take the same scenario as what we are dealing with right now. And some long-range forecasters are indicating that, especially for areas around here, that it could be a fairly active April for us.
Yes.
With an event for as far as the issuance of severe weather for the area. Once again, we're getting some of that rotation taking place. It's very weak in nature in areas around Wyanett and west of Princeton. I'll get my words out here. It's been pretty long past few hours or so, but we'll make it work. And it continues to make its way off to the northeast. Hey, Lamoille, keep in mind, you're about just under half an hour away from that storm to be impacting you. Malden as well. Dover, love the people out in Dover. We're talking about 15 minutes for you guys, so make sure that even though you may, if not hearing any sirens, it might be a good idea to get to that safe place, because these storms that we've been noticing on average has been flying from 45 to about 65 miles an hour. So it's the rotation that we're dealing with, it's the hail that we're dealing with the storm. We're noticing how it continues to blossom even more just now north of Interstate 80. And it looks like it has an eye right toward Walnut as well as around Ohio, Illinois, right there that we see here. So that's something to certainly bear watching if you're definitely part or at least within this particular track of this storm.
And we do have an update from the Buda Fire Department. They have visible rotation at Route 40 and Route 6, but they're not seeing any of that rotation being kicked up on the ground as of right now. So that is an example of what we're seeing with this particular storm, is you're seeing some of that rotation. It's a little hard to see on radar because, again, we're a little bit further away from the beam, but there you see where some of the greens and the reds are being intermixed. So if you're under that warning, that means that a tornado could possibly be imminent at any moment. You got to take shelter, and you got to do that now. There you see the rotation, again, loosely organized. It's already crossed Interstate 80 for the most part, heading up just north of Walnut. That will eventually be getting awfully close to Illinois 26, and then eventually taking its way up 26 towards Ohio to the west of Lamoille. So that's our tornado warning that we've got right now. Right now it is just radar indicated, but we are keeping a very close eye on that particular situation. Quick update, the severe thunderstorm warning that was up for Whiteside County, I believe, they're going to go ahead and let that expire here. That threat has moved on. So Sterling Rock Falls is in the clear right now. The moment that we have going on, at least warning-wise, is just this here in Bureau County. Princeton, it looks like the worst of this anyway, maybe going north of you. However, I noticed that, I'm checking some of the storm reports here, may have been a hail report in Princeton here recently. Princeton, yeah. Somebody called it into the National, no wonder, it's in the National Weather Service Chicago. So 1-inch hail was reported in Princeton with this particular storm as it moved through. I'm going to put a loop on this here and see exactly what its history has been. Yeah, there's been a couple of rounds of storms that have moved through there, so it may have been on the north end of town. But yeah, this storm certainly has a lot of lightning with it still. The hail potential is also there. Right heading for Ohio, we can put a track on that for you and show you where that's going to be going. And then eventually it's going to sneak into Lee County. I know we still have some folks on the bunny ears that are watching us from Lee County on the Illinois side of the river. Heads up, it's going to be heading towards East Grove and Sublette, just south of Amboy there. Could also go north of Mendota. That's what happens when you put the track on there. You see that's just about 20 minutes away from Sublette itself. So that'll eventually head out of the area here, and that'll be the last warning that we'll have to track for a bit. But there is already a new tornado warning that's just touching parts of Louisa County. Again, we tracked that earlier. That's about what did we say, 80 minutes or so away from getting us here in the Quad Cities, about an hour and 20. So we're going to catch just a small break, and I do mean small. We may be able to get a portion of News 8 at 5 on briefly before we start to see some of these warnings expanded further. But that's our main concern, at least right now. Again, Sterling Rock Falls, I'd say you're in the clear. That's getting out of there quickly. But we are monitoring what's going on in Bureau County.
And that is until, once again, here we go. I was worried my microphone.
There we go.
Yeah, don't want to give you the echo, but yeah, that is until 5:15. 5:15 once again, and this is the circulation that we are seeing. Fortunately for now, it's weak. Of course, from the fire department out in Buda, that was some good news. They see the rotation, but nothing dropping, so that is some fairly good news, and we want to keep it that way. And right now, given where it's positioned now and what we're anticipating, it's pretty much in the open fields. But Lamoille, be advised, you're hearing the sirens. Just be safe. Let's get to your safe place. It wouldn't be a bad idea, okay? And as long as you have your laptop with you or even your phone, you could have, if power goes out, you've got that source to go to just in case things get increase in intensity around here. But right now, it's just a good old-fashioned thunderstorm right now that's producing a little bit of hail and even some pretty good wind. So that's the only concern right now. Weak rotation taking place, nothing being dropped from that rotation for the time being. It's been kind of that scenario since we've been keeping an eye on this around the Monmouth area. So that's kind of what we're holding on to. And also, too, we're noticing that the hail is kind of beginning to kind of weaken a little bit as well. Still noticing some quarter-size hail. That's what 1 inch stands for, a quarter-size hail located just north of Interstate 80, just northwest of the Princeton area. So once again, we'll definitely be monitoring that. We are eventually going to try and do a newscast here in about 15 minutes or so. Not going to be taking any breaks at all, but it's going to be a very close call, as Andrew just mentioned, because we're noticing that activity out to the west of us, and we'll very likely see some of those tornado warnings that are now currently right around the Iowa City area to very likely expand a bit farther eastward. And if that does happen, then we're talking about our viewing area, like places right around Mount Pleasant and Wapello and Louisa County, Muscatine going up to Tipton and Cedar County. We'll very likely see that all begin to extend a little bit farther eastward as well, especially just north and west of the Quad Cities, but because by the looks of this, we're kind of focusing in areas around Iowa City and then stretching his way just around Mount Pleasant. So that will be one wave that we'll be monitoring as we make our way in the next hour or two. But we also have to be concerned about what's going on around Memphis, Missouri, and points north and east just outside of Mount Pleasant, a little farther south. Those are the ones we'll have to keep an eye on as we get to about maybe 6:30 or close to 7 for hometowns south of the Quad Cities. Likely, like we're talking about, places between Burlington and Galesburg. Of course, we've had some warnings out there earlier, and we could be seeing some more of those warnings begin to pop up as well. So around 6 o'clock, if that particular storm that we see just south of Memphis makes its way across Burlington. And the line itself, and that's what Andrew is doing right here, if it continues that same course, we're talking maybe close to 7. So all this is kind of delaying itself with this second line, but nonetheless, a very dangerous line that we have been seeing, getting numerous reports of pictures of tornadoes that have been on the ground, especially outside of Washington and around Ottumwa, and now just south and west of Iowa City, where they already had reports of some hail as well. These are already confirmed reports just outside of Iowa City, around Kelowna and around Sigourney. Wellman, they had a report of a tornado around 4:36. There's no power right now in this town, and even a tornado, the same tornado that popped up around Harper just around 4:10 this afternoon. So very active weather pattern we've been noticing around here, and we're not quite done yet. Once we get through this second wave, then things will be certainly quieting down in a big way. This is actually indicating rotation going on with that particular storm in Bureau County. And fortunately for us, things have been fairly weak. So that is some good news. But keep in mind, we keep that warning going until the threat is all said and done. So this, once again, the warning continues on for at least another half an hour with this particular wave as it makes its way off to the north and east. Andrew?
Yeah, the latest velocity scans coming in from that particular storm are getting weaker and weaker with that signature of that rotation. So there's some good news there. Nice to see that that's kind of toning down a little bit.
So we could very likely see this even get canceled before 5:15, which would be rather nice too. But as we just noted, though, it's just not the rotation that is taking place, but also the hail that is going on. And it's still producing some quarter-size hail, now getting ready to make its way around Ohio. So that's probably why they are keeping this warning going with more than just the rotation that is taking place here. So this warning, once again, going until about 5:15 or so, until things begin to quiet down in Bureau County, and then the next wave comes on in. I would say if you're watching us in Bureau County, from Ohio to Princeton, Dover, Wyandotte, that next wave for you won't be arriving until sometime probably around 7 or 7:30. And where that wave is, you can see it's still located just out west of the Quad Cities. So it has been kind of a slow go, but eventually this broken line will eventually make its way across all of our hometowns going in the next few hours or so. And you can see Andrew went ahead and put a kind of a tracker around this, holding together 740 now. We're talking about that line making its way into parts of Bureau County. Andrew?
Yeah, it's going to be a while for the Illinois side. Yeah, Iowa side will definitely get this first, and we'll see how far into the newscast at 5 we can make it before we start to see the warnings getting a little bit closer. I'm going to throw those back on here. You can see the only warning we've got tornado-wise, of course, right now is in Bureau County, but just a little edge of Louisa County, extreme northwest Louisa County is also starting to see the impacts of this round 2 that's going to be coming in. And just because this is coming in later does not mean that it's going to have the potential to produce less in the way of severe weather. If anything, it's got more dynamics, it's got the front involved, it's got the stronger wind speeds, and you can't forget too, I showed you this morning, we have an extremely strong jet stream overhead, and what can happen is it can mix down those jet stream winds within this line of storms that's sitting off to the west of us, producing not only significant wind damage, but you're talking tornadoes too, embedded within this line. We've been seeing the sun come out at times on the visible satellite ahead of this, allowing for a little bit of destabilization. You can actually see some thinning of the clouds just north of the Quad Cities. As you go southwest of Clinton, say near DeWitt, likely just a little peak of sun. It almost looks like Little York, Kirkwood, and Aleta are in full sun right now.
That's amazing.
Based on this. So you're building in that storm energy. That's going to maintain that line as it comes in here. And again, it still could intensify even more than it has right now. I mean, your energy levels between here and the west where those storms are, high end of that scale. That's a lot of storm energy sitting there for those storms to use.
That is so true. In fact, let's do this because we have that tornado warning out for Henry County in Iowa. Henry County in Iowa.
There it is, Mount Pleasant.
Yeah, so let's get breakdown on that till 5:30, and that does not only include Mount Pleasant, but Olds as well, just outside of Winfield. 1.5 inch diameter on hail, radar indicated. So that's between quarter size and golf ball size with that particular storm. But it is a warned tornado. Now, of course, it's hard to tell about where exactly some rotation may be taking place. But if I was a guessing person, we're talking maybe around the Birmingham area just west of Stockport, where we could be talking about some rotation. What's so hard to see that rotation and to track it is because of the fact that we're so far away, the radar site or the radar beam is so far away to this site that it's hard to actually get a good idea of that rotation. But given what we're seeing here and what we're able to potentially see from the velocity, that we're likely seeing some of that rotation take place around Birmingham and Stockport. And let me see here if I can get some more information on that.
Yeah, it looks like it's fresh off the press there.
Yeah, is it? Okay. And
definitely, there's some concerning reports coming out of that line of storms to the west of us. I'm seeing multiple mentions of debris falling.
Oh, really?
Out of some of those, including corn stalks. There's a report of corn stalks flying.
Wow, okay.
Out of those storms to the west of us. So that's, again, why we're so concerned about that moving in here a little bit later.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be really concerned about, especially when we start getting into more of a populated area right around the river itself, right along the river itself. So that's something that we are definitely keeping an eye on. I know it's been kind of a slow go, but this is something that we've been kind of hinting on for the past number of days of seeing this particular line make its way through some unseasonably warm air, some high dew points, some good amount of moisture to work with in the air, and then combine that with the cross sections that we're noticing when it comes to the speed and directional shear with this particular system. It's just everything has just been so ripe in producing some of that severe weather across our area, and will continue to do so at least going in the early evening. But this break is going to continue to blossom even more. We're in that point where we're at the point where the greatest amount of instability is taking place, and some of that is beginning to feed into this second wave that will allow this activity that we're noticing to blossom even more so. Especially what we're seeing just ahead, of that system that we're seeing with that warning located right now around New London and Mount Union. And we'll be curious to see if that will actually begin to kind of explode in nature in the next hour or so. But once again, tornado warning out for Henry County, parts of Henry County, Iowa, until around 5:30. Of course, we're talking about some weak rotation going on just on the lower left-hand corner of your screen, right near maybe just north of the Stockport area. You can see there's a kind of a little bit of a couplet located, looks like just south of Highway 34, and that could potentially be that particular part of the storm where some of that rotation may be going on just north of Stockton. You can see there is something undulating right around that area itself, and that continues to make its way off to the north and east, hopefully avoiding the Mount Pleasant area, staying just west of that town, going in the next possibly 20 minutes or so. So be advised, if you're in the warning, if you hear the sirens, make sure that you're making your way into your safe place. That's the best place you can be. Of course, there's a lot of lightning going on. We've had some stories regarding our pets, that there's just some pets that just can't deal with the severe weather. So hopefully, able to kind of calm them down, play music. I do that with my dogs too. They love Elton John. I don't know what it is, but once Elton John is playing in our house, then all is good in the Zahara household. Let's just put it that way. Once again, we're also keeping an eye on the tornado warning that continues until 5:15. Still noticing at least some hail that is now falling just south of town around Ohio, making its way off to the north and east. If we go ahead and put the rotation track on there, though, fortunately, we haven't been seeing much of that at all. It looks like if there's any type of rotation, it's probably just south and east of Ohio, probably right around here, where right now rotation is looking very weak. This is like, I think it just got updated right here. Looks like just north of 2400 East Street and 2600 North Avenue, right there. This is all south of Illinois 92 that we're noticing that particular cell that is showing some of that weak rotation for the time being and making its way off to the northeast. So it's going to be pretty close to our friends out in Lamoille for maybe seeing this possible rotation going on. But you can see now it has updated again. It's just not trying to show much of that real signature of seeing the bright green and the red really coming together for the time being. But if there was any part of that storm that we are seeing it's right there, just north of Dover. And it looks like from the loop itself, it's kind of making its way from west to east. So that's why I've been stressing here for Lamoille to really take cover. Don't want to take any chances. Hopefully it stays weak. Hopefully the rotation that we see from this is aloft and not helping to drop down a tornado, okay? So once we get through this wave, then things will be quieting down at least for a couple of hours for you guys before that second wave moves on through. So Lamoille, Arlington, Mendota, keep that in mind too, of that kind of rotation holds together, which is making its way from west to east. We'll expect to see that make its way across your area. And once again, not just a rotation, you got some heavy rain going on, some blinding rain, even some of that hail, which could very likely be impacting Lamoille and Mendota coming up here in just a little bit. Andrew?
Yep, so we got about 4 minutes or so till we start the top of News 8 at 5, and we're going to do that here. And we're also going to continue to stick with you, too, kind of in the background, but we do want to get you some more information about what's been going on today as well. So we're going to stick with the storm tracking here for about the next 3.5 minutes or so, then we'll start the newscast. But a reminder, we have this tornado warning for parts of Bureau County that goes until 5:15. Again, the strongest part of the storm is near Lamoille. We're keeping a close eye on that. We gave the all clear for the Sauk Valley. Still nothing here in the immediate Quad Cities, nothing down to the south for Burlington, Galesburg. You are in the clear. Our neighbors and friends all the way to the north also in the clear. So we're waiting for round 2. That's been everyone's question here lately. What's next for us in the Quad Cities? And it is that round right there that has produced not only several tornadoes, but also several reports of damage, including debris being lofted into the air. So we are not done. We're going to take a temporary pause for severe weather in the Quad Cities, but we said about an hour and 20, hour 30 away, we're going to start to see this second round quickly move in.
Yeah, we could very likely be seeing these, maybe some new tornado warnings pop up that have these boxes that we see here, these polygons, possibly later in our News 8 at 5. So we'll keep you advised about that, but that's going to be the line that we'll keep an eye on, possibly near the end of our newscast at 5. And of course, we'll give you nonstop coverage after our News 8 at 5 newscast, given that line that's going to be rolling across the area. So in just about a minute or so, we'll be starting our newscast. Looks like in about a couple of minutes or so, we'll start our newscast, give the latest, what we've heard from other people who are other weather watchers from the storms that have already made their way through some of our hometowns this afternoon, and of course give you the latest news that is taking place as well.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be watching that line very carefully here. We got about a minute and a half left here to give you one final look at what's going on. I do want to put the future track back on here.
Oh, please do, yes.
Because that kind of gives you an idea, and I'm going to slow it down because I know we're just off to the races here, but here you go. Let's slow it down to give you an idea of what the timing is again. Just west of the Quad Cities, so Muscatine, Aledo, down towards Galesburg. This is just a little bit after the 5:30, the bottom of the hour there. Here in the Quad Cities, right between 5:30 and 6 is when that line starts moving in. Then it goes over to the Illinois side, and there's still going to be plenty of dynamics east of the river. Even though you've had these storms in the last couple of hours, there's still a whole bunch of storm energy that has yet to swoop in from the west. So that doesn't mean that these are going to be decreasing in intensity by any means. You see that intensity maintaining itself right through Sterling Rock Falls, Kewaunee, Geneseo, and Princeton near the 7 o'clock hour. So that is something that we're very concerned with. Of course, not only the threat for damaging wind, but also the threat that we could continue to see some of these tornadoes embedded within this line as it moves through. So I want to remind you what the threat is here. It's a threat track level 5 out of 5, the highest it can be, especially for damaging wind. That threat is essentially off the charts right now. Following behind that, you've got the threat of tornadoes coming in at about a high end 4, low end 5 there on the chart. Hail, we've seen plenty of that. Thankfully, nothing super large, but that potential will also exist with this line as it comes through as well. So tornado watch for the entire Quad Cities continues until 8 o'clock this evening. We will continue tracking these storms right here with Doppler radar and, of course, on the News 8 app, and we'll do just that continuing up in just a moment.
All right, well, thanks, guys. It is 5 o'clock, and we do want to reset our coverage of today's severe weather. I'm Shelby Kluver.
And I'm John Diaz. We continue to follow the developing weather story throughout the Quad City area. This is what it sounded like as a storm moved into the Quad City metro area. That was around 2:30. News 8's Josh Lamberty shot this video outside the News 8 studios as he headed out in the Beast for the Galesburg area. Now, we want to get the latest weather information at this point.
Chief Meteorologist James Zahara has a first look at the forecast. He's been tracking it all afternoon. Hi, James.
Hi, guys. Yeah, very busy day. We appreciate everyone who's been very patient with our information that we've been talking about for the past several hours or so. Once again, we're talking about that tornado warning out for parts of Bureau County. That is until around 5:15. Quarter-size hail, a good bet. Weak rotation going on with this. Let's make our way farther west because this is what we're keeping an eye on right now. And you can see one storm that has now added another tornado warning right around Iowa City, extending to a small part of Muscatine, going into Cedar County, right near Tipton. This is going until 5:30. We're talking about hail size close to golf ball going on here, dollar size, I guess you can say. Very heavy rain. This is actually kind of bending a little bit too, which is indicating maybe a strong wind gust around 70 miles an hour or so. But also we have been noticing some rotation going on, which is signifying this tornado warning, which has been kind of radar indicated. If we just go quickly ahead and show the velocity with this, if we can, Andrew, just around Iowa City, this is very likely we're seeing right here as far as the rotation going on, right about there, just south of Interstate 80, just south and east of the campus of Iowa, University of Iowa, right there. That's where we're seeing some pretty good rotation taking place. Yes, Andrew. Confirmed tornado that is now on the ground in Iowa City. Just around, looks like from our radar here, just outside of it, and you can see it right there. Good couplet taking place right here, and that continues to make its way off to the northeast. So will it be impacting West Branch if it continues on that same course? So this is the newest tornado warning that we have here, expanding it out even more. You can see that we also have a tornado warning going on also in Henry County in Iowa. This is the view out of Iowa City, and the rain really starting to come down. The sirens are going off over in Iowa City, and likely everyone is getting to a safe place over in Iowa City as well. So that's a big concern. Of course, we're dealing with this warning that goes until 5:30. There has been some weak rotation going on with this. Also some hail, lightning, and some blinding rain. These storms continue to make their way off to the north and east at around 60 miles an hour or so. Of course, have all the ingredients that have been placed throughout the day with these unseasonably warm temperatures that have been making their way right around 70 degrees. We've been increasing the humidity. Dew points have been averaging around 60 degrees, which is kind of rare you see here, especially for late March. And so adding all these ingredients together, you have the potential of seeing some damaging thunderstorms. And given the warnings that now we're seeing, especially from the second wave, it's kind of fixing in very well that we're seeing here from the Quad Cities and points southward. This is an area where we're going to see at least a few tornadoes pop up around here. Some of those could be strong, maybe even one of those could be a long tracker. Okay, so this is the area that we're going to be focusing on as we go through the next couple of hours, with one or two of these storms possibly even making its way as strong as an EF2 or higher. EF2 storms have wind speeds spinning maybe around 116 to 136 miles an hour. But it's just not the tornado and its winds, but the extreme wind gusts that we're going to get from that second line. That's where we could be talking about extreme wind gusts approaching 75 miles an hour. That's a weak hurricane force wind that we're dealing with here. And it's just not for this particular area, but the entire viewing area as well, going into these next, at least the next few hours or so. And then once this wave moves on through, then things will get a lot quieter, at least when it comes to our skies, but it'll get downright chilly as we're going to be blustering in those northwest winds, really cooling off those temperatures as we go through the rest of the night, likely even waking up to maybe a few snow showers in some of our hometowns as well. But that's the line that we're keeping an eye on. That's the second wave that'll be pushing on through here, and that's where we do have that possibility of seeing some more warnings, severe thunderstorm and even tornado warnings across the area. So keep tuned here to News 8. Of course, any more warnings that do pop up, we will let you know. Of course, you have many sources to go to with the News 8 app, the Storm Track 8 weather app. Going to give you a breakdown. You can interact, zoom in, zoom out when it comes to the radar. And more importantly, you get those warnings as well. Guys, let's go and take it back to you.
All right, thanks, James. As the storm moved through the area, we recorded this video of the I-74 bridge. Check out this time lapse. You can barely see the bridge, and normally we can see for a couple miles to the north. And this only lasted for a few minutes, but it does show how drastic the conditions were as this first wave moved on through our area.
And take a look at this video from our News 8 drone. This is Ontario, Illinois, which is a township just west of Oneida. This is not a time-lapse video, but you can see how quickly the clouds are moving from right to left on your TV screen there. This is part of an active area that our crews were following around 4 this afternoon.
Now, through all types of weather events, emergency crews are ready to respond if needed.
Yeah, law enforcement across the bi-state say they are making sure teams are spread out. Police warn the public to remember to call if you see hazards like downed power lines or tree branches. Officers say if an area is blocked off to try to avoid it. And first responders say one of the biggest mistakes they see people make is taking videos while driving on the road.
We see a lot of remarkable videos of a natural disaster as it's happening because so many people think that they have to be outside filming the natural disaster as it's taking place. Please heed those warnings when they come in.
Crews say that if you do see damage, you should report it.
Now, viewers are spotting tornadoes forming across our News 8 viewing area. This is not confirmed by the National Weather Service yet. We do want to stress that. But that was a video from Sam Steffen in Ollie, Iowa, of what appears to be a tornado. And these are photos from Jessica Timmons appearing what shows what appears to be a funnel south of Kewaunee. In these next two pictures, another twister spotted in Hendrick, Iowa, about an hour ago. And Katie Shepard capturing these storm clouds near Watauga and Oneida. Now, please remember to be safe. If you venture to get any footage of these, send us your best pictures or videos. You can text us at 309-304-0888 or use the News 8 app. Just open the app and find the orange bar to share. You'll be asked to share a few details about what you're sending to us before you submit it. And we may share your pictures or videos here on News 8.
And we want to keep you in the know while you are out today. Be sure to download the News 8 app in the App Store or enable location settings so you can get personalized weather alerts for your location. Now, the wait is nearly over for Hawkeye fans. Tip-off with South Carolina is just hours away, and Hawkeye fans continue to flock to Dallas. Once again, Camille Gear is in Dallas with more on the Hawkeye faithful.
Yeah, hey guys, Hawkeye fans have followed this women's basketball team all over the country, on the road especially, during the regular season, but also during March Madness. And no crowd this entire year bigger than the one here for the Final Four in Dallas, Texas. Black and gold invading Dallas. We could probably call American Airlines Center Carver South by the end of the night. Hawkeye fans from all across the state of Iowa and the country coming to the Hawkeye Huddle today, this afternoon. Most fans saying they wouldn't miss this Final Four for the world.
As soon as they won the game in the Elite Eight, we were calling each other and trying to set up, how to get here and buying tickets and everything.
Growing up in Iowa, you're really passionate about women's basketball, and Caitlin Clark, obviously, she's so fun to watch, best player in the country, so that's definitely another reason why.
They're just awesome. I mean, everything about them, their teamwork, that's the big thing. Definitely, they're going to win. Caitlin's going to, do really good tonight.
Iowa and South Carolina set to tip off here in Dallas on 8:30. You can watch the game on ESPN, and of course, we'll have full coverage all night long on WQAD as long as the severe weather does die down. But for now, live in Dallas, Camille Gear, WQAD, News 8 Sports.
All right, Camille, we are looking forward to it, and it looks windy out there, so be careful. James?
Yeah. And that's okay. That's all right. We're going to be talking more about our severe weather coverage coming up in just a little bit and tell you what it means as we go through the weekend right here on News 8 at 5.
afternoon. You can see these numbers have increased from what we reported earlier. ComEd is at 116, Ameren at 1,300. These are customers without power. Alliant, nearly 3,200. Mid-American was at 46. I think they've managed to get some of their customers back with power, at least in the Quad City area, and I think those numbers are a little bit lower at this point. But James, you can see the storms that you've been talking about have been having quite an impact.
Yeah, I think those numbers may increase as we head into the evening hours from that second line that we're still keeping an eye on. So that's the biggest concern right now. And already we've seen numerous tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings out to the west. Hopefully we don't see that many as it makes its way across our viewing area going into the next few hours or so. Right now, though, things have really quieted down in most of our hometowns, but let's find this out more by taking a look at the radar itself. We got one warning on the Illinois side and then a bunch of them on the west side. So let's do first things first. Stay on the Illinois side and make our way into northeastern Bureau County. And you can see right around Lamoille, tornado warning going on for another, maybe a couple of more minutes, but could be seeing some weak rotation right outside of Lamoille. Nothing reaching the ground. We haven't had any reports of any touchdown or anything like that. This has been more of a good, mature thunderstorm that's been producing some pretty good rain, maybe some hail to go with it, possibly quarter size, and maybe a good rush of wind to go with it as well. Should be out of the area here in less than 5 minutes, and boom, it will take care of that warning next couple of minutes or so. But there is some weak rotation going on with that, but it looks like they will go ahead and cancel this warning. All quiet, you see on the radar, just a few scattered showers going on just outside of, looks like Clinton, even around Savannah. And then you see some of this activity getting itself organized out to the west. Numerous tornado warnings going on just outside of Iowa City itself. Actually had a confirmed tornado on the ground outside of Iowa City. We're actually near West Branch, and actually we can go ahead and kind of, if we could, Andrew, kind of zoom in to around West Branch. You can see that little warning right there. That is where we actually are seeing a little bit of rotation going on. Velocity mode, if we could, and boom, there it is, right there. That's where we're seeing a possible tornado right there, just north of West Branch, and that continues to make its way off to the north and east. Looks like between Mechanicsville and Tipton, Clarence over in I think that's part of Cedar County, will be making its way in that general direction or so. Also, we're noticing this bending going on right here. Once again, this is on velocity mode, and this could be a little bow echo going on right here, where strong winds are now taking place just around or east of West Liberty, right there. And if we put this on a tracker mode, look at how many towns are going to possibly be impacted by this alone. From Tipton to Durant, even as far east as around Bluegrass will be impacted by this. Dixon in Illinois, Eldridge could be seeing that going in the next couple of hours or so as we're kind of seeing that bending taking place, and eventually maybe even some couplets in there as well, which indicates maybe some quick rotation taking place as well. So we got some warnings out here stretching away farther south and west as we go into Muscatine, going into Louisa County and parts of Henry County in Iowa, noticing that line getting itself together. Warning continues in parts of Henry County, Iowa, for just a little bit longer, for another 15 minutes or so. Of course, we have to deal with not just as far as the potential rotation going on, which is fairly weak for the time being, but we have to worry about the fact that we could be talking about some quarter-size hail as well. Now, expanding the picture out a little bit more, we want to keep the Quad Cities in play here. Okay, thank you, Andrew, on that. This line itself that we see here is kind of moving from southwest to northeast, okay? So if it holds together, we're going to be seeing this possibly, let's go and put a kind of a timer on this, Andrew, if we can, and just really focus on this wave here and then make it its way off to the north and east. So we're talking about maybe 6:30 or so on average, okay? So we still have, looking at the clock here, just over an hour from now for that line to be impacting us. We just don't want to see warnings be popping up here. We want to see the lowest impact that we can when it comes to power outages, as well as when it comes to any type of damage as well. So that's a big concern. You can see we got actually two areas. So really within the 6 o'clock hour heading towards 7 is when we'll be seeing those storms roll on through. Best chance for anything really tornadic going into this particular time period is going to be near the Quad Cities and points south from that from that wave, mainly because we have the parameters there, as indicated by the colors here, of getting pretty high from near the Quad Cities and points southward. Doesn't mean that a tornado will fall within that. It just means that we have the right parameters there for that to develop. We even have the right amount of potential or storm energy ahead of this system as well, especially that line. So we certainly have the fuel there to keep that severe weather outbreak going for the next couple of hours or so. And then finally, the wind shear that's affected by this as well. Orange, some dark orange, getting a little stronger out there. That's the rotation side of it, from some speed to directional shear from the surface aloft. So putting all that together, that's why we're concerned about that line that could potentially produce some more severe weather around here. It looks like they've even extended this warning out now. Let's go up to this real quick here. Not just for, looks like around Cedar County, but now making its way into looks like northwestern Scott County here as well, okay? This goes until, if this is right, 6 p.m. or so. I'm not so much worried about the hail, but we are, at least comes the radar itself, noticing some rotation. It could be right here. I think that's a couplet right there, located just south of, looks like Interstate 80. So it could be right here where we actually are seeing some of that rotation making its way off to the north and east. So any more warnings that we do see here at News 8, we will certainly let you know, but that's the one that's closest right now, just west of the Quad Cities itself. Hopefully we can really minimize that as we go through the next couple of hours or so. Here are the current temperatures across the board, and awfully warm, no surprise, numbers right around 60 from Clinton points northward, whereas you get around the Quad Cities, upper 60s, around 70. That's been the high so far in the Quad Cities. And then farther south as you go, wow, lower 70s that we're noticing as well. Of course, we've been noticing a lot of a bit more moisture feeding into these temperatures, so we're also feeling some of that humidity in play as well. Here's our future track, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. There's a broken line that we see. That will be quickly advancing ways off to the north and east, and that will allow our skies to be a lot quieter. We'll eventually get on the backside of the system, though, throughout the course of the night, bringing in some blustering northwest winds, plunging temperatures, and with that backside, maybe just enough moisture that we actually could be seeing, yes, maybe a few snow showers by around 6 a.m. And by then, we're looking at temperatures dropping their way, looks like just above freezing for overnight lows, but you got to factor in the wind. Gusts can still be around 40 miles an hour, so we're maybe talking about wind chills by dawn tomorrow in the mid-20s. And guess what? That should set the course for a pretty chilly Saturday around here, as some of those snow showers early will push off to the east, give way to plenty of sunshine after that, and try to recover temperatures very slowly. Right now, we're looking at numbers for daytime highs around the mid to upper 40s, could be reaching around 50 degrees in hometowns such as Mount Pleasant, Burlington, possibly even around Macomb as well. But then things get a little bouncy again in the days ahead. Going to Sunday and Monday, not too bad. Temperatures will be in the 60s. Next round of some wet weather comes in later on Monday, as we expect to see a few later day showers roll in. But it will be after Monday where things could get bumpy again, as another wave of some showers and thunderstorms, some severe, could be rolling in here. Looks like sometime by late Tuesday night, possibly even going into Wednesday. Checking out the latest Storm Prediction Center, and it looks like we could be talking about another threat for some severe weather as well. But after that, things quiet down, and we'll show you that coming up right after this. reach 69 for the daytime high. We're going to check on that. East wind at 5 miles an hour. Here is the 8-day. Yeah, we could actually see a light mix of some snow and rain, but that will be very brief. Nothing to be concerned about, but it will promise a cool and brisk day. And then we'll warm those numbers back again starting on Sunday, going into early next week. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on Tuesday night as we could be seeing another round of some strong to even severe thunderstorms, and that will cool off those numbers in the 50s for daytime highs. So once again, we are keeping an eye on the activity going on. Let's do this if we can. We'll go to the Bridgepoint camera and show you the conditions that are going on across the area. And as we're doing that, we're going to kind of refresh our radar system here in just a little bit and really break down the new warnings that have popped up across the area. Already, if you have your News 8 or Storm Track 8 app, already it's already pinpointed the fact that we do have several more new warnings out. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings that are out across the area as well. So if we can actually go right to the Bridgepoint camera if we can, so we can actually be able to pop up or at least kind of reboot our graphic system here, that will be really a nice thing if we can. If in the process of doing that, hopefully. But right now I'm looking at plenty of warnings that are now popping up just west of the river itself. Warnings that extend at least several counties ahead of the line itself, and that's probably indicating because the line to our west is moving at a very fast clip, maybe around 60 miles an hour or so. So we're making sure that even though the skies that we're seeing on our Bridgepoint camera looking quiet with actually maybe even a little sun going on, that is going to change very quickly as this line comes on through. We'll finally get some more details on this in just a little bit as far as the breakdown here. Let me see if it actually can try and pinpoint this a little bit more, but we're very likely maybe talking about some very strong winds here that may be reaching close to 70 miles an hour. Numerous tornado warnings that have been going on just west of us as well that for now may be impacting areas north and west of the Quad Cities, going to portions of Jones and even around Jackson County as well. With some of those warnings that are taking place. And then we have to be concerned too with the possibility of some strong wind gusts. So now if we can go to the MAX 2 system if we can and pop up the radar itself, that would be very appreciative. And we can actually break down the radar as showing to where all this crazy weather is taking place. I'll move out of the camera here, and then we can go ahead and break this down even more for you. I got senior meteorologist Andrew Stuskey here giving us the latest on any updates going on from the National Weather Service, from our spotters that are taking place around the area. We've got some chasers that are out and about as well. They've been extremely helpful for us throughout the afternoon, and will continue to hang out with us until we get to the part where we don't have to deal with this threat anymore. So let's get right to it. Quad City is located here. We'll start off with the tornado warning. Let's zoom in here, Andrew, and break it down even more. Tornado warning out until 6 p.m. Not worried so much about the hail itself, but it's all about right here where we are seeing a little bit of a couplet taking place from this particular cell that continues to race its way into parts of, looks like around Cedar County. That's Bennett right there. Let's kind of even zoom in even more if we can, but this is a nice little little twist that's going on within this storm as that continues to make its way off to the, looks like more off to the east. So watching us in Bennett, New Liberty, be on guard. Hopefully you're at your safe place. This is a tornado that is actually on the ground as we speak. It popped up just outside of, looks like around the Rochester area, and continues to make its way off to the east. If we go ahead and put a track on this, and we'll kind of time this out, and not just within the warning itself, but let's kind of extend this a little bit more because that will very likely hold its own going in the next hour or so. So we're going to get a track around this right now, which extends all the way into DeWitt, making its way toward the river itself. So here we go. Charlotte, around 50 minutes. You're on the outer edge of it, but around Long Grove, in just over half an hour for you, that particular cell, if it holds together, will be impacting you. And then even around DeWitt, less than 40 minutes for you for that storm to possibly be impacting as well. So that's a rotating supercellular storm that continues to make its way off to the north and east. I think the last speed of that was maybe around 50 miles an hour or so.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's pop up the severe thunderstorm warning because already we're hearing sirens go off outside our station here and look at the size of this warning right here. Look at the size of that. My goodness, indicating that this line is moving at a very rapid rate, kind of a bow echo to this. So this is maybe more of a severe wind gust than any real chance for a tornado. Let's see if we can kind of get an arrow on this and kind of break this down even more. Andrew, I'm not sure, can you get to? Let's see if we can. There we go. Thank you, sir, very much on that. Quarter-size hail, wind speed 70 miles an hour. So this is a considerable threat given by the algorithms that we have going into our radar system here. So you definitely want to be on guard for that because it doesn't take the spinning that can cause damage. These are straight line winds from that line as it makes its way off to the east. So if you're watching us for the immediate Quad Cities, going down along 67 here to Preemption, Alexis points westward into Aledo, Little York, heading into Louisa County around Wapello. You want to be on guard with this. This is going to be a line that could very likely cause considerable power outages across this part of the warning area as well. And if it continues that northeastern course, it will impact even the Illinois counties east of the river in parts of Whiteside, going to Henry, and even parts of northern Knox County as well, where they've already had their fair share of some active weather this afternoon. We could be seeing more of that heading into the next couple of hours or so. But I'm sorry, go and put that, can you put up that, that tracker again, because we want to make sure we got the time on that as well. There we go. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Around the Quad Cities itself, we're talking less than 45 minutes or so. Closer to an hour around Clinton, Eldridge, about over half an hour or so, and of course Muscatine. That storm edge looks awfully dark where you guys are. If you look to the west, less than 10 minutes away, we're seeing not only just some pounding rains, but a good strong wind gust. That could be a concern, and hopefully we keep that damage on the minimal side and even the power outage as well when it comes to this particular line. Making way even farther southward as we can. The warnings continue on with this line that we see, making its way even farther southward along Highway 34, making its way into about Quincy. This severe thunderstorm warning continues on until about 6:15. We're focusing on this area from Montrose to Fort Madison, going farther northward, but this is Lee County, Iowa, and that's a storm that continues to make its way off to the north and east. No rotation going on that we're seeing from that, but very likely we're getting a good rush of wind coming down from the storm. Combine that with the speed of the storm, moving about maybe 60 miles an hour, and you can get some damaging wind gusts out of this as well. Latest track that we see, courtesy of Andrew. I want to thank him so much for staying. It's been a long day for him, and he's still grinding it out. Good for you, sir. Burlington, less than around 5 minutes or so. Monmouth, oh, here you go again after seeing that weak rotation that took place out for you. We're talking about 40 minutes before that line makes its way across your neck of the woods, and in just less than an hour, this is the Galesburg area right here. We could be seeing that rush its way through here with some pretty good straight line wind gusts for you and going into the next hour or so. So once we get through this line, then things really begin to calm down after that. And of course, that extends with a broken line farther southward as we make our way to Keokuk itself, just near the Macomb area. Let's see, where's Macomb? It's just outside of Macomb for that same line that continues to make its way off to the north and east. So really, Andrew, it's just that one particular line that we have to be concerned about. Of course, we've been dealing with more of a kind of a wind gust line than any really pronounced areas of any rotation that may be taking place.
Yeah, the wind is quickly becoming the dominant threat, if you will, as this line is continuing to work in. We can see some of these brighter green colors along the leading edge of that line that's pushing through. And of course, we can't forget about this really impressive, what we call a couplet, this area of rotation that is right near Bennett. Checking in with the National Weather Service, confirming that a large and dangerous tornado currently on the ground near this region. So that is something we are certainly very concerned about. Again, there is a tornado warning associated with that, and that warning does extend itself into extreme northwestern Scott County. That is going to be something to watch. Let's actually put a track on. It looks like we have two areas. We have one near Clarence, and we have one right here near Bennett. Now, the Bennett one, to me, looks like it's the most impressive out of all of them.
Yes.
So let's throw the track on that. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
So let's do that. Let's throw this at Bennett, and let's move that off to the east-northeast, and there's your arrival. Calamus in about 17 minutes, Grand Mountain about 24 minutes. That's a strong signature. I'm kind of curious. This is a new product we haven't had a whole lot of trial with, the rotation. Look at that.
Wow, that's really impressive that we're seeing here. Now, it's just kind of taking some of the past information. So, this is not updated as yet, but we'll very likely see that extend its way a little bit more north and east. But that's really impressive. That's indicating strong rotation, folks. And we want to make sure that it kind of stays in those open fields and not impact any of our small towns. What's kind of interesting, too, Andrew, is that we have a live camera out around Eldridge, which is just south and west of that tornado-producing thunderstorm that may be going on. So, guys in the booth, if you want to pop that up, we could do that right now.
There we go.
And yeah, this is out of Eldridge right here. Doesn't look like much right now. Trying to focus on, you can see some of the lightning that's erupting out of that particular storm just outside of town. I believe this is looking out to the west of Eldridge itself. So be on guard. Hopefully this storm will stay just to the north and west of you as we head into the next, looks like half an hour or 20 minutes or so. But certainly a very dangerous situation. This is likely the most impressive rotation that we're seeing on our radar since we started our event, our coverage this past afternoon. And this is the Bettendorf I-80 rest stop. And you can see that things are quiet for the time being, but if you hear out in the distance, the sirens are going off. The sirens are going off. So you may look, well, I don't see any severe weather. Trust me, these storms that we have out to the west are moving extremely fast, around 60 miles an hour or so. So the idea is to make sure that when you're hearing these sirens that you're now getting to your safe place, because we're talking minutes away from those storms impacting you, okay? Especially if you're hearing those sirens, it's time to get to your safe place immediately. Don't try and guess about what's going on outside. The sirens are out there for a reason. Okay, so we make our way into places around just along the river itself. Once again, that's not the tornado warning. We've got this huge severe thunderstorm warning going on. And the reason why, yeah, once again, we're talking about these warnings extending far out to the east, giving you ample amount of time to stay indoors, to get your safe place, okay? Because this line that we have here is moving very quickly from west to east, okay? So things are gonna rapidly change in our skies, in our weather here very shortly. Quad City is located here. We got a new tornado warning now that just popped up, and likely, Andrew, it's probably that Bennett tornado that we're dealing with.
Yeah, you're seeing that couplet on the regular radar image here, but more impressively, you're seeing it right there.
Wow, look at that. There it is.
Very impressive. And again, we've been watching the rotation tracker on that. It's been picking that up. Also watching some possible rotation as you go down towards New Boston. There's no warning with that storm right now. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it on the corner of my eye here. But this is the main area of concern for sure.
Yeah, there's Calamus right there.
Yeah, and that's heading.
Calamus and Wheatland right here.
Heading right for those areas. Won't be much, and it is observed. We know it's the source 2 on your banner there.
Yep.
So this is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters in this area.
And then it continues that same course. We're talking about Welton as well. And we feel like this is going to be one of those supercell storms that will keep that structure together and continue on that path north and east of the Quad Cities as we go in the next half an hour or so. Here's the latest track on that, less than 15 minutes away from Calamus. Our friends in Calamus, hopefully you are going to your safe place right now. This is a very dangerous situation that we're seeing here, and even our friends in DeWitt as well. Less than half an hour away for that particular rotation to possibly be impacting you. As long as it keeps that same course and structure, then you'll definitely be impacted by this particular storm.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, if we zoom out the radar picture, you can see that this area within this line segment that's coming through has got this hook shape to it. I'm going to kind of clear some of the clutter. You can see that, the hook shape extending from Monticello, Fairview to Wyoming. That's where you may have one of these, what we call a meso-low. It's a little mini area of low pressure that can kind of sometimes enhance the spin in that immediate vicinity of the storm. So that's exactly why we're starting to see kind of this uptick, if you will. And we're also noticing too on the velocity data that we have a lot of these little spinning areas, a lot of these little notches, if you will, where you've got the green intermixing with the reds. That's where we could develop one or two of those tornadoes, maybe even a few tornadoes just along the leading edge of that line. No surprise whatsoever that that is happening in this part of the area. So I would say, I think it's safe to say, if you're north of Interstate 80, getting up towards Highway 30, Highway 20, your threat for tornadoes is actually looks like it's increasing a little bit. If this holds together with that little meso low that's in there. Meanwhile, further to the south, we still have the tornado threat, but it's more of a straight line damaging wind threat, where we have these gusts that could exceed 70 and 75 miles per hour. But yeah, that signature, that's one of the strongest signatures we've seen so far on the velocity data right there near Bennett. It looks like it's trying to organize itself a little bit more, trying to expand in size a little bit more. We can throw the debris tracker on here too. We really don't get too much of an opportunity to use that very often. But I'm going to peel away some of the warnings. Actually, there it is, James.
A little bit of some debris there, yeah.
Right there. Where you're seeing that red drop off to the more lime green, the blue. That's indicating the Doppler radar is not picking up clouds, rain, snow, or hail. It's picking up actual physical debris, whether it be dirt or actual debris from buildings being lofted into the air with that. First time I think we've been able to do that. And you see still a little bit of it there southwest of Wheatland. So yeah, we definitely have something on the ground here. That is immediate action required for Wheatland, Calamus. This will look like it's going to skip Grand Mount. I think you're a little too far to the east here, but that definitely heading for those two locations that I just mentioned. And again, it looks like the overall area of rotation just in the last couple of loops here has been growing in size, has been expanding. So that's concerning, and that's exactly why we've got that tornado warning, again, for this same area. So let's put that back on there, remind you how much longer that's going to go for, and that is till 6:15. So we've got more than half an hour left, and it looks like that threat's easily going to continue.
And as you mentioned, yeah, nice little hook echo going on within that part of the storm just north and west of the Quad Cities. So definitely going to be seeing maybe a few more warnings pop up, extending its way off to the north and east, not just around Jackson County and Clinton, but possibly making his way into parts of Carroll and maybe even around Joe Daviess County, because look at the cluster of these warnings that we see here. My goodness, just making its way quickly off to the north and east. Let's travel our way a little farther southward if we can, Andrew, and make our way into this line. There's the warnings that are going on. I believe what we're dealing with here, I'm not sure what we're seeing here. If this is that Burlington? Okay, this is out of Burlington, and you can see that line is really making its way across the area itself. Some pretty intense winds that are going on, some blinding rain as well, a lot of lightning taking place. I don't believe, though, we're seeing, I'm not sure if the warnings have actually extended their way even farther southward in that particular area.
Yeah, it goes right all the way east to Stronghurst, just outside Roseville and Monmouth is where the warning extends right now.
Oh, okay, so like areas, so I think we have Cesar out there too, our reporter, just positioning himself. And you can see it's a blinding rain going on, and looks like even maybe some of that street flooding that may be getting ready to take hold as well, just outside of McDonald's there over in Burlington. So people are taking nice and slow. You really shouldn't be out in these. Oh, look at that! My goodness, the sign, the gas station sign,
that thing is
BP
moving.
sign was just moving, yeah, big time. And keep in mind, we could get some wind gusts out of this over 60 miles an hour. And that's the big concern when it comes to these severe wind gusts that are going on. It's just certainly not the time to be out and about as we make our way into this next hour or so. Some people just kind of taking it nice and slow, and maybe even a little street flooding that may be taking place as well. Let's go ahead and toss it to Shelby, if we can, on what she's been getting on her side.
Yeah, I don't know if we can pull up the screen right now. We have some video. This is from Hedrick, Iowa. This is just north of Ottumwa in Wapello County. You can see a twister there moving through 4 miles south of Hedrick. Just massive looking.
That's exactly what I was going to notice. It just looks so huge.
We're also seeing a lot of storm trackers chasing things around the southeast Iowa area. We're seeing reports of several, it looks like, twisters reported in the area around the Katoa area. We're seeing strong tornadoes. I know there was some damage and some worries around Peoria as well. We're also monitoring power outages in the area right now. I think, John, you have some of those numbers?
Yeah, those have increased really dramatically over the past couple of hours. We're now over 10,000 customers out between the various power. Again, not And this is a shot from the Beast. They are on their way to preemption. You can just see kind of what they are seeing, what they seem to be driving into. Where they're at seems to be relatively clear, but obviously you can see those huge clouds, those dark clouds out in the distance. We also want to mention this, and you know, obviously we're being very careful as we are driving around. We're being very strategic and you know, communicating with the team back here as to where we should go and where we should not go. But one thing we are seeing as we follow, in particular, Iowa DOT and the road conditions, is that there are a number of roads sort of in the wake of the storm that have closed as a result of debris in the roadway. So just another reason why, you know, if you can avoid being out and about, that's for the best, and certainly always a good reminder as these storms really head to the Quad City area of, you know, how to stay safe. Remember where in your home you should go and where you should try to avoid, right? Avoid those mobile homes, avoid those vehicles, avoid those underpasses. But get to, you know, that structure, that well-built structure, get inside, put as many walls between you and the outside. Also remember, big open areas like a gymnasium, a big open building like that, not necessarily a great option for you if you're looking to take cover.
And we do want to remind people, even if things look okay where you're at right now, that video that we showed you just a few minutes ago of that twister located down near Wapello and Hedrick, Illinois, that was that system that's moving closer toward the Quad Cities right now. So that is what's supposed to be coming. You can hear, actually, that's from our cell phones here in the studio. Those are our weather alerts going off. I don't know if you can hear those from our mics.
And a great reminder to have these activated on your phone, and because, yeah.
Let's go right to the radar itself, because we're getting a couple of tornado warnings that are now popping up. Let's go right into this. This is a tornado warning now that will impact the Quad Cities. Tornado warning is out for the entire Quad City immediate area until around 6:30. It is radar indicated, so let's kind of go into this area. We've been noticing some tight rotation going on around the Muscatine area, if we can, and it's likely coming from right here.
Right there.
If your phone is going off, is because of the fact that we are getting this tornado warning out. Emergency alert is now out until 6:30 for this particular area. We are seeing some pretty good rotation going on. This is just now north of Joy, Illinois, and it continues to make its way off to the north and east. If your phone is going off, if your TV monitor is going off, we're indicating this tornado warning, it is now time to get down in the basement. It is now time to get in that safe place, because we're now seeing that kind of distinction between the red and the green, tight rotation taking place here, and it's quickly making its way off to the north and east. Andrew, got to give me the particulars. How fast is this storm going right now? We're talking about it actually impacting the Quad Cities here in about 37 minutes from now, Taylor Ridge in over 20 minutes, and around the Duck Creek area just around 40 minutes or so. We're going to get some information on this right here in just a little bit. But that's located in Mercer County, western Mercer County, just north of Joy, Illinois. That is where the tornado is, and this is where we are seeing this. A little surprising how they got this set up, but that's kind of the breakdown that we're seeing here, which covers Bluegrass, Edgington, Coyne Center, Eldridge, LeClaire, Kelowna, and like I said, the immediate Quad Cities. That is until around 6:30 or so. So time to get to your safe place if you can. Very dangerous situation that we're dealing with here. And keep in mind, it's just not the tornado that has been radar indicated, but we're talking about those wind gusts, kind of like we saw in Burlington, getting over 60 miles an hour or so. So we're talking about the concern of maybe even some power outages from this wave as it quickly advances its way off toward the north and east. This is our velocity mode, and I would say where those strong straight line winds are taking place, it is right here from Walcott, I think west of Andalusia, and even farther south as you go. If I'm seeing this right, Andrew, is this right? 77 miles an hour?
77 miles an hour, yeah.
Wow.
And earlier it was closer to 80 miles per hour. In fact, you had a 62 mile per hour wind gust in Muscatine at the airport in the last 10 minutes.
Holy cow. Okay, well, so be on guard, folks. Be indoors. Don't try and watch this from the window. That's the last place you want to do when it comes to this particular storm. But I would say right here, I mean, Andrew, that looks like some pretty tight rotation that is taking place.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're saying. North of Joy, that's going to be heading up towards Edgington, and you've got Reynolds there, Illinois 94, Illinois 17 as well included in that. If we put the track on it again, we're moving this to the north and east, and it's moving at 55 miles per hour. So that does not leave us a lot of time to react. If you're in the warning, you got to take your precautions now. Basement, if there's no basement, interior room, cover yourself with as many objects as you can, especially those heavy blankets. If you got pillows to do that, that will keep you from getting hit by debris. So there you see your time of arrival. It's going to come awfully close to us here in the Quad Cities. In fact, Morgan Strackbine may be very close to this as well. She's heading for preemption, and you see it's less than half an hour away from there. So very concerning signature. Nothing confirmed right now. This is radar indicated, but certainly that is alarming what we're seeing on the velocity scans.
Let's go right back to the reflectivity if we can here. And as we pop that up, and let's show everyone once again the size of this tornado warning that we have going on here. Here is all of Rock Island County, a little part of Muscatine going into parts of Scott County right here. You can see how the lightning is really gathering in one location, kind of usually a signature of where that rotation is taking place, but mainly on the tail end that we see here and quickly advancing his way off to the north and east. So a very powerful storm that we see coming in from the second line that we've been talking about for the past number of hours around here, now getting ready to impact the Quad Cities. And the timing, I tell you, we've been right on track with this timing from this particular storm. It was way out in the west along Interstate 35 in Iowa, and we've been kind of keeping an eye on the timing right around 6 o'clock or so. Sure enough, that looks like it's going to be the case with this line moving on through. Of course, within this tornado warning, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning out, mainly because of the line itself producing these strong, intense wind gusts, maybe around 70 miles an hour or so. And you can see the extent of these warnings now, all popping up just along and west of the river. Plenty of warnings going on, tornado warnings going on just north of us, going into, looks like around Clinton and extending its way into Jackson County. Look at these warnings just bending along that line itself from Jones County all the way down through the warning that we have in the immediate Quad Cities. So these are the big concerns as well. This one right here that goes into Jackson County, this has been radar indicated as far as some rotation taking place. So make sure you're in your safe place. We're talking about an area that is producing even between quarter size and golf ball size hail, and it will be impacting Lost Nation, Otter Creek, Oxford Junction, and Wyoming, at least the towns that are within this warning itself. We also have this other warning that's located in parts of looks like Clinton County, which includes Calamus, Delmar, Welton, even around Charlotte. It's pretty hard to kind of get the pinpoint.
There's so many warnings.
There's so many warnings close, compacted together. It's really hard to kind of break these down. That warning that we see up to our north and west, that's until 6:30. 6:15, there you go. Nice job, Andrew. And you can see that the warning itself has kind of really shrunk a little bit, but this is until around 6:15. Let's now throw some reflectivity on there if we can. And if we are seeing any type of a couplet taking place, maybe better to put it on velocity, because we could be seeing one just outside of Welton, maybe one other one located around Delmar. Still hard to tell. It may be actually farther west here, would you say?
That's where, yep, I'm thinking that exact same location right there.
Probably, yeah. So that's what we're worried about. Hopefully going between Delmar and Welton with that particular cell that we're seeing. And let's go back up a little bit north here, just west of Maquoketa. Look at that we see right there. That looks really impressive here as well. And that's just it's just south of 64 here, just south and east of Monmouth, Iowa, and it's just west of the town of Maquoketa. And that's pushing pretty much off to the east-northeast as well. Hopefully we keep that type of rotation just outside of Maquoketa as well. But if it does make its way just north and west of Maquoketa, Andrew, Iowa, Andrew, you're going to be impacted maybe by this possible rotation that is taking place just off to the north and west. Expand the velocity a little bit. Let's go a little bit higher if we can. I'm sorry.
A little further south?
Yeah, further south, yes.
Yeah, it looks like you're getting these notches kind of developing within the line all over the place.
Yeah,
That's kind of the view I'm getting.
Right where that cold front is actually located.
Yeah, you're seeing one here. Let me zoom a little bit closer here so you can see what we're talking about. We're talking about this near Grand Mound, and we're also talking about this to the west of Welton. And then, of course, what we were talking about, this one here west of Maquoketa. You've got 3, if not 4 different areas of rotation within this one line of storms. And again, because there's so much moisture, there's so much rain falling with these, it's not going to be the kind of storm that you can go out, run out to the front porch and expect to see it. These are going to be most likely rain wrapped, very hard to see, and definitely dangerous, especially if they are embedded with all of this heavier rain. But there you see again our main concern with the immediate Quad Cities. And that rotation that we were seeing earlier, especially to our south and west. It's kind of hard to see with all this. We have so many warnings. Yeah, it's just incredible. Really, but there's the rotation right there.
You know, did they just open up another warning just south of the immediate Quad Cities?
Let's throw that back on there.
I thought I saw, yeah.
Yep, there is, in fact. Brand new one.
And let's see here. This is a tornado warning that goes until 6:45. You're watching us in Aledo, Viola, Preemption, which the Beast is heading out there. Morgan is heading out there right now, if not already. Alexis, Keithburg, Little York, going into Warren County. You are under this tornado warning until 6:45. Just over quarter-size hail falling, maybe dollar-size hail taking place within this storm. You can see some of the action going on right along the Rock Island and Mercer County border. And now we're seeing some activity just along the river itself, north of Burlington. And speaking of Burlington, I don't think John, Shelby, understand that we got some, I think Joe out there, a reporter, got some information for us out of Burlington.
Yeah, that's right. Joe is out there live. He's going to kind of give us an idea of what he's been seeing all afternoon, because our reporters have been out there.
Yeah, they've been down in Burlington actually all day today. So they watched that first wave come in and the second. Joe, we can see you. What have you guys seen today?
Shelby, all of a sudden the storm just came in. We've been out in Burlington all afternoon, and it really wasn't too bad. There was a couple of rain showers in the afternoon, but then it got a little bit sunny. But all of a sudden the storm came from the west and it hit hard. It felt like I was playing paintball with Mother Nature, but she was only hitting me because the hail was just knocking me and my photographer down. We were both holding the camera, trying to keep the tripod from not getting blown away in the wind, but it was about 5 to 7 minutes of a torrential downpour. I feel like I jumped in a pool. My jeans are absolutely soaked. As you can see now, it's kind of cleared up. It's still a bit windy. There's a woman just across the street that I just saw who was dragging a big tree branch down, so it looks like there has been some tree damage in the area, but it got pretty bad for about 5 to 7 minutes. Like I said, hail, really bad wind, really bad rain. It does seem to have cleared up now, but it was pretty dangerous for about 5 to 7 minutes, John and Shelby.
Hey Joe, we want to ask you a quick question. Are you able to tell from your vantage point if there are any power outages in the area?
It doesn't seem like it. The gas station's still running. There's still people at McDonald's across the street taking orders. So it doesn't seem like where we are, John, in Burlington, that there are any power outages. Like I see, the only destruction that I see is some tree branches down. But other than that, it's just really wet outside, but so far it doesn't look like too much destruction.
Understood. Okay, Joe, thank you, and be careful out there. And we want to move over to Morgan. Is she in the Beast?
Yes.
Okay.
Is she down to Preemption yet? Is that where she was headed to? Well, this is a live look of what the Beast is seeing right now. It does look really dark there. Again, you can see that line of clouds over there. Morgan, I'm not sure. Can you hear us right now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, yeah, so we are actually just to the north of Preemption right now. Oh, there is a tornado warning. We've been hearing that go off. We are looking exactly to the west right now, just south of Edgington. Actually, you can see where we see a shelf cloud right now that's kind of lower to the ground. But a lot of lightning out here, so that's an indicator that we have some strong winds that are approaching us. But I also am looking at radar, and from what I'm seeing, also maybe a little bit of rotation in exactly this area that we are looking at right now. But I promise we are being safe. We already have an area that we're going to start to head towards to get us out of the line of this. But I did want to quickly show you exactly what we're seeing with that shelf cloud. Again, that's an indicator that we're seeing those stronger winds begin to approach. So again, areas like Preemption and Matherville, you're kind of on deck to start to see that here very, very soon.
Okay, Morgan, thank you. And we want to take another shot, if we can, and I don't know if this is what you were indicating, a shot in Eldridge to see what's happening. Oh my goodness.
It is dark.
Oof. It's just seconds away from this line making its way through. That's a nice shelf cloud coming in. Behind that, you're talking about a good rush of wind, of course, the lightning and then heavy rain as well. And like I said, this is out of Eldridge. You know, just I believe just north of Eldridge, we've got you know, a tornado, a good tornado size on the ground just outside of DeWitt that's associated with this line itself. But that is really impressive. It's going to get kind of crazy here with this line as it makes its way through Eldridge in just a little bit. But an impressive shelf cloud that we see right here. A lot of warm air running up the storm itself ahead of it, kind of producing that shelf effect that we see. And then behind it is just torrential rain, lightning, and a whole lot of wind streaming down from the very top of the storm into down to the surface itself. So we'll expect to see some crazy action going out here in Eldridge in just literally maybe a minute or two. Let's go back to the radar if we can, and we're going to show you the rotation that is going on our tracker here. And let's see, and you can see right here, this red area here, that's some strong rotation that is taking place just outside of Grand Mound and in relationship to around DeWitt. You can see that's just about west of DeWitt that we're seeing that strong rotation take place. In fact, if we could actually go, Andrew, what do you think about the correlation coefficient there?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good one to check out. Let's see if we can.
Or in layman's terms, it's what we call a debris tracker. And
I think you got it right there, south of Welton.
Yep, that could be it right there. That's actually debris, actually from the tornado that's picking up whatever, a lot of dust and such. Right around, looks like, I can't believe, is that 67 or 61, I mean? That's 61.
Looks like 61.
Yeah, from that. So from our debris tracker, that is indicating that we have a tornado definitely on the ground.
That is impressive. Yeah, you've got that big of a signature there too.
This is now Eldridge, I'm hearing, I understand right now. And that shelf cloud that we just mentioned, just getting ready to make its way across the area. That is a frightening sky that we're noticing here. It is actually, those clouds are coming right at the camera itself. Right at the camera itself. You're gonna get some big wind here out of this in just a little bit. And it looks fairly impressive. It almost seems like, by looking at that, Andrew, my goodness, I mean, look how low those clouds are.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like there's any rotation from there, but wow, that is really impressive.
There's definitely some very, very low clouds in there. And that's kind of the other thing that helps us make the tornado threat a little bit higher too. We have these low clouds that can really utilize that low level spin and start to really work up some of these tornadoes that we're just now starting to see. In fact, I got the velocity data pulled back up on that storm just south of Welton. Another really impressive couplet coming into view where you've got winds going in both directions in a small area just to the east of 61, south of Welton. That's where the strongest tornado is with that storm right now. And just got the newest scan in. It's rapidly wrapping up and heading to the northeast.
Guys, is that Wheezy out there? Yeah. You see?
Oh,
okay.
There we go.
You should ask him, can he see any type of rotation? Find out from him if that is some rotation going. Now the sirens are going off in Eldridge.
No rotation.
No rotation. Thanks, Wheezy. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. But nonetheless, the sirens are going off, a sign that we're talking about some straight line winds that are coming down from this system that could produce some damage, some power outages as well. The skies are getting extremely dark. This is part of the shelf cloud that is going to make its way across the area. And usually right behind that shelf cloud is when you get these extreme wind gusts, some blinding rain, a lot of lightning with this particular line.
Very impressive scene there. I mean, just the sound alone. You've got the wind, you've got the storm sirens going off in the background. Very, very impressive. Just surreal, almost.
Just let's go back to the radar itself, and once again, let's kind of give everyone a kind of a preview what has been going overview. Excuse my English. Overview of what's been going on across the area, and let's kind of wind the picture out a little bit. Sirens once again going off in the town of Eldridge. This is DeWitt right here, Eldridge just a little bit south of that. There's that deep rotation that we're seeing here on the velocity mode. Going to show you all where the warnings are taking place, and there are a whole bunch of them going on across the area, now extending even farther eastward. Of course, within the severe thunderstorm warning boxes, look at the dozen amount of tornado warnings that are taking place from areas just north of Jones County, and then stretching his way from Jackson, Scott, going in, Clinton, going to Scott, into Rock Island, Mercer County, and even portions of Henderson and Warren County throughout this particular line. This is the second wave that we've been keeping an eye on for the past number of hours, now crossing the river, and right on time too. We talked about 6 o'clock, and sure enough, that has been the case. And we're getting these warnings out well in advance because we're not talking about any type of rotation. We're talking about some strong straight line winds that are easily making their way over 60, maybe close to 70 miles an hour. And the line itself is moving about 60 miles an hour. So even though like an outside of Carroll and going into Whiteside in the Henry County, even though it may look quiet out there in those skies, with these storms moving so quickly, the weather, those skies are going to change very quickly as well. Okay, so that's why we're making sure that we're getting those sirens out, giving you an indication to go to your safe place. Okay, and that's what we've been doing here for all the hometowns right along the river itself. It's a very dangerous situation that we're dealing with here with this particular line as it makes its way off to the northeast. Andrew, I tell you, I've been doing this for a long period of time. I have never seen so many tornado warnings out in a very short period of time. I mean, look at it. They even stretch even as far back as west as around Monticello with that major curve effect that we're seeing here, or hook echo that we're noticing here.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, I think it's safe to say that nearly every county lining the Mississippi River, especially west in Iowa, is under a tornado warning at this point. Some of our Illinois hometowns are already there. We're probably going to add more to that list as this line gets closer and closer. Do have one change in one of the warnings to pass along to you, now a confirmed tornado, and this would be up in Jackson County here. That is a confirmed tornado near Fulton, 7 miles north of Maquoketa. It's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. There was a nice little velocity signature on this earlier. You can kind of see a little bit of that still left over. Again, we're talking north of Maquoketa, right up in this region right here. So to the east of US 61, right near 62 there. That's quickly heading off to the north and to the east. I'll give you a quick track on that.
Andrew, just real quick, I want to show you the Bridgepoint camera.
Oh,
actually, looking to the west. Very impressive shelf cloud that we're seeing right there. Very impressive. And behind that, once again, this is where we're seeing the strong winds that are taking place. Visibility really beginning to drop. You can actually almost tell if you look carefully enough, and a lot of lightning coming in with this line. So be on guard. You don't want to travel in these conditions. Very dangerous, especially if you're driving along the bridge itself or some of the major highways in around town. But once again, Bridgepoint camera looking west of downtown Moline, heading toward Davenport itself. So it won't be too long until we see that strong line make its way around here. A lot of rumbling going on just outside our station here.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
Very
getting a little
impressive what we're seeing here on the Bridgepoint camera. But go back to, you were talking about some of the warnings. Really impressive though, by the way, when you see this bending taking place from Jackson County down to Clinton and Scott. That bending feature is a sign of the most intense winds that are going on within this line.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of dynamics in play with this. All this rotation going on, all this wind shear certainly causing all these quick spin-ups of tornadoes within this line segment. There's one that we're tracking right now, which is again just north of Andrew and east of Otter Creek, right around 61, just east of there. I'll throw a quick track on that, and then we have another impressive one also just to the south of that we'll get onto. So here's a quick track on that. Again, it's going to be getting into Joe Davis County not too much longer from now. Elizabeth, about 30 minutes away. So we'll continue to track that. If you're in the warning, again, you need to be in the basement. Here's the other impressive one right here as you head. Let me get the label back on there. There we go.
Right around Charlotte, yeah.
Yep, right there.
In fact, as we speak, Andrew, they just updated a confirmed tornado was located over Charlotte, about 13 miles southeast of Maquoketa, and that tornado is actually moving northeast around 45 miles an hour. And there's a debris tracker, so definitely a tornado on the ground in Charlotte. It's picking up debris as it continues to make its way off to the north and east, just west of Goose Lake, it looks like.
Yeah, that is definitely confirmed. You've got a solid debris signature right here. Again, it's when the red drops off to really nothing, or those light greens and those blues. We can also see the rotation tracker too. This product is a couple of minutes behind the radar scans because it needs to analyze and compute what's going on. But yes, there is rotation in that region, no doubt about it. That's also picking up some rotation too, all the way throughout this line. That that's further confirmation that we continue to see these little spin-ups as this entire line itself begins to move through. But there you see again, tornado warning continues here in the Quad Cities till 6:30. Need to be underground with these. So much wind shear. It's not just tornadoes, but strong tornadoes we could see come through. Now you see how quickly that's moved in.
Yeah.
This is Bridgepoint again, now getting soaked in those heavy downpours. The wind is going to be picking up here shortly, gusting perhaps in excess of 70 to 75 miles per hour.
We're getting some hail outside of our station right now.
So we got some hail here at the station in Moline. What size would you guesstimate there?
It's really hard to say. I think it's probably about pea size for now, but really an impressive line coming in just outside our station here in downtown Moline.
Yeah, the hail tracker, the probability of hail, you're seeing those elevated levels just to the west of us. So no surprise that that's moving in right now. The hail size being estimated a little higher near Edgington. Remember, all of this is moving to the east-northeast, so it's heading right here for the Quad Cities Metro. Could reach quarter size.
Yeah.
That's what we're being warned for, in addition to that threat for a tornado. And yeah, I hear it bouncing off the door now.
Yeah, we're starting to hear some of that hail right now, that's for sure. You know, we actually had a report down in, let me see if I can find this again. Well, by the way, dime nickel-sized hail now being reported in Illinois City, and that's probably what we're hearing right now outside our station as well, with some of the hail that is taking place. But down in, where was it? I'll find it here. In Rosetta, Henderson County, just about 10 minutes ago or so, had a report of an 81-mile-an-hour wind gust. 81 mile an hour in Henderson County in Illinois. That's around Rosetta that is taking place. New tornado warning that has now popped up for parts of Dubuque and Jackson County. At 6:10 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Cottonville, or about 11 miles north of Maquoketa. That storm is racing off to the northeast around 55 miles an hour.
Very impressive line coming through. We can still hear the hail outside the door.
Yeah.
I'm also seeing too, the emergency managers for Mediapolis Fire, they're saying the town was hit with the storm. They need chainsaws, power lines are down, and they're surveying the damage right now. That would be just north of Burlington. So they got hard hit, even that farther south. But yeah, here's the line moving into the Quad Cities now, just packed with lightning. So much lightning in within that line, it covers up the radar. So we're going to take that off for a second so we can see exactly what's going on. Very heavy rain moving through Aledo, Preemption. It's just about there. And I believe that's where Morgan is still stationed too. We'll have to see if we can get another quick check-in with her here. In fact, there she is right there. Still in Preemption? Is that our current location?
Yes.
And
yeah,
Morgan,
we are still
if you can hear me, go ahead.
We are just north of. Okay, we are just north of Preemption. Yeah, we just kind of got this front to push through. Winds picked up immediately. You can see all the rain and the wind.
Go ahead, Morgan.
Just looping through a lot of lightning out here too. Again, it is very intense out here, that is to say the least, but we are in a safe place. Again, we just got the strongest winds to kind of pass through. But a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, a lot of wind is what we're seeing right now, again, north of Preemption, guys.
Yeah, that matches up well with what we're seeing on the radar.
If we can actually maybe even go to our Bridgepoint camera if we can. I'm not sure we're able to get anything, but that's what you get.
Oof.
We're getting some rain, we're getting some hail. In fact, I'm seeing some quarter-size hail actually outside our station now. Very sporadic, but nonetheless, yeah, let's get out of that Bridgepoint camera. We're just not getting anything here. This is out of Eldridge, I believe. Scott Weezy is out there, and just a lot of rain, a lot of lightning taking place. The strongest of the storm is now making its way right past Eldridge itself. Of course, throughout this same line, numerous reports of tornado warnings taking place within this line itself.
And you can see there's a lot of vivid lightning out there. Of course, we're still getting the hail here at the station.
Okay.
So this is I-80 rest stop is where this is at? Okay.
Yep, my apologies on that. And you can hear the hail.
Yeah, you can hear it in the background outside the station there. One update in terms of warnings to pass along. You've now got a tornado warning for parts of Carroll and Joe Davis County until 7 o'clock. This is a tornado-producing storm located near Charlotte, as we were tracking earlier, 12 miles east of Maquoketa. It's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this includes Savannah. You can clearly see that there, and yeah, the hail is really picking up in intensity here. Preston, you're included in that tornado warning too. So at this time, based on how many tornado warnings we have got going on, pretty much everywhere within this line segment in the News 8 viewing area, all the way from Highway 20, Bellevue, through Savannah, through Clinton, through Fort Byron here in the Quad Cities, Preemption, Aledo, Alexis, you're all under a tornado warning at this time. Tornadoes spin up very quickly in this type of situation, so it's no wonder we have all of these warnings. But again, you got to move quick. These storms are moving 50, 60 miles an hour. What are we up to now?
We can't even open the door.
Oh my God.
We can't even open the door. That wind is so intense right now, and if you can hear it from our microphones, that is some big time hail that is falling. When the winds kind of die down a little bit, we maybe get an indication, but that sounds bigger than quarter size that's going on outside us. Let me see if I can.
And it sounds like it's still growing.
It is.
The hail hits are sounding deeper and deeper. So the hail threat is definitely ramping up here. Again, we're in Moline, 16th Street, top of the hill, north of the airport. So,
this is really, really impressive going on here. And we're still not quite done with this wave that continues to make its way through the immediate Quad Cities itself. Just really impressive that we're seeing here. This is just outside our station here. Okay visibility, but right now we're noticing a lot of this rain, flooding rains that are going on. Even we get some reports of some damage. Let's find out more about that. Let's go to John and Shelby to find out the latest on the damage.
Yeah, I don't know if we can pull up John's computer here. We had a viewer we had several viewers send in photos for us. This one is over in Coralville. You can see when it zooms in there, that is damage. There's pieces of the roof blown off right now. James just walked outside. He just handed me, how big are these chunks of?
It was like pea size, a little larger than pea size.
Yeah, little larger than marble size chunks of hail falling at our studios in Moline here. And then John, I don't know if you can pull it up. We have lots of reports of damage coming out of Keota, Iowa. This is a little bit further away from our WQAD viewing area. This is from that blast that is now hitting us. This is a twister that came through. We're hearing reports of multiple houses, properties damaged over in Keota, Iowa.
Damage and loss. Complete,
damage and loss, yep.
According to these folks who have spotted this and taken this video.
We also are hearing reports of damage over in Minneapolis, and we have our crew, our reporters, Joe McCoy and Cesar Sanchez, that were down in Burlington. They're actually on their way to Minneapolis right now. What you're looking at right now on your TVs is the I-74 bridge. Just look at that lightning. And the water's going crazy in the river. You can hear the hail. It sounds like it's starting to get a little bit quieter from our perspective, but again, it was so loud earlier. And
hey guys, is there any updates when it comes to power outages as well?
Yeah, there is. There are more than 30,000 customers now without power.
Is that just immediate Quad Cities?
This is not immediate Quad Cities, but this is in the path of the storm.
Okay.
And then the reason we tell you that is because if you have power right now and you're watching, just know that this storm has the potential for doing that kind of significant damage and impact potentially to the power systems.
But again, if you have photos and videos, send them in to us. You can send them in to WQAD's email, Facebook, on Haymaker, text us, however it's easiest for you.
I believe Alfonso's with Cesar, right? Is that right? Alfonso's with who?
Jenna Webster.
She's with Jenna Webster. And do you know where they're located right now?
They left. It was getting too crazy out where they were.
Okay, because he was mentioning the sky looked green. Mm-hmm. Everyone talks about that green sky was usually his indication of that.
So this is Morgan and the Beast right here.
Wow.
Looks like they got some branches down there on the roadway. Oh, there's some tree damage a little bit there, it looks like. Also, I see some hail bouncing off the top of the roof there too. They're definitely in the strong part of it now. Looking at live Doppler radar, yeah, they're in the hail part of it, like we are.
We just had a report out of Millersburg. That's in Mercer County. I had a report of a thunderstorm wind gust of 70 miles an hour. 70 miles an hour, and of course, that certainly be a concern as far as potential of some damage as well when you're talking about those kind of winds.
Yeah, and we've got Morgan Strackmine with us right now. Morgan, it looks like you're getting some hail right now.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of hail right now, about, I would say, pea-sized hail. Just, again, north of Preemption. We've been kind of sitting here, just kind of keeping ourselves safe and making sure we're in that safe area. But now we're getting that pea-sized hail, still a lot of rainfall. And again, you can see on the road here, a little bit of debris, a little bit of tree damage as well from all those gusty winds. Again, it was some strong winds that were pushing through here not even 10 minutes ago. So we are going to continue to watch out for this area. Again, it does look like things are going to start to die down here near Preemption in just a little bit as well. But seeing just a little bit of pea-sized hail, again, a lot of gusty winds, seeing just a little bit of tree damage out here near Preemption, guys.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's getting busy there. Also want to welcome all of our iHeartMedia radio partners. We are streaming live on all of the Quad City iHeartMedia radio stations, bringing you up-to-date severe weather coverage, both here in the studio, on air, online, and of course from the Beast with meteorologist Morgan Strackbine as these storms are pushing through.
It has been a very busy past number of hours here at News 8 with the first wave coming in during the afternoon hours, and then the more powerful wave now making its way across the river itself, producing numerous warnings, severe thunderstorm and even tornado warnings, where most of the warnings have been located pretty much around the northern 2/3 of our viewing area, especially along the river itself. You can see that, and we apologize for our people who are listening, but we'll kind of break it down for you even more. But numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that now extend even farther east of the river itself. And the reason why is that because of the fact that these storms are moving about close to 60, maybe close to 70 miles an hour. So we're making sure that those sirens are going off, giving everyone advance warning when it comes to this particular line. You can actually see the bending going on, and that's a sure indication of those strong winds that are coming in behind it, especially right on the middle part of it, right around Princeton and Savannah. What we are seeing within these severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings that continue on for the next half hour to 45 minutes. So once again, let's kind of break down these warnings again for you, especially with the tornado warning here taking place around Joe Daviess County. This one goes until 6:45. That impacts Bellevue, Galena, and Scales Mound, okay? Quarter-size hail falling from these, but also we're getting some rotation from this as well, especially just around, I would say, northern Jackson County, and eventually going to be making its way into parts of Joe Daviess County, and like I said, around Galena. Then we make, and you can see if we have a little area of rotation, it's probably right, it could be right here, actually right there. The velocity is having a hard time trying to pick that up, but nonetheless, I would say right between, I think just north of Bellevue is where we're likely seeing some of that rotation and eventually making its way off to, mainly off to the north, could be impacting the Galena area coming up here very shortly, We're also noticing maybe a little bit of rotation going on just south of Bellevue, right here. A small little couplet taking place here just outside of 92. That's continuing to make its way off to the north and east, like I said, just south of the Bellevue area, and that could be impacting parts of Joe Daviess County around Elizabeth, off of Highway 20 to about Illinois 84. That will be impacting maybe Elizabeth, or at least just outside of Elizabeth, heading in the next few minutes. Then as we make our way farther south, let's pop up some more of those warnings if we can. This is the one that is located just east of Preston now, that will be making its way into parts of northwestern Carroll County. This one, once we get, and it's so hard because all these warnings are so close together to kind of monitor all this. This one goes until 7 p.m. Miles, Sebula, Savannah. You all are under this tornado warning until around 7 p.m. No worries about any hail with this, but we're getting some of those straight line winds. Some of that rotation is taking place as well. So that's going to be the big concern that we have with that particular cell as that continues to make its way off to the north and east. John Shelby, you got some more information for us.
Yeah, James, we have actually Jenna Webster. She is out at the I-80 rest stop over on Middle Road live for us right now. I don't know if we have her on camera. And Jenna, are you able to hear us right now?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me right now?
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Tell us what you're seeing, Jenna.
Yeah,
What's it like out there?
we are. Yeah, we are at the I-80. We're at the westbound rest stop right now in Bettendorf. We were outside. It was like what you guys were saying, it was just really crazy. You could see all the clouds forming, and all of a sudden, about 10 minutes ago, it just got so dark. The wind switched direction. You could see the flags were going one way, they started going the other way. If you can see behind me right now, these windows really aren't great, but you can see that they're just getting soaked and pelted. You can hear the wind above us right now. We do have some hail coming in. We've had a bunch of people come and stop, pull over off the road. They're all in here right now keeping track of this storm. But yeah, it's dark out there. It just looks hazy and foggy. There's really not like a ton that you can see.
And what size hail are you guys seeing out there, Jenna?
You know, it looks small. Let me go see if I can pick some up and grab it for you guys. But it's pretty small. Like maybe like ooh, it's melting pretty quickly in my hand, but like honestly it's smaller than like my fingernail. Like I don't even know what size you would describe this. Let's see if my photographer can zoom in on it real quick. It's pretty small, but you can hear it coming down.
And Jenna, did you talk to any of the folks who were going inside along with you? What were they just sort of
very
calm?
small, really melting really quickly. It is. We do have these automatic doors out here, so they are kind of getting blown open a few times, and things are coming in. But everyone is in here. Everyone is safe. We're all just kind of waiting for this storm to pass before everyone can head on their way again.
All right. Thank you so much, Jenna, live for us out at a rest stop right now. And that's actually a little bit smaller size hail than what we were getting here at our studios, right, James?
That's right. I think for a brief time we did see some, or at least notice some quarter-size hail taking place outside our station, and it kind of lasted for about a good, looks like 5 or 10 minutes. I mean, it was really pounding outside of our station here. But by the sounds of it outside now, things have really calmed down, mainly because the worst of the line is now making its way off to the north and east. So some more reports that we've been getting. I love, looks like southwest of Eleanor, which is in Warren County, Illinois, had some trees that were snapped on top. Estimated winds maybe around 70 to 75 miles an hour that were reported over there. And also in Spring Lake, that's in Scott County, reports of penny-sized hail, maybe about 3/4 of an inch size that has taken place there. We've been getting numerous reports of probably about pea-sized to quarter-sized hail around the immediate Quad Cities itself. Good news is the tornado warning has been canceled for Mercer, Rock Island, and Warren County as of about 5 minutes ago. So that is some good news there. There are reports, though, of maybe some possible rotation taking place near Andover, right off of Interstate 74, Andrew. I'm not sure we can go to velocity mode on that, but there could be some brief couplet that may be taking place there. Sirens still continue to go off outside our station here over in Moline, but it looks kind of like right there on County Road 9, just south of Andover, we could be seeing a little bit of a couplet trying to develop right here. Some of that inflow that's kind of putting a little dent right in this particular line itself. There could be some weak rotation taking place there. And if it continues on that course, it may be actually on its path toward Cambridge. It may be on its path toward Cambridge. There's the couplet that we see right there, kind of moving in this general direction. So in Cambridge, we're talking less than maybe, around 5 minutes or so?
5 minutes.
About 7 minutes or so for that. So we have to keep an eye on this. You can see the bending going on right here, just north of that couplet. And that's a sign that maybe we're getting some intense winds that are making its way through parts of about Mercer County, getting ready to go into Henry County. So velocity we got here, maybe close to 50 miles an hour, some good bending, a nice arch that may be indicating those strong wind gusts that are taking place. But no question, there is a little bit of a couplet that we see right there that continues to eyes itself toward Cambridge within the next 5 minutes or so.
Yep, and this is the same scenario where you've got this line, and along this leading edge, you can get these quick spin-up tornadoes. That's exactly the scenario that's been playing out for areas north of the Quad Cities, and even here in the Quad Cities where we've had these active tornado warnings. Now, we're slowly starting to eat some of these away in terms of having them expired or canceled. Right now, the most active part of the region for tornadoes is still the tornado warning here in the Quad Cities. I think we're almost to the point where we can call it clear. For us here, as this begins to work off to the east, that's for us here in the Quad Cities anyway, but still very active. You've got 2 confirmed tornado warnings there near Savannah and Maquoketa. Thankfully, no tornado warnings right now to the south of the Quad Cities. These are just severe thunderstorm warnings for those very strong wind gusts.
Yeah, and those warnings, as you can see, especially with the severe thunderstorm warnings, extend their way even farther southward. Now we're seeing a new thunderstorm warning around for Galesburg, and then even points southward. Once again, this is the velocity mode. Of course, this is the reflectivity. A lot of lightning. There is just a tremendous amount of storm energy now feeding into this and creating all of this lightning that's going on around the area. And you can see that the warnings themselves make their way all the way far to the south. So we're at a point right now where we're kind of limiting the rotation side of things and talking more of a straight line event, which can be just as destructive as any of that wind that could be rotating as well. So keep that in mind. These warnings go on for at least some of these for the next 45 minutes or so. Andrew?
It looks like, I'm looking at the velocity today, you do have a developing couplet southwest of Geneseo, right there just south of Interstate 80.
There it is.
Right there.
Maybe we could put some type of motion on there, and then we get a good idea as far as this track. But if you're watching us in Geneseo, there aren't any tornado warnings out yet, but you know what? That's a decent couplet right there. That's rotation right there, folks. So if you're watching us from Geneseo, yeah, be on guard for that. Hopefully you're in your safe place, okay? It's a very dangerous situation that we're dealing with here, especially with that little couplet that has that popped up.
And you've got a
go ahead, I'm sorry.
new tornado warning for that exact
For
reason
that,
just issued.
there it is. There it is.
So you've got a good part of Henry County in this. You've got parts of Whiteside County, and also looks like parts of Bureau County in this too. Geneseo, you've got Prophetstown in this until 7 o'clock.
Yeah, very impressive there. Of course, keep in mind you're going to get some blinding rain. There are going to very likely be some power outages with that particular line, like we said, whether it may be spinning or a straight line. Be on guard. Hopefully you have some nice fresh batteries when it comes to your flashlights. Hopefully all your electronics are fully charged, so in case you do lose power, at least you will continue to keep up to date with what's been going on with this particular line as it makes its way off to the north and east. But an impressive line nonetheless, something that we've been watching ever since, about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon, seeing this particular line mainly making its way around central Iowa, and now it's finally making its way across the river itself here into Illinois and producing some of the extreme weather that is making its way into these particular counties.
Yeah, and just more of these quick little spin-ups along the leading edge of this line. There you see, you've got that little, what we call
right on
that
top
notch.
of Geneseo now.
Right on top. I'm looking at my Ring Video doorbell camera here, and the wind is just blowing the rain sideways down my street right now. I'm glad I brought the garbage can back in.
Cooper's okay?
I hope
dog?
so. I told him, I said, buddy, if it gets real bad, you just go downstairs. I'll leave the door open.
Oh,
you know where to go.
Make sure there are a lot of treats, right?
Exactly, yep.
Yeah.
So hopefully he's taking shelter. Hopefully the rest of you are in Geneseo too. Pretty good signature there.
Let's see if we can actually kind of wind this out and see if there's any more of these couplets that we see. We might actually see that one we talked about around Cambridge in Henry County. That's still looking pretty impressive as well. And
oh, yeah, no doubt.
That's no doubt a nice little couplet, but it seems like it's located now just outside of town. Just outside of actually just south of the elementary school that's over there as well.
Yeah, it looks like just south of, what is that, 81 there?
That's 82.
Or 82?
82.
There it is.
Small numbers there, I know.
They are tiny. Yeah, south of 82. There I see it now, underneath the little arrows there.
We're kind of moving generally from, looks like more west to east that we see here. No towns really in the path of that, though we'll keep an eye on our friends out in Kewaunee for that part of the storm. It looks like if it continues on that course, it will stay just north of the town of Kewaunee itself.
Yeah,
that's
looks like
that's a nice little couplet that we see there. So we got two actually in just Henry County alone.
Yeah, and I'm going to see if the rotation product is picking up anything. Doesn't look like it's picking up anything there. Again, it's kind of a newer thing for us that we're trying out here. But yeah, there's some strong winds embedded in that too. I mean, look where you go from the green to the red. Yep. Very bright. In fact, you're seeing it kind of bow out there just south of Geneseo, right along Interstate 80, and east of Illinois 82, just east of Cambridge. You're getting a good bow there. Let's see if we can kind of poke around in here, maybe get some.
You want to throw some velocity on there? Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
So you go 60, 55. There we go. Oh, there's a higher one. Don't know if we're realizing that, but that's...
I hope not.
That's alarming. Yeah, 89 miles an hour. That's probably a little overdone, but it gives you an idea that, yeah, there's a powerful wind coming with this.
Here we go a little bit farther south. Let's see if there's any more of these couplets that we're seeing. And like Andrew just mentioned, too, that these couplets can happen so quickly but end quickly as well, okay? But if it happens to take place within a town itself, then you could be talking about some minor damage as well. Looks like we could be noticing... Hang on here, just a little couplet right here that could be taking place just south and west of Bishop Hill.
Right there, yeah.
That continues this course, and Galva, you'll be under the gun with that. Put a little velocity, yeah, you can put this tracker on here too. And we're talking about, for Galva, about less than 10 minutes, Kewaunee, and about 15 minutes or so. How about put that kind of velocity, so those wind speeds that we had around here. Not too bad on that, 34, 39 miles an hour. That's some good news. That's good.
Not too
We're
strong.
just concerned about maybe the rotation. It could be a situation where we're getting some rotation aloft and not so much reaching the ground. But there's no tornado warning out, at least when it comes to that couplet that we see here. And then it kind of sags down with a nice line of some healthy thunderstorms that's producing some pretty good wind gusts going into parts of all of, I should say, of Knox County. Just looks like just now east of Galesburg. Looks like the worst of those winds made its way through the Galesburg area. So that is some good news. But nonetheless, this warning goes out. I'm looking at the clock here for at least another half an hour or so, and then that will eventually begin to begin to expire.
Speaking of Geneseo, there is now a confirmed tornado. Illinois State Police citing that tornado 2 miles west of Geneseo, and they say it was moving due east. So we now have that as a confirmed tornado, which has now moved east of town, and that means its next stop is eventually going to be for those areas there you see there along Illinois 78.
Yeah, right around Hoople itself. That's a good couplet we're seeing right there. It's kind of been holding its own as it made its way through Henry County itself, getting a track around this. And Hoople, we're talking about less than 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away for that tornado. That is on the ground. Tornado is on the ground just northeast of Geneseo, making its way off to the north and east. Should be hitting Hoople, like I said, about 15 minutes or so right there along Illinois 78. John Shelby, you got some more information for us.
Yeah, as we mentioned, we have a cruise out there. Joe is out in Minneapolis right now. Joe, I don't know if you can see or hear us.
Well, while we wait for Joe to pop up, this is actually a live look in Geneseo right now. This is actually one of the homes of our former photographers here at News 8, giving us a live look as that storm rolls in. But we're also hearing of lots of damage over in Grand Mound and the DeWitt area. We did see a call for aid to come to Grand Mound to help of collapsed buildings and people that might be impacted from that. And we're still waiting to hear back from first responders in that area. Again, we're also hearing reports of damage in the Minneapolis area. We have a crew headed there right now. They're going to try to get up a live shot for us so we can see what things look like right now. Guys?
Just came out, actually. We have a new tornado warning out until 7 p.m. For, boy, it keeps updating, for parts of Carroll, Stevenson, and Whiteside.
Yep.
Producing both tornadoes, not sure about that, and extensive straight line wind damage. Now being located along this from Wacker to near Spring Hill. And that's moving off to the northeast, 65 miles an hour, that particular line.
Racing.
So let's see if we can pop up the reflectivity on that. But that was just issued, and that goes on until 7 o'clock.
And yeah, there's our reflectivity. And again, some of the notching going on in the returns that we're seeing on the radar. Let's pull up the velocity too, just to see what's going, because I have another feeling this is going to be another quick spin-up event. And if you look at the pattern of the velocity and how it waves, you want to look for the waves that are heading inward towards the west, and there's a couple of those. So while we don't have a concrete one or one that sticks out really, noticeably right now, what you're going to be watching is this area, and also it looks like this area down here, where you're starting to pull that wind back to the west. Those are probably the two areas to watch, at least right now, in terms of where we could see one of those quick spin-ups in terms of a tornado. There's the rotation too in Henry County. You can see also still moving to the northeast as well. So if you're in Whiteside County, including Sterling Rock Falls, make sure you're
This is out of Coralville, by the way. John, Shelby, you want to take over on this?
Yeah, this is a video we're getting in of tornado damage after it swept through Coralville. This is the second video of damage.
Look at that vehicle. That truck just got flipped over.
Wow.
Let's pause that real quick.
We also have a quick update about DeWitt and Grand Mound. We did talk to some first responders out there. They said they have 4 trucks out responding to at least 2 different calls. They're seeing most damage between DeWitt and Grand Mound, but they have no road closures to report as of yet right now. But again, that video that you're seeing, that is out of Coralville, Iowa. Oh,
and that looks like a light pole that has toppled over there. Just trying
Trees
to scroll through this rather slowly. You can see the damage there in the background as well.
You see roofs blown apart, debris all over.
And as is typical, you can see just significant damage in one spot and then just feet away, a building that almost looks like it's untouched.
Just west of the campus. Just west of the campus. Wow. Too close. That's just, whoa, wow, it's too close to call right
Wow.
now. My goodness.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's some damage.
Man. No,
Yeah.
I tell you guys, just right now, it's just tough to watch.
Yeah, and we're getting reports. You know, we mentioned that Joe was out and headed to Minneapolis, and we're waiting for a live report from him. But there's this shot. You can see the damage that he has spotted there. I don't know if he's quite ready to, if he's mic'd up yet, but it does look like, you know, down trees. Is that what you're seeing, Shelby?
Yeah, and we do want to remind viewers, this is the crew that was in Burlington all day today. They said they didn't see anything quite like this in Burlington, but they headed just up the road, just north to Minneapolis, and this is what they saw. You can see downed trees. People already driving around assessing the damage.
And it looked like there's just a bright sunny day out there.
Yeah, clouds have already cleared out of there.
And once again, remind everyone the location again.
So once again, this is over in Minneapolis. This is kind of close to the Burlington area. We have a live crew down there right now. This is a live look to Minneapolis, and we're waiting to hear from our reporter of what they're seeing right there. But John, I think you had some updated power outage numbers as well, right?
Yeah, we continue to track that. And by the way, this is a view from the Beast. This is in Moline, but you can see kind of a calmer scene in this area. But yeah, as far as those power outages, those numbers continue to just climb really as the evening progresses. Well over 30,000 now in the path of the storm. All of those not necessarily in the immediate area, but we are getting reports from folks who work for us. Jacob, he lives in Silvis, mentioned his power just went out probably just a few minutes ago at this point.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
And here's our Bridgepoint camera that we see here. And how about that? With all that just took place just minutes ago, now you're getting a scene like this.
Wow.
Boy, that's pretty impressive.
Incredible.
Yeah. Let's go back to that radar if we can once again. And oh, and by the way, guys, what's the latest on the power outages that we're noticing across the area?
We're about above 30,000 at this point.
About 30,000 or
Yeah.
so?
Alliant has about 26,000
Oh, my
customers out.
Here's what we're watching. This just developed just northeast of Geneseo, and a rather impressive couplet right that we're seeing right here. And it's definitely on its impact toward Hoople. Prayers go out to our friends out in Hoople. This could be a very dangerous situation. That is a tornado that's got to be on the ground,
Yes.
and will be impacting Hoople here in about less than 5 minutes or so. This is our debris tracker. That's a sure indication that not only is there a tornado on the ground, it's picking up stuff as well off the ground as well. Okay, that's a sure sign of tornado is on the ground. So Hoople, hopefully you are in your safe place. We're thinking about you. Hopefully you can get through this with minor damage. But nonetheless, all part of that line that continues with that tornado warning and extends its way even farther east going into Lee County in Illinois. That includes Tampico, Harmon, and points north and east going into Amboy itself. So definitely not quite out of the woods. In fact, let's extend this even more and show everyone how much we have to go here. And you can see all that lightning, that crazy lightning going on along this particular line. Behind it, the air's really beginning to cool off. Blustery conditions going on, especially out of the north and west. So temperatures which have been along and east of this line, well in the 60s, even lower 70s, are now beginning to cool off even more as we head into the evening and going through the rest of the night. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and I know we were trying to get out to Joe out in Minneapolis, and I think now we have him. Sorry to jump the gun there a little bit, Joe, but what are you seeing out there?
John, there is some really bad destruction out here in Minneapolis. This trailer behind me right here, its roof is ripped off of the house, at least half of it. I was just talking with the owner. Her name is Leela. She has lived in this trailer for 4 years, did not have the money because she's on disability to buy any sort of insurance or protection on her home. She said she was in the house with her dogs, and about 30 minutes ago, the wind just tore the top of her house right off. So she currently has no roof in her home. Also over here, as my photographer pans, you can see these trailers and just the destruction from these trees. These are massive trees that have come down onto the tops of trailers. Leela And the woman who lives in the trailer here are friends, and she said this woman called her and said, I have a tree on top of my house that has gone through my roof. Also, about 2 feet away from me, there was a full swing set that was blown, I would say, 30 yards to the left due to the wind. So all of this destruction not coming from a tornado, but strictly from how bad the winds were. Now, Leela, who lives in the house behind me, she said that right now her house is fine in terms of what's inside, but if it rains again, everything is just going to get destroyed. So she currently has her entire family in the house with her. They're trying to figure out what to do. But as I said, her entire roof has been ripped off of her house, and she doesn't have any sort of insurance or anything like that to cover it. So it's just really bad destruction out here in Minneapolis. There also is a trailer park attached to a semi that has been tipped over. We're going to try to get you that later. But this trailer park has been hit extremely hard. I know fire and emergency crews are going to be out here soon trying to use chainsaws to try to cut these trees down and maybe be able to take this tree off of the roof of the trailer park over there. But it's really bad out here in Minneapolis. Leela telling me that in the 4 years she's lived here, she has never seen destruction like this in the town.
Joe, we're hearing a lot about that destruction. Have you heard anything about injuries or the people that you've been talking to?
I have not heard anything about injuries. There aren't any ambulances in the area, in this trailer park where we're at right now, Shelby. So to my knowledge, it doesn't seem like anyone has been injured, but I have not had any clarification from police or the fire department on that. Leela luckily is safe, even though her roof was ripped off. Her or her dogs were not injured, and her neighbors are also safe. So from what I've heard, it only sounds like there's been structural damage, but we'll wait and see if there are any reported injuries.
All right, wow. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you for your reporting. We'll come back to you in a little bit. I do believe we are going to take up our Bridgepoint camera here in a second to look at what it's like right now outside. James, I know you were tracking something. Oh, wow. Look at that rainbow off in the distance. Oh my goodness.
Given everything that's been going on, it's kind of interesting to see a shot like this, I tell you.
I know, and the water looks so calm now.
Like nothing ever happened, that's for sure. Yeah, we also got a shot from Andrew, you got it from Rock Falls, I believe.
Yeah, this is the Whiteside County Airport. They are under a tornado warning right now. That storm just moments away from impacting that specific area. We're going to be watching that line move through literally live once it gets a little bit closer here. But I'm just kind of reading what the National Weather Service was saying with these warnings, and they're essentially issuing tornado warnings for almost everything now because we're seeing these built-in spin-up tornadoes that can occur really at any time. So they're just going ahead, putting out that warning because at some point, something's going to develop along this line as it continues to move off to the east. So you need to treat them.
This is looking off to the west, right?
Yeah, this is looking exactly to the west from Rock Falls.
Sure. And you can see there is just lightning that's kind of flaring within. Yeah, so yeah, that's for sure. So that tornado warning for parts of Whiteside County as we go, maybe let's go that radar is till when? Is what, 7 is coming up?
Yep, thinking. There we go.
7:15, I bet. Right about here, yeah, that's until 7 o'clock.
Yep.
And like Andrew said, there's Sterling right here, and from that shot that we saw, and we're looking to the west, that is what's coming. All that rain, all that wind, and you can see, look at the couplets that we're still noticing in Whiteside County, just west of Colita now, and now and also just east of Linden, along Interstate 88. So we'll see how that all transpires. Wouldn't it be something if both of these just miss the Sterling Rock Falls area? That would be kind of a relief to see. But these are some brief spin-ups, but once they do happen, especially like we saw in the town of Minneapolis, they can cause some destruction. So we're hoping that stays outside of those city limits. Small little couplet now trying to advance. This was the one that was pretty deep in areas just outside of Hoople. Not too much of a couplet right here, but that green that we're seeing here kind of showing some of that inflow going into that couplet just south of Tampico and continues to make its way east. Be on guard if you're watching us from Deer Grove. That same little spin up is going to be affecting you here very shortly.
Yeah, and it's good. I'm glad that dissipated too. That got very strong as it was coming into the southwest part of town there. So glad to see that that's.
Do this. I mean, from the loop itself, can you drag it back and you can see how we were a little concerned about this, but especially right around Hoople itself. Can we just backtrack that?
Yeah, let me see if it'll kind of load it. There we go. Yeah, you can see how it really wraps up before it gets to town and then just kind of falls apart.
kind of right here is kind of getting filled in, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like it's.
See, so hopefully that will be some good news, and we don't kind of hear the last of that. But still, nonetheless, it will be kind of targeting its way between Deer Grove and New Bedford here very, very shortly.
Kind of looking elsewhere throughout the line, you've still got some strong winds pushing through Kewaunee. Though I think at this point, James, it looks like it's all clear for the Quad Cities.
Oh, yeah, no question about that.
We're done here.
That's some fairly good news there, yeah. So the worst is over with, but I just took a sneak peek outside, and boy, you can feel the chill of the air. I mean, temperatures are very likely dropping pretty quickly, and that's a sign of that much colder, brisk air that's going to be spilling on in for the rest of the night, likely dropping our temperatures in the 30s as we head overnight, and even waking up to wind chills tomorrow morning, likely in the 20s. That's the difference from this system that has been racing its way from west to east. So we take the upper 60s and 70s of the day and bring back that chill heading into tomorrow, with where highs are only expected to be in the 40s and wind chills throughout all of tomorrow, probably not even getting out of the 30s. So that's how cool the air is going to be, but at least for one day, and then we kind of warm things up as we end the weekend. What do we got here, Andrew? Now, this is a tornado warning out for parts of Joe Davies and Stevenson.
Yes, yep, far western Stevenson. Just a little bit of rotation there right now. This is radar indicated, so we don't have a spotter confirming this. But near Stockton, looks like you have some rotation, and then that's going to be moving out into Stevenson, kind of going back down the line here. Carroll County looks like something possibly trying to get going here, maybe near Lanark, kind of a little broad rotation in there.
Difficult to see, but you're right. Yeah, right there off of Georgetown Road near Lanark. And by the velocity itself, yeah, kind of going back and forth. There's some type of broad rotation trying to take place here, but nothing that really sticks out. So hopefully we can just keep it that way. But nonetheless, it's a storm that is still producing some pretty strong winds coming down from the storm itself, maybe approaching 60 or 70 miles an hour. There's a couplet now located around Kalita, okay? So hopefully you guys are in your safe place in Kalita, as that continues to make its way off to the north and east, right there, right along Pilgrim Road in Kalita, is where we're seeing that, just near 40 itself, Illinois 40.
Yep, that'll be heading east there to eventually towards Polo Road. It looks like an Illinois Route 2 eventually.
Right.
Not too much exciting. Sterling Rock Falls right now. Again, we're kind of watching the camera out at the airport to see when that line is going to move through. Should be momentarily. I'm keeping a close watch. Just still more brief opportunity for maybe something to quickly spin up here a little bit further to the south. Interesting little notch there, but it's kind of
nothing really too impressive.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, something we'll have to keep an eye on. And once again, as we go through this line here, folks, there are warnings all across this line, whether it may be severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. It's all across this line. Now on the Illinois side, nice little couplet still kind of hanging together. This was the one that made its way Hoople. This kind of looks a little interesting now just north of Bedford. This is the new data that just came out from our velocity mode here. And yeah, that looks fairly impressive, but nonetheless, it's got some good wind with it, whether it may be spinning or dropping down as a straight line. That's certainly be concerned about. So hopefully we don't have any type of major power outages when it comes to that part of the storm itself. And then stretching his way more to the south of us, we're just going to go right down the line.
Right down the line.
That's right. Almost seeing a nice little notch you can see right around Neponset, right here, off of 1200 North Avenue there, just around Highway 34, just northeast of Neponset. So there is a nice little notch popping up here, and that continues off to the northeast. Buda, you're just at least a minute or two away from that notch, that particular little spin up for you, and possibly even making its way toward Wynette. That does hold together. But that's where the little couplet is located, just outside of Neponset, just north and east of the town itself, as that continues its northeastward course.
And yeah, further south, kind of the same thing. Not too much going on west of Bradford. Also near Toulon, doesn't look too crazy at the moment. A little bit of something right there.
But nonetheless, a nice little bending here, indicating some of those strong wind gusts that are taking place.
Definitely happening within that line. Just kind of going back and forth between the different data sets. And yeah, there's definitely some wind gusts, likely exceeding 60 miles an hour in there. A little further south here, as you get just to the north and east of Knoxville, if you will, right near the I-74 corridor. Good gust of wind coming with that stuff. Little broad rotation there, maybe. Millbrook.
Maybe a little couplet right there, just east of Victoria, north of Millbrook, yeah. That's just on the eastern side there of Knox County, and that will be making its way out of our viewing area in just a few minutes or so.
Yeah, and then the rest is not really too, switching to the Lincoln radar, which is a little closer view here.
Right.
Not really much rotation on the south end of this, which has kind of been the case once it crossed the river. All the rotations seem to move to the north half of the area, so it's more of a damaging wind threat down there.
Yeah. So that's really the only big concern that we're seeing here with that little couplet that we're noticing, excuse me, just west of, it looks like near New Bedford to just west of Walnut. That's really the only big concern that we see here as far as any serious rotation. But as Andrew just mentioned, as we go down the list, you can see still these warnings continue to expand now eastward into Bureau County. Like we said, we haven't seen much as far as any real rotation, but these little couplets actually have been very brief. But the problem is sometimes these couplets like to either land in a field or they want to land right on top of a town, okay? And that's a great example of what happened around Minneapolis, where one of these couplets kind of fell right on top of Minneapolis and, of course, caused some damage, power outages across that part of the town. So that's why we continue to see these tornado warnings extend in areas right along that line itself, Andrew.
We unfortunately lost the Whiteside County Airport, but we do still have the downtown Rock Falls view, and the camera is just shaking pretty good. It's going to, again, take a moment to load this video. We're going to try and pull it in from Rock Falls, but the storm is just now entering downtown Rock Falls. We're starting to see the rain fall there. The wind is picking up.
You can see the rain actually kind of parallel to the ground itself.
Yeah, that wind is really whipping around pretty good. You can see the rain. It's raining sideways, essentially, in this view. So, again, you are under a tornado warning. That continues for about 5 more minutes or so, and then that threat will be moving in. But, yeah, look at how things have dramatically changed from when we started with just a few raindrops. Now we've got the heavy rain,
Here it comes.
The strong winds whipping into downtown Rock Falls.
Let's just stick with this. Look at this is impressive.
Yeah, this is crazy how fast this deteriorates. I mean, my goodness. You went from being able to see across the street. I mean, look at the birds. They're struggling to fly in this stuff. I mean, that is some strong wind. We'll see. Hopefully we can keep this feed up and we don't lose power. I think that's what happened at the airport. I think the airport lost power.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow.
Unbelievable.
That's really plowing through there.
You timed this out so nicely, Andrew.
I've been watching. I got the feed up. I'm like, I am going to pull that up as soon as it gets here. So you guys can see exactly what's going on with this.
That is impressive. And now the question is, what about is this one going to produce some power outages as well? Because, folks, that's been the theme here with this line of activity that's been taking place. We've just been getting numerous reports of power outages within this line itself, and we'll very likely continue to see that as this line continues to make its way generally off toward the east. Are you able to control the camera?
Yep, just kind of giving us a little bird's eye view here to see what's going on. You can actually see the roof material on the top of the building blowing in the wind there.
Look at that.
That's some strong wind. And the lightning is also impressive too with this. So far, hey, we're keeping power. That's our fingers are crossed we don't lose that shot.
44,000 customers are without power in Iowa itself. We'll be curious to know what's going on the Illinois side as well. But boy, look at that wind. Once again, this is 9,000 without power in Illinois. Once again, this is a live shot out of Rock Falls, Illinois. Just a minute ago, it was a very tranquil scene, and now we're starting to see the full force of this storm making its way through Rock Falls, producing some of this heavy rain, these strong gusty winds, and hopefully not anything that's kind of spinning up outside of Rock Falls. But this looks like more of a healthy downburst of wind coming from this particular thunderstorm that is making its way through the Sterling Rock Falls area.
Yeah, straight line winds, and right, you don't need a tornado to get damage. You can get damage with just straight line winds, and that looks like what's coming through Rock Falls at present time. Just kind of keep checking in with the airport, and it looks like, yeah, they did lose power. I'm not getting any observations weather-wise from the weather station at the airport, so it looks like south of town you're without power, still hanging on to power here in town. I'm just kind of briefly looking at some of the velocity data on another radar source here, just to make sure we're not forgetting anything that's going on right now. I don't see anything, again, too crazy, but we can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado as this line continues to move through. You've got the heavy rain, the vivid lightning, wind gusts 60 to 70 miles an hour. I think it's still worth, even if you're not under a tornado warning, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, to be ready to take that next step for a tornado warning, because these things in this type of environment develop very quickly. Very, very quickly, not leaving you much time to react. So basement or interior room away from windows, that's going to be your best bet as these very strong storms plow through the region. We have some good rainfall in there too, it looks like.
Andrew, I got a report out of Galva. 4 power poles broken 6 miles west of Galva near Nakoma. Power pole down hanging on wires and a tree broken and uprooted right near the cemetery there in Galva, 1 mile south of Galva, right there on Route 17 or so. So,
wow.
You know, with all that wind that's been taking place, I wouldn't be surprised if we had certainly some of those power lines that are down in some areas, though widely scattered in parts of Henry County, because we saw really an impressive line making its way through Henry County itself.
Yeah, you had that little bit of rotation too that we were watching just southwest of town of Galva. Looks like they're going to expire the tornado warning for Bureau, Henry, and Whiteside County, so that's good. That was set to expire, I believe, at 7 anyway, and I think we're just about there. We're about a minute away, so that's some good news. They're going to clear that off, though we're still not out of the woods yet. Especially for our friends in Princeton. This is knocking on your doorstep next. It's getting into Walnut now and Bradford, but Princeton is the next stop in terms of who still has a tornado warning in place. And of course, that's in Bureau County, but yes, still an impressive sight here.
Visibility getting a lot better. In fact, let's go right to that radar again.
Yep, we'll pull that back up.
If we can pop up the radar from our friends in the booth, and we'll be ready to rock and roll with that.
Here we go. There it is.
Yeah. Good news in the immediate Quad Cities. Everything has calmed down. Worst of the storms have now made their way off to the east. You get the all clear. But there's that line itself. Right now it's 7 o'clock this evening. And right on cue, Andrew, right on cue as far as this line now, making its way on the Illinois side. Still a very dangerous situation with all these winds that we've been getting, clocked around 70 miles an hour in parts of this line itself. Some of it producing some brief rotation, little couplet that we see maybe actually just west of the Princeton area, right around there. Now you can see here's Princeton, and there's actually a little bit of a couplet here, a little brief spin up potentially, while we're keeping an eye on. A little bit of some green, nothing really too impressive, but from the reflectivity itself, we're definitely seeing some type of small little indentation there just east of Wyanett, and eventually advancing his way toward the Princeton area, which should be arriving within the next, I would say, 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, good rush of wind like we saw too just moments ago in Rock Falls. Be prepared for that. Just going a little further north just to make sure. Nothing too crazy there right now either. So
little couple you can see just south of Harmon there in Lee County.
Yep.
I know that, you know, Lee County not so much in our viewing area itself, but we still have people who do watch us from Lee County, from Amboy to Dixon, and there's Harmon right there. New tornado warning. I think it just popped up, didn't it? I'm not sure. The little couplet right there, new tornado warning, it's just popped up for Lee County until 7:30. So Amboy, Harmon, Lee Center, Sublet, all in this tornado warning until 7:30. Possibility of some quarter-size hail within that particular line itself. Can we throw possible wind speeds on this?
Sure, yeah.
See what we get here.
Let's go ahead.
It might not be too bad, but let's see what we got.
Kind of poke around.
Once again, there's a couple.
Oh,
wow,
gosh.
there we go. That's impressive that we're seeing right here. So if you're watching us in those towns I just mentioned, make sure that you're definitely in your safe place, because going throughout this velocity mode here, 60, 65, but 83 mile an hour wind gusts, enough to certainly produce some power outages and maybe some tree damage as well. Continues to make his way off toward the east. So Amboy, you're in the clear right now, but you're just minutes away from seeing that line making its way across your neck of the woods here very shortly.
Yeah, some heavy rain, of course, gusty winds expected with that too. What's happening to the north in terms of the tornado threat? We're just about out of it here. Joe Davis County, we're in the clear. That's done. Carroll County, you're just about there. You've got a little sliver of this hanging on for just a few more minutes, and then they'll likely update that and take that away as that focuses on Stevenson and Ogle County a little further out of your region there. Still looking at, of course, that tornado warning we just highlighted in Lee County on the Illinois side of the river. No longer a tornado warning for Bureau County. And that includes Princeton. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. But remember, at any moment, you can get those little spin-ups. That's why we're watching that little indentation here just west of town near Wyanett as it begins to work its way to the north and east. So got to take that with extreme caution.
And threat is considerable. Threat is considerable.
Yeah,
particular warning.
70-mile-an-hour winds,
Yep.
definitely. Get a little further south here. You can see a little bit more working into Bradford and even further to the south as we take you down I-74. Nothing severe, near McQuon. Abington, Galesburg's in the clear. It's over now for you guys. Henderson, Victoria, all of you are in the clear now. So this is moving out quickly as promised. By about 7:30, definitely by 8 o'clock, I think all of us will be done.
Curious what it looks like as far as the temperatures now along on either side of this boundary that we see here, because like we said, with this system pulling on by, now we're going to get eventually on the backside of this system and eventually lead to some much cooler temperatures around here. Still got some pretty good winds that are taking place with those gusts around 40 miles an hour or so, but already we're seeing the big drop in temperatures. Right now we're still currently seeing along that line numbers in the 60s, still around 61 at least as last check in the Quad Cities. But then a little farther west as you see those temperatures really begin to drop already in the 40s, lower 50s. We'll be seeing those, I think, as we get to about maybe around the 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock hour, and those numbers will continue to cool off even more as we head into the night, with likely overnight lows around the low mid-30s in some of our hometowns. Wind chills likely dropping in around the low to mid-teens. And as we mentioned earlier on in the newscast, remember, this is one wave. Another wave that we have to be concerned about next week. Even though the weather will be nice and quiet going the weekend, with temperatures rebounding back in the 60s starting on Sunday, possibly maybe even lower 70s by Tuesday, we're under the risk of seeing some more of this same type of weather, same exact scenario as we make our way to about Tuesday night, where the potential is there for some severe weather. And already there's a level risk of 3 out of 5 just for Tuesday night alone. Here we are Friday, and already they're throwing out level risk, and I say they, I'm talking about the Storm Prediction Center. They're the ones that throw out these convective outlooks for us, already has a level 3 out of 5 for us come that time period. So just keep that in mind. And indications are from long-range forecasters that we could be seeing, at least when it comes to our area, a very active weather pattern going into the month of April. We're definitely ending this month as a lion instead of a lamb. And I mean, we're talking about some sharp teeth. What'd you say, Andrew?
Yeah, there's no lamb about this.
There's
that's
no
moving
lamb
through
about
today.
Lion already ate the lamb, I think. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
Given everything that's been going on of late. But no question, still a very serious situation taking place now mainly on the Illinois side with this particular line. Warnings extending it really pretty far east just to make sure that you are hearing the sirens that are going off, because you're only minutes away from this line actually impacting you. Even though the skies are quiet where you are, that's going to change very quickly within minutes here with that line as it continues to make its way off to the east. When it comes to at least our viewing area alone, we're still focusing on parts of Bureau County here, now making its way into Princeton. And I do believe once this line moves on through, and even for parts of Stark County, but really it's for Bureau County here. Once this line moves on through out of the Bureau County area, then it's really giving the all clear for the rest of our viewing area, for the entire viewing area, okay? And then we'll be able to go back to regular programming after that, okay? So our role, of course, here is we stay on until the threat is all said and done, no matter what part of the viewing area we may be talking about. Okay, so right now our focus of attention is around Bureau County. You can see when the radar beam goes over, it kind of flashes where the most intense rains are taking place, and very likely where the strongest of winds are taking place as well, because this particular storm right here, you can see the bending that we see here, has had a history of producing wind gusts around 60 to even around 80 miles an hour. We just showed you that about 5 minutes ago, kind of showing the velocity on either side of this particular band. So that's why we're still staying on the air for a little bit longer until this threat makes its way pretty much out of the county. Let's actually do a little tracker here if we can, Andrew, from this line, because we got friends in Hennepin, even on LaSalle, Peru. Mendota is right here. So we're going to get a little tracker on this, given the speed of the storm itself moving, about 55 miles an hour or so?
55.
Is it 55?
Yep.
So for LaSalle, about 25 minutes from now, around LaSalle, Peru, around 25 minutes or so, in Depew in less than about 10 minutes. Don't have Mendota on here, but given where LaSalle, Peru is located, we're talking about just about 20 minutes from now for this particular part of the storm to be impacting you. But we do see the bending of this feature, and that's usually a sign of some very strong, intense winds coming down from the storm itself and kind of blowing some of that rain around as well. And hopefully it's not strong enough to produce any power outages within this line. Of course, we've seen that scattered about across parts of Henry going into Bureau County, and continue to see that take that eastward course at a very, very rapid rate.
Looks like there might be some, I'm just getting one of those code red alerts because living in Geneseo that you signed up for those things. And police are advising people to stay away from Hanford Street and it looks like Dielenbeck Drive until
Where is that
further
located
notice.
in relation to the city?
That's what I'm wondering. I've got it in the maps right now. I'm trying to figure out where exactly, which part of town that's in.
I wonder if that is, it rings a bell if that is northeast of the city of Geneseo. I'm assuming there's like power outages that has taken place out there in Geneseo.
Yeah, it looks like it would be the south side of US 6 on the
Is
west
south
side of
side?
town.
Okay.
Yeah, so southwest side of Geneseo.
So once again, it's try to avoid once again those roads again. Once again, can you say?
Yeah, it's Hanford Street and I think it's Dielenbeck Drive.
Okay, in Geneseo.
In Geneseo, yep.
Okay, might be dealing with some power lines that could be down as well.
Yeah, I bet there's probably either that or some kind of damage, maybe.
Some type of damage, yeah.
I'll find out shortly.
All right. So once again, we continue to monitor this line of activity. Let's kind of wind the whole picture out itself and show you what we're up against right now. And you can see right now we just have a few more tornado warnings out. But now you can see just outside of our viewing area, even outside of now north of Bureau County there. This is, of course, Lee County, Illinois, that we see here. So there's the line itself, and then once that pushes on by, then we give the all clear, and everything will be a lot quieter as we go through the rest of the night. I would actually like to kind of toss it to John and Shelby, if I may, and find out if you guys have any updates that you can share with us, especially when it comes to the power outages. I know a lot of people are wondering, when is my power going to get back on again? And now are we seeing any improvement on that?
And well, I'm nervous to go home and see if the power's out at my house. The second time this week.
Second time.
But I think John has some numbers.
Yeah, I would say there's probably some improvement as we see that certain areas, are getting their power back. However, the total number is not necessarily improving. We're well over 40,000 customers without power, and I'm just really kind of looking at the immediate, not necessarily Quad City area, but just kind of the eastern Iowa, western Illinois sort of area to gauge those numbers. And as we've gone through the afternoon and the evening, those numbers really have increased, nearly 30,000 for Alliant. That's probably kind of the biggest impact, the biggest company that was impacted.
And I don't know if we can pull up John's computer here. We've got some fresh video to show. Again, these are all things that have already moved through our area. It's clear in Geneseo right now where this video had been taken, but look at this video. Look at the green in the sky, and you can see all those dark clouds forming over there. Thank you so much to everyone who sent in videos today. We do still have several crews out live right now. We have a crew out in the DeWitt Grand Mound area looking to see what the damage is right now. But this is a video as the storm kind of rolled through there. Again, we haven't heard any update from first responders in the Grand Mound area, where they were saying they did have several calls come in of damage. We know first responders were out and about. We did know there was no road closures. Last we heard from first responders in the DeWitt Grand Mound area. Again, thank you all for your photos. We have gotten a ton in about hail from all over the area. Anything from pea size up to golf ball, even some that were a little bit closer to tennis ball size across the WQAD viewing area.
And
but
we haven't gotten a lot of reports of injuries.
No, and that is the good news tonight.
Right, but even Joe, he was out in Minneapolis and he was talking to a woman who her roof was blown off of her home. It wasn't a tornado that went through her neighborhood. It was really just the wind. She was sitting in her living room. Am I right? Remember that correctly? Sitting in her living room, the roof comes off. She wasn't injured. Her neighbor then called her or sent her a message and said, "There's now a tree in my house," because a tree fell into her neighbor's house. and she was fine.
And that was in Mediapolis. That was Joe McCoy reporting live for us down in Mediapolis earlier
So it's
today.
really just incredible. You know, the damage obviously unfortunate and is severely impactful, but so far, oh, what a beautiful shot! And it's tough to kind of be mesmerized by these shots. They are so beautiful, but we know what sort of precipitated all of that.
Well, and really quickly, I want to give one more piece of good news. If you've been watching WQAD throughout the past few weeks, you know, every once in a while on our shows, we pull up the Eagle Cam over at Arconic facilities in Riverdale, Iowa, and we're just looking at it right now. It looks like the mama eagle who was sitting on a nest survived the storm. The nest survived the storm. I'm looking at the live cam right now.
Looks like she got rained on, though.
Yeah, she looks a little dirty. But.
Oh.
And I don't know, John, if you can pull that up on your computer.
Oh, there.
They can
Yep.
pull it up, yeah.
Yep. Look at that. That's about how I feel right now.
Oh, goodness. Put through the ringer, as they say. Man, looking a little wet, but you know, it's still there.
You can see her feathers blowing, though. Still
Still
windy
kind of
out there.
shaking a little bit. Yeah, there's still some wind out there, guys, and you know, we're very likely going to get some wind gusts at least for the rest of the night, around 30 or even 40 miles an hour or so. You know, I just got a report too, just came out about 3 minutes ago, about some thunderstorm wind damage. 80-mile-an-hour winds looks like they were recorded around 13th and Main. 13th and Main in downtown Davenport, branches down, power pole bent at 30-degree angle. Storm window knocked into the bedroom itself. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts took place in downtown Davenport.
For context, how 80 mile an hour, how is that compared to like a hurricane or a tornado?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's it. That would be considered a Cat 1 hurricane. So, yeah, that can certainly cause some damage. I mean, anything over 60 miles an hour has a possibility of producing damage. So when you're talking about winds that strong, you're not just going to be seeing some damage, but yeah, even power outages that go with it as well. And that has certainly been the case with this line throughout really most of the afternoon and early evening. Shot from our middle road camera, you can see right there, just looking east, actually getting some of that sun, visibility looking great. Roads are just a little wet here and there. There certainly are some puddles out there. I mean, like a little bit of some street flooding in some areas, especially around those poor drainage areas. Just keep that in mind in those neighborhood streets. So be definitely on the lookout for that. But all clear, definitely in the immediate Quad Cities itself, as that system continues to pull away and allowing us to end the day with at least a little bit of that sunshine.
Yeah, and Bureau County is the only spot we've got in terms of our counties that we serve and cover that has any kind of a warning going on, and we're just about done with that. We're just now getting to the extreme eastern edge, if you will, of the county. The worst of it's over for Princeton, that's for sure. It's moved off to the east, but still an early heads up if those folks that still kind of watch us in the Ladd area in Peru, that area could see some very strong winds. Notice you still have some of that, what we talked about earlier, that notching appearance to the radar itself. Now, when you look at the velocity, not too crazy, though I'm willing to bet there's some fairly good wind gusts still contained within that line segment too, likely over 60 miles an hour or so. Now, some of these 86, 89 mile per hour, you have to remember we're again scanning into a little bit higher part of the storm. We've got very strong jet stream winds. That's likely what this is picking up. It may not be reaching the ground, but still there's going to be a good amount of wind that's going to come through here, the eastern edge of Bureau County coming up. So if you're out in Ladd, famous Rips Chicken, you know, eating your chicken, hang on to your chicken, because there's some wind coming through.
What do you got for us, Shelby?
We wanted to pull up another photo here. This one is of a rainbow. John, where was this one at?
You know what, I gotta.
Wow.
I'll look here in a second, but I just want you to see this because if I look, I gotta take the shot off here.
Wow.
But it's just really a perfect shot, a perfect, you know, Midwest storm shot.
Almost like a double rainbow. If you look really carefully, there's actually a little double rainbow to go with it.
Yeah, just, are you talking about right here, James?
Yes, yes. The calm after the storm, I guess, in this case.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, unbelievable. And we have, once again, we can't thank enough for everyone who has sent videos in.
That's Grace Preston who sent us that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, once again, is all about having the eyes out there and allowing us to kind of forewarn people as well what this system has done in these past number of hours. So it gives us a good idea how intense these storms have been, and we want to get those warnings out, and that's why we've been kind of extending these warnings out a good county or two, just so that you can be prepared in the event of severe weather. But we can't thank you enough on that. I mean, having eyes out there, the best thing. There's only so much we can see on the radar. So having those eyes out there, having the chasers do their things, and we can't thank enough of the chasers as well, getting us their eyes about what they have been seeing. Can't thank them enough to kind of help any viewers out there from getting a good, clear picture of what is actually taking place. But this is really the last of the storm itself, making its way right now around Mendota. Still a little couplet maybe outside of Mendota. And you can see just west of LaSalle, Peru itself, seeing those storms make its way, racing its way eastward. And the flashing that you see within that storm, indication of not only just a very heavy rain, but likely the strong winds that are coming down from the storm itself as that continues to make its way east, Andrew.
It's interesting, too. You've really tamped down, I don't know if it's a glitch, but the amount of lightning. Notice how that has really decreased, right, which is good in terms of that hail threat. We saw that go from, very, very high to very, very low quickly as this continued to move to the east, and now it's just all about the damaging winds for the most part, right, with some hail mixed in. But the fact that we're losing a lot of the lightning is telling me, yeah, this is starting to wane a little bit, right, as it works into those, less favorable dynamics sitting off to the east.
I think most of the dynamics now are kind of taking place. Yeah. And I bet you if you wind the picture out even more, I bet you more south and east of us, we're starting to see most of that activity now begin to race its way into the Chicagoland area. But anything that's really going to be tornadic is going to be now in downstate Illinois. So fairly good news there. Of course, like I said, last of the line is now making its way eastward. And like I said, very shortly, we'll get a thumbs up if we are going to go back to network here in just a little bit. But just keeping an eye on this. Once again, we still have some spotters out there indicating anything that could be causing any type of damage in any nature that we see. But right now, I think by looking at our velocity mode, it's probably just north of Ladd and going into Mendota, right there, that line right there that we see, where we're getting those winds now gusting over 60, look at this, over 80 miles an hour just outside of Mendota. So that certainly is a cause for alarm with the possibility of maybe some small tree damage or maybe even some power outages as well with that line. And you can see that extends even farther southward, just south of LaSalle, Peru, right near Granville itself, Andrew.
Yeah, and we've got just 10 minutes left on that warning, the severe thunderstorm warning for extreme eastern Bureau County, and then that's it. All of us are in the clear in terms of warning and the threat for additional storms. So just got to hang on for a few more minutes there west of Peru, and then that thing will push through. We'll get the cooler temperatures, and we'll get our nice weekend in here, our nice cooler weekend before we warm things up again.
Which is kind of shocking because what's going to be interesting is that with that line, and I'm not sure we can even pop up a future track going in the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning, but we're eventually getting the backside of the system, so we may just actually wake up, maybe just briefly around dawn of, I hate this, it's snow showers, yes. Nothing that's going to accumulate. What is with these Friday nights, by the way, and Saturday mornings, about like this, remember this time yesterday, this time last week, I should say, we were talking about that snow, and boy, did that came down in a big way, and now here we're going the opposite side, talking about some extreme weather in the form of strong wind gusts, tornadoes, and such. So big difference that we see here. Here's our future track. And as we get to about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, this is where the brunt of the cold air is going to be felt, and cold enough aloft that we may spray the area with some snow showers. Not going to accumulate. Okay.
We're not going to do that again.
We're not going to do that again. We're done with that. Not until months away from now. But we could actually wake up to some snow showers around the area, but that will be brief. I think the clouds will linger around throughout the first half of the day, and then we'll get a lot more substance of air behind it, align those skies to clear off, and produce a pretty cold and brisk Saturday as we're looking at those highs expected in the 40s, and those wind chills likely by tomorrow afternoon expected to be in the 30s. And then we'll rebound those numbers on Palm Sunday, which is just around the corner. We'll see those numbers back in the 60s. Something that Andrew, I'll let you go and explain about this, but We've been talking about this. I know we are days away, but it's the same scenario that we were in for this particular storm, where we had a number of days and we were talking about some severe weather. So I'll let you take it from here, but it's something to be concerned about later for Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed with this storm. We were able on Monday of this week to tell you that something potentially big was going to happen today. That was 5 days ahead of time, and with great detail too. And it looks like we may have a similar situation on our hands into early next week. So as I zoom this out, this is already a threat track level 3 out of 5. In the dark red there, this is for next Tuesday. That's when temperatures are once again going to climb into the 70s. We'll have a similar storm system that may track just a little bit further to the south. We got to work out the timing on that, but just an early heads up that it looks like another round of severe weather is possible as we get into early next week. We will certainly keep our eyes on it and track it for you.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. We're going to right now go back to network. We really appreciate you, everyone. The thread is all said and done. We really appreciate you hanging out with us throughout this whole time. And of course, we'll give you some more updates when it comes to our weather situation coming up on News 8 at 10. We'll talk to you later.
A much bigger chunk than the 6% they came in offering.
You are both behemoths. We've realized that. Stuart and I